This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thunder will help us breathe and survive. Our deadliest fate we Well done, my son. It's the way to save you all. But don't you think the realm's been purified? Creatures of darkness are still longing for your fall. Keep them in thrall. It's time to smite and ignite. This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thunder will help us breathe and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as a wild bird sings. A sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's now. As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's now.
Today's matchup. MVP. Longzhu Gaming. Jin Air GreenWings. BBQ Olivers. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer. I am Atlas, this is Papa Smithy, and we are ready to bring you some interesting games today, one would say.
I'm willing to commit to say we're willing to bring you games.
Yes.
Any more than that, we're going to work it out. Longzhu will be playing in our first series, who have been on the up again. They lost a couple of series, and we're like, okay, are the wheels gone? Will Longzhu fall away? The 2-0 over the Rocks Tigers was a bit of a stabling point, and now they come in wanting to make a statement game out of the Rocks Tigers. But you look at the Rocks Tigers and you remember, okay, they actually look decent for time against SKT. Will they beat Longzhu today? Maybe in one game. It's possible that with their increased performance against SKT, the MVP can finally get it going.
Yeah, and they've been trying different things as well, Papa Smithy. Some of the exciting points to watch are the fact that we've got a most played Bard coming out of Max. I mean, I understand that if you're talking about MVP, often you're going to be talking about Max because he is the guy that likes to mix it up. ADD went back to his Scion again as well, which is exciting to see. We had some Zillion mixed in there. That wasn't last week, but it was prior. And some exciting things may come out of MVP, but they really need to start doing it now because their losing streak is starting to become pretty epic.
And you can't really say trying things is not something they've done because a lot of them have many unique champions, but one-offs that didn't work. They haven't found their summer composition like Scion, Elise, Syndra. These pick comps they ran so often in the spring season worked for them. Syndra's a permanent ban. ADD hasn't found his new crutch champion. And the end result is they just don't look very good. I mean, you can't really mince words. 0-8 is their run currently in the LCK. So not a lot to smile about for MVP. Even with, every time we see them, we have to mention only a couple of weeks away from Rift Rivals. They should need to find form soon, otherwise they may not represent Korea very well on the international stage.
Yeah, and they did get one victory in week number 1 against Jin Air. That was it. That's the height of the excitement that you can talk about for MVP, and that has kept them off the bottom rung. ROX Tigers now sitting there with 1 extra match loss, but it'll be MVP evening that one out if they do lose here today, which is likely because Longzhu Gaming sitting at 4th spot and did look a lot better against ROX despite their loss against Jin Air a week prior.
Today's match, we start off with that MVP versus Longzhu. Expectations have always been our bane this season, though, Atlas. You would say Longzhu 2-0, that's the safe bet. But MVP, they're looking to finally find something better. A good 5 minutes at the start of SKT, a good mid-game against SKT in Game 2. But they haven't put it all together this season like they were able to in spring.
Yeah, and MVP were honestly denied both of those games, to be honest, against SKT. You look at the statistics and you're like, 0-2 to SKT, well, that makes sense for the lowest team here in the league. But that's not what the series sort of told us. It told us that MVP can play an intelligent early game. It's just unfortunate that the consistency isn't there with their play throughout the day. It is going to be that same roster. MVP, 0 subs, so you always know what you're going to get. However, when these players that are going to be consistent get on the Rift, things can most certainly be different day in, day out, minute in, minute out.
And when their form was up, we would always say, okay, they're stronger than the sum of their parts. But when they're losing, you are looking for that star, right? You are looking for someone to actually separate them from the rest of them. Will it be Maha? Will it be Ian? Will it be ADD? These have been the names beyond last year. We need someone to actually have a rallying call performance to really inspire his teammates if MVP are to win today.
Yeah, it certainly is, especially when we have a look over the other side of the Rift. Starting on the red side, it will be Longzhu Gaming. And this team came out of the gate extraordinarily fast. 2-0 over KT, who have been making a surge throughout the rest of their games here in the LCK for Summer. And this guy on the top side of the map, he's the one you want to be watching because he just seems to be a highlight reel in unto himself.
Yeah, boundless champion pool, bringing in new picks, just really making a name for himself in Korea in a way we could never have expected. Played many years ago, start of 2014 on Prime in Korea, went over to China, didn't even have a starting spot in China for most of his 2+ year tenure, jumps back into Korea and suddenly is in conversation for certainly top 5 in Korea. And if he can find some consistency, perform against the best teams, his tier ranking, we're not even sure what the ceiling is on Khan.
And that's the exciting part about this guy. We'll see whether he can keep improving over and over because they're sitting next to him as well. Currently rank 1. Exciting to see whether he's going to bring out some of his champions that have got him there, Papa Smithy, but it is slightly doubtful as we have a look at some of the stats from previous matchups between these two teams. MVP with an impressive 2-0, but that was against a different Longzhu who we saw last split.
And Longzhu had very little form in the second round, Rob, and these matches were actually, like the Telecom War, played pretty close to each other, match 41 and 46, so around the middle of the season. Longzhu started to fall away, but it's a different Longzhu this season. Slight correction, Prey is still rank 1, but Cuz is rank 2, so he's right up there with his Hyung on the team. So
I just always assume that Prey's always going to be number 1, so it's a battle for the rest of the spots.
Well, then he's the first and best dressed after Prey.
Yes, he most certainly is. I apologize. But look, Longzhu looking a little bit like a freaker there with their Game 1 winning streak, but MVP, 0 games winning streak.
Yeah, 8 losses in a row. Could be double digits. If today goes, the number 1 KDA in the league is actually owned by BDD, a person we didn't even speak about during the lineup announcements. His
Too many
Orianna,
good players.
BDD is so good. His Orianna sitting at 39 KDA in 3 games, only died just a handful of times. He's becoming a headache. He was in the OGN full intro, as you can see. He has been anointed a star since before his debut, before he turned 17. Finally starting to show himself as we jump onto Galio, who he's on an 11-game winning streak, Atlas, and that's not just Kuro and the Afrika Freaks picking it up. It's not Faker picking up. There's Jin Air thrown in there, ROX Tigers. There's even a BBQ game in there, which lets you know that Galio needs to be banned or first picked because right now he is alone the tonic for success.
Yeah, Galio was the first champion that players were experimenting with leaving open. Of course, coaching staff saying, we can leave the Galio, we can get something else. Then it was Zach that we saw a couple of days ago, and Zach was also another busted champion, and both of these guys should most definitely be sitting on the bench.
And this, of course, starts with match 16, and it lets you know that, obviously, at the start of the season, people weren't sure. If you look at MSI, Galio was seen as a top laner. We've seen it as support. It's cemented as a mid lane pick, and mid lane Galio has been broken in the LCK as we return to that man BDD, #1 in KDA, and #1 by a lot. Over second place. His DPM is up there. His Orianna, it's there, and the Assassins. We know the Zed will come out. He played some Farmer Zed earlier this season. His LeBlanc also.
His Cassidy, fantastic as well.
Champion pool in a good spot. Confidence in a good spot. Having Prey and Gorilla in the bot lane to be the veteran presence is next to BDD is such a counterpoint to his struggles on CJ Entus, where even the veterans weren't playing to the right standard. BDD, so long a solo queue player, so long a YouTube highlight reel, is becoming a fully realized top mid laner in the world. He's not there yet, but it's coming soon. There's quite a vote here. I'm actually not 100% sure what this vote is about, but people are loving the Prey, that's for sure.
Most certainly are. Bang coming second to Prey in a vote like that. People must be having a look at his solo queue record, Papa Smithy. They're just like, well, obviously Prey is the man to watch, but you mentioned that BDD is a highlight reel. He's on the same team as Khan as well, and he's got Prey right there, the most consistent AD carry that we've had in a long, long time.
And if you say that all to me in a sentence, I'm like, well, Longzhu are a team to watch, and I think they are, even for the casual fan. There's a lot to like about Longzhu Gaming in summer, but if you came in at week 3 of spring season, you would have said the same thing when they were looking good there too, Atlas. So we always reserve our judgment for when the playoffs are coming for Longzhu Gaming.
I will not get excited about Longzhu.
That's how the sentence goes. I'm pretty sure you nailed it.
Yeah,
There's never been a quote like that before.
Yeah, never been a quote like that at all. Never involved expletives and certainly didn't have KT in it. As Fiora is going to be the first ban here on the side of MVP, Khan not going to get that champion, which I'm frustrated about. But Syndra, understandably going to be banned, but there's no blobs and no gargoyles to be taken away just yet.
So when there's 2 games only being picked up by MVP, target bans against them can be difficult. You can, of course, go historical. We know that Ian is an excellent Syndra player, but past that, this season, Ian, his only 2 wins are on Karma, which is a flex pick, so I wouldn't mind that being a ban on the red side. Now, there are many must-ban junglers that make those directed bans difficult, as I can see you doing your math in your head and realize that now Galio and or Zach could be left open.
It's like, how much does Gorilla want his Zyra, Papa Smithy? How much does he want it?
But the moment that you actually ban Syndra on red, you can be forced to leave up one of Galio and Zach. That's just the reality, because Elise is a must-ban as well.
Yep.
Now you have the headaches, and it will be Galio or Zach available. Longzhu might just want to leave them both up and choose one.
Yeah, and MVP didn't have an idea for their first pick, so they just want to go for one of those super-powered options. Longzhu, I think, intelligently should be banning away something that isn't either of them, and they take away the Graves, which makes a heck of a lot of sense.
And every team will be different in which they prioritize. I'm of the opinion that Zach is the strongest, but you can't argue with the results from Galio, and Galio's very, very reliable as well. So we will see Galio first picked, unlike a Freak of Freaks that left open Zach because Spirit wasn't liking it. Cuz has already played Zach once this season, was the first to play Zach, so certainly we'll get the Zach on the side of Longzhu.
And also looked very, very good while he did it as well. Carried through, I believe, 3 losing lanes on his back in the early game. Fiora, Kassadin, and Twitch.
I think it might have been Xayah, but it was still a losing lane for Xayah.
Ah, yes. Oh, no, it was Twitch.
It was Twitch? Okay. Mistaken there, but as you say,
we've seen the same composition, but with a Xayah as well.
I don't know if we're going to throw in the Kassadins of the world and Fiora is banned, so perhaps it'll be a more balanced comp on the side of Longzhu Gaming.
Ooh, and Prey thinking about heading over towards the Caitlyn that we've seen surge super high in priority, especially with that double procking Zeal item build.
And I want to return to a different statistic.
Let's go.
2 days ago, when we cast together, 6 wins on blue side. Every game, won 3 games, blue side won every game. This is another one of the reasons why blue side is becoming strong, because once you have at least one champion that needs to be feared, suddenly, with where the jungle is at and how strong Galio is, you run out of bans to not either opt into a trade where blue side gets their preference of, say, Galio and Zach or Elise and Zach. So blue side is right now being able to get access to picks with where the balance is on 7-11 that gives them first impetus. And at this level, a team that gets their highest preference should be able to win more often than not.
Yeah, and also they get to experiment a lot more as well, because with the second round of picks on the side of Longzhu, you're almost forced to pick these two champions or whatever's left open that's strong. And now MVP, they've got pick of the litter as far as the best of the rest.
And also, Fiora, Thresh, and Orianna are all target bans.
Yeah.
Thresh, you could argue, is up and down, especially with Tahm Kench being priority this week. But you're right. It is, again, somehow the Rengar, LeBlanc, Camille situation that we had at the start of spring. But let's digress and go back to the draft. Maha finally getting onto the Varus that he played a lot in spring, hasn't gotten a lot of. On the side of Longzhu, they will be going for Khan on the Rumble. First Rumble game was actually very good. We saw it from him just, last time out, so gets to return to that. And I think that will be a Jungle Gragas from BM.
And it will also be a very quick Z ban coming out of MVP, I could imagine, because BDD probably pretty happy to play any of these AD-type champions in the mid lane, given the fact that Zach does a far too much damage for a tank in the Magic variety, and so does Rumble. So.
Now we can provide some coverage for the Rumble draft with bans here in the second round. Kennen will be the first of those. Will we see a Jarvan ban, just to stop it being the bouncy castle with Gragas, Jarvan, and Galio? It's not quite the trio we had to deal with the other day, Atlas, the Zac, Galio, and Jarvan, but it's pretty close.
I feel like that Taliyah ban is almost a throwaway here by MVP. It would almost be way too much magic damage if that was to be picked up, but there is something fun about kidnapping people over a big wall, so I could see that happening.
I like how it's not actually called Kidnap officially, but we just say because it's certainly a
It's still
kidnap.
called Let's Bounce, so like everyone knows what it's called, so it's fine. So maybe we should call it Let's Kidnap. That doesn't seem
I think
very
at some point we're getting
either.
to very awkward territory if you're just on the audio-only version of this stream. Kled will be the second coverage ban, so that will leave Jarvan available. Worth noting that Jarvan hasn't been a successful pick the side of AD, 0-3 on the season, but it certainly fits the situation. And Atlas, they counted the amount of magic damage on the side of Longzhu
they did
as well.
eventually. They got there.
And they banned away the Zed.
So now we're just hoping and praying for
Lucian.
the BDD talent.
Or Lucian.
Or Lucian. Or even Jace fits this composition quite
Agreed.
nicely.
Jace would not be bad, but
ADD could pick it for the top lane, get some denial in there, but Gorilla thinking about going for the Braum Caitlyn, which is a large amount of power there towards the bottom side of the map, especially when you can pick it away and not have it be the pseudo counter to the Zac that we saw players like Marta utilizing.
I think even more importantly, great answer to the explosive cask as well.
Yeah.
So that was one of the big engage tools that MVP have already selected. So nice spot for Braum, has been rising in popularity. Melee supports are back. We've
Yeah,
seen
it's the way. Where's the Leona's, Papa Smithy? That's all we need.
they're coming. You know, Marta will play the Leon at least once this season as MVP decide they're going to be playing Jace. Going to be a top lane Jace into Rumble, almost certainly. Trying to find a laning pick that, in this case, is not the Jarvan I was suspecting. So AD wants to get away from that and just try to accelerate a shock blast the Rumble out of lane.
I think that's good for adding some extra damage as well as denying it from BDD. There are a lot of things that MVP's composition has done well now, and the Tahm Kench, which has been a large priority, is going to be picked away as there's the Lucian.
I'm feeling it.
Oh, Papa Smithy. This is what we're looking for. This is what we wanted.
We got Faker on the Lucian. Must be time for BDD on Lucian. Physical damage mid laner, highly prioritized. Zed gone. Jace gone. Waiting for the last few seconds to confirm it, and we will have BDD jumping onto the Lucian. First ever competitive game for BDD on Lucian. His mechanics are right up there with the best. It's going to be a treat.
Yeah, he's going to be skating around the rift, especially after a few levels. Papa Smithy, I'm really excited to see whether he can do it. But Ian, I mean, Jace still has a lot of lane pressure. Maybe not so much against Lucian that left to his own devices can really run over the top of you. But MVP's composition looks strong. Longzhu once again have the Zac. Some coveted picks over their side, but with Tahm Kench as well as Galio, Gragas in a great spot in the jungle there as well. There are a lot of things to get excited about for both of these compositions.
And the cool thing about the drafts is it feels like for once we do have an independent variable. We do have a scientific experiment. I don't feel like there's a huge drafting advantage on either side, so it does really feel like the power level of Galio versus the power level of Zac can be tested more empirically than we've been able to before.
And it doesn't have sort of the Thresh there to try and cancel out the Zac as well. This is not a Zac that is hindered in any way by almost any of these picks, really. Not in a massive way anyway, so we'll see who's going to be able to get ahead. Beyond versus Cuz. Beyond will have some tools to at least deal with Zac trying to get around. Belly Bop will certainly help if he's trying to cancel any of those elastic slingshots, but Prey versus Maha, we've got a lot of range in this Caitlyn lane, and with Braum there to support only against that of a Tahm Kench, Caitlyn should theoretically run away with this, especially given the power of Praise Caitlyn and Praise 80 carry just in general. So let's do it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hop on the Rift for game 1.
Sonic echo, there leaves no room for doubt. All the shots, bring it back to what it's now.
Longzhu fans out in force as we head to Summoner's Rift here for game number 1. MVP will be taking the coveted blue side, but we'll see whether it's enough to get over the top of Longzhu Gaming that are feeling in form after a 2-0 over a struggling Rox, admittedly. But any win's a win, Papa Smithy.
I'm just going for a late invade beyond Reed's situation. Has to skill body slam first. Not ideal for his clear, but not going to be a disaster either.
With Winds of War being able to be thrown down in that Raptor Pit, he should be able to get level 2 relatively quickly, but could be a problem if any invades are going to happen.
Ian and ADD Cheerfuls. That is an amazing
that is
gorilla.
So good.
Holy crap, that was awesome.
So awesome. Is that commissionable?
Might be.
We're going to need to head into that audience.
The Rox Tigers had some great Cheerfuls. That might actually be the same person who did the Cheerfuls last year.
I'm sorry, man. I'm distracted. I'm just looking for him in the audience.
I mean, we could ask Gorilla about it. I'm sure he will either receive it and or know who it was.
That's probably a good point. Well, I don't have an email address set up for merch just yet, but if we can sort that out on a T-shirt, I would definitely wear it.
Well, good news. We're not on patch 7.12 yet. It's a 5 Doran Shields Atlas. You know, we might have some time and some latitude to talk about silly things today, so
I already talked about silly things because I was talking about Lucian versus Jace, which is completely wrong.
Oh, I knew it was Lucian versus Scalia. That was a
yes,
big
no,
by you.
I theoretically knew. So already the silly things are popping out left, right, and
I
center.
feel like we should start our Doran Shield counter.
Oh, here we are.
It's at 5. 5 for the day. Note that down. Come on, you got a pen. Write it down.
5 feels pretty standard. 5 of the D shield.
I want to see 7. 7's the number that we haven't achieved yet.
7
Yeah.
in one game, of course, is what you're talking about.
So Graga started on his Raptors and then jumps over. Sorry, Zach started on Raptors and then jumped over looking for the steal onto Beyond's blue buff. It's going to be a smite battle.
Wow, and he's just going to take it away.
Feels like he could have combined his W auto attack and smite better there, Beyond, but Invader's advantage was surprised and flustered and goes over to side cuz.
Ian?
Hey, what are you saying? Got all of them.
Yeah, but he threw a skill out for no reason in the wrong direction, Papa Smithy.
He knew that if it just clipped with the Winds of War, he'd be able to auto attack them.
Ah, beautiful. Okay.
It's next level.
That is next level. That was probably exactly what I was trying to do as well, and I'm just a fool.
Well, we knew that before we started.
Hey, easy. Don't want to start too early, Papa Smithy.
Sometimes the lane pressure. We expect there to be an advantage in the bot lane for Longzhu. In the mid lane, especially early, the ranged auto attacker will have the advantage. And Jace usually has the run of the lane against Rumble, but we'll get pushed in very early. Again, the Rumble changes haven't come through, so all the matches where he used to have a pushing advantage early, he still does.
Beyond was discovered on this red buff. Cuz not going to head over and try and deny that one as well, but it will be a 3-buff start here for the Zach. Already off to a fantastic start.
And that means he's going to get to that level 6 first. Probably Atlas. He has the comfortable jungling path. In terms of lanes to gank, bot lane is the only one who really is set up to gank. It's worth noting, given that Lucian and Rumble only provide damage at this point in the game.
Yeah.
Looking to combo with Gorilla, even pre-6.
And, you know, if the Winter's Bite does land as well, that's high success chance, theoretically. Depending on whether they're going to land it on Max or Maha.
Probably Max. Max is probably the one you want to take down.
Definitely the one you want to. Beggars can be choosers, Papa Smithy.
Kane?
Not all the time. Kane.
You actually pivoted pretty well to Kane there.
Yeah.
You weren't going to get to Canard.
Isn't that the that's the cliche though, isn't it? I mean, I know it's beggars.
It's more Canna. You know, like the C-A-N-N-A sound. There's no Y-ish sound at the end.
Can be choosers. I think I'm just saying the thing in like the wrong country.
You are. The accent is failing.
Yeah, always is. Beyond, he's going to get aggressed on once again by Cuz and actually just thrown around.
Oh, Cuz
steals
got it.
away another one. His smite fingers on point. This is how you get to rank 2, Papa Smithy.
I mean, Beyond was unlucky there. Because he was level 3, his smite would have been perfect if he was level 4, but because he was taken down and lost a camp earlier, was only level 3 and thus lost the smite war, so he'll be frustrated about that one. We'll get 4 from the Scuttle Crab, though.
It's good heads-up play by Cuz to know that he will have that camp advantage. Just go aggressive when he likes to. That is 2 camps already stolen here at 5 minutes in. It's equated to a 500 gold lead for Longzhu.
11.5 though as well, as I was slightly off. He's 1 experience away Beyond from getting to level 4. So big level advantage.
Oh, ADD, he's in trouble. Khan, once again, the prowess of this Rumble pick. You think of him more as these sort of duelist melee types, but Rumble's looking very strong.
I mean, we're still learning what to think about Khan, because had that amazing debut and you're like, was it a flash in the pan? But as he plays more and more champions that are of differing styles, like you note, he can play the Rumble. Is he the best Rumble in the league? We don't have that information yet, probably not. But
got a hell of a lot of them, Papa Smithy.
That's true. We do have some of the best Rumbles in the world here. But he's playing Rumble and not looking like a poor Rumble. He's looking like he can fit the Rumble. He can definitely fit the Jarvans. His Fiora, we already know, is mind-blowing.
Yeah.
Number 1 in the Penta for the 1v2 kill in the SKT Red Side jungle. So every new champion it adds, he gets more and more feared. More fearsome to watch as well.
And also his Renekton escape play, bottom side of the map
as
well against SKT. Same series, different games, still the big plays out of Khan. Doesn't matter whether they win or lose, it seems that Khan's always able to give us something to put in a highlight reel.
And seems like his health issues are no longer a consideration. They lost that series to Jin Air, where he had to sub out in Game 2 after winning Game 1. So, assuming we don't see any more sub-outs, we want to see plenty more Khan this season.
Hopefully. Kuz was actually spotted on that ward. Ian intelligently playing back. And Kuz once again hunting for this fat guy in the jungle. He's like the fat kid getting bullied in high school, man. That's not good.
Are you saying there needs to be Fat Camp Zac skin?
Oh. Oh, no. Maybe Fat Camp Gragas. Biggest Loser Gragas? Would you buy that one? I'd buy that one. And Kuz with like, oh, it's like a Biggest Loser skin.
A lot of damage to be honest
my
early, and
goodness.
pulls him in.
Yeah, it does have the ultimate there as well. Grand Entrance is coming in. Sorry, heroic entrance. Too many Rakans in the league at the moment.
That was actually a sick interaction, Atlas. What happened there is he had a controller down, as I guess we have to watch BDD not quite be able to kill Ian. Didn't have the mana bar for it, but the interaction there was he had a control ward down, was camping it. As Beyond walked in, he put down a sight ward, and the reason why his Q was able to proc is that he queued onto the Gragas and then auto-attacked the sight ward that he had the ability to clear to actually get the proc from the Q. So that was
adorable.
So I was like, what is he actually getting the second proc on? And that was the ward. Cool to see.
ADD getting burnt down. The auto attack's really going to start hurting here, but remember, the burst damage out of a Jace has to be respected. Khan will have to go back.
As a lot of regen also went straight into the Vampiric Scepter first, so can stay in lane a lot more comfortably than Khan can.
Well, Khan going to be able to teleport back in. Has a blasting wand as well as that Ninja Tabi, so it's a very happy Rumble.
The pushing build wants to get the blasting wand on the way to Leandris, which you will buy regardless of what comp you're against, but Galio's certainly one you can prey upon. Going to be difficult for Galio to straddle the line between Magic Resist and Armor this game. Armor going to be the first purchases because he's dealing with Lucian mid lane.
Yeah, but also has to do with the Zac too, as Khan, he can clear out minion waves, head down there with an equalizer, so both of them just going to be relying on that passive shield. Here's Ian for surviving through the magic damage, and otherwise just dealing with BDD.
That's why it's always Elise or Zac plus one more to actually force the itemization out of a mid lane tank, because otherwise, if you go say Tilia as the only magic damage, then the strategy of kill Tilia MBK is a possibility, but here, because it's Zac and Rumble, we'll have to go further into that magic resist.
Yeah, always have to respect it as ADD pops down, clears out some control wards. Gorilla, he's looking to go home, grab the first back out of these supports, and Prey is having no trouble dominating this lane at the moment, given the fact that he has that huge range advantage. Maha and Max just trying to get through as best as possible. BDD grabs a blue buff for himself. Cooldown reduction, always so good for Lucian, especially the mana regen as well. You can run through that as much as you want.
Sitting on a casual 2,700 gold as Varus, even more for the side of Prey. Going to be very big first purchases.
Yeah, Prey actually deciding to hold on. I wonder what he wants to grab for himself. Maybe the Zeal BF sword for the ultra buy, but he could probably already afford that.
Could also be just a Shiv first or something like that. But the BF sword as a first purchase is usually pretty common, so a lot of different options for Prey. Rushing the Berserker Greaves also a possibility.
Oh, Maha's looking for the Essence Reaver build. We saw this recently. I believe it was Def that pulled that one out earlier on in the week.
Looking for some CC reliably to combo with the Hero's Entrance.
Yeah.
It's more a utility-focused build. Does mean the damage will be a bit lower, but he has Jace top lane to pick up some of the slack.
Also means that he'll be able to spam out more Qs. The extra cooldown reduction is good, and the mana regen that you get from critting those minions, it's going to help him stay topped up, so I like it. Prey going for the turret build, I like to call it, where you build some AD, some attack speed, try and avoid crit, and just kill structures forever.
Worryingly, for the side of MVP, Longzhu's going for the get the Drake and win in CS in all lanes build.
Ah, that build.
The classic.
Yeah, it's not a bad one. I mean, generally that's a winning strategy. Hard one to pull off every time, though.
And also with no jungle attention in top lane, Jace not having a CS advantage, or at least forcing the Rumble out of lane is a problem. It seems like Gorilla's having a mouse issue from what we can see.
Okay, as long as it wasn't beyond getting frustrated about not being able to get the last...
Yep, Gorilla and keyboard mouse issue is what we've been told.
The Wombo combo.
That's a big problem.
That's both of your peripherals. You can't play anything without that.
Mata showed that you can game with just one hand, but you need both peripherals.
Yeah, you need to be able to pick Jace support as well, do stuff like that. I think every time Mata is mentioned, I mention that I gotta let us move on. Anyway, hopefully we'll get this sorted out as soon as possible. But yeah, I actually thought it might have been Beyond, because that was a big Raptor with 1 health that he just had to walk away from. So I probably would have been so triggered I wanted to pause.
Unfortunately,
another camp stolen by Cuz.
In LCK, if you pause for a silly reason, we'll call it, then you do actually get a penalty in future matches. So
yeah.
Getting information that there might be a bit of an extended delay on this particular one, so gonna have to sit tight. Could be a long day, as we already know, Atlas, with our matchups. So
yeah,
time for us to get a bit silly, I think.
I think it's time to get silly. I think it's also time to just focus on having a good time as well, Pop Smithy.
I'm excited for tomorrow, Atlas, and that's because
you're going to Japan.
I'm going to Japan for the first time. I've never been, and everyone's like, "But you're living in Korea. Japan's so close. Why don't you just go there all the time?"
I know. Why aren't you just rowing there?
Well, it turns out I have
in a boat.
A whole lot of esports I need to cast, and when you actually try to make. This is something that I think you've already started learning, is that with our calendars as they are, when you start planning for like future months, you think you're clear, and then esports just shows up out of nowhere. Like,
yeah,
we're
and
adding
then
a tournament
esports
here.
Happens a lot.
And it's not just like Worlds is in October. It's like, well, this other thing you need to cast. We need you for that. And you're like, but I was going to go do the thing. And so we're just going to go for the 36-hour Tokyo experience tomorrow.
Oh, my goodness.
Sadly, Atlas won't be joining us this time.
I couldn't go this time, but hopefully next time. You guys are doing the scouting mission, the recon, and just like you did when you came to LCK, did the recon, and then I came afterwards.
And as you can imagine, both of us, come from playing Pokemon, playing all the Japanese games growing up. So like,
I want to go to an arcade, man, play Street Fighter.
And that's what I'm asking. It's like, what are some of the things you want to do that you can live vicariously through me doing? Because again, going to the arcade,
definitely go to an arcade. Yeah, that has to happen. The thing that I want is just to walk around Japan and be confused by how different everything is.
I mean, you live in Korea. It will be different in Japan, but I'm sure you've had the live in Asia,
but
life is confusing
I'm
already.
on that trip at the moment, like I'm still excited about being confused by everything and how everything's different.
That's on your bucket list, go to every Asian country and be confused?
Yes, absolutely. I've already done China. I have done loads of different countries, so yeah. Excited to continue that one through.
Have you had any thoughts on what can kind of be my takeaway thing I buy in Japan to symbolize the trip? My trinket or my very cultural item that I need to display and be like, look at me, I'm cultured.
I want you to go to the actual Japan Pokemon Center.
Okay.
And get a actual full-on legit like Pokemon plushie.
Couldn't
or
I
like,
get that
or
plushie off-
downloadable Pokemon from like you go up to the store and I think they can give you like special Pokemon from there.
So I don't know if I'm too old for this, and you won't know this reference, but did you ever get Mew from the?
Yes.
Okay, so
Oh my God! Okay, I got a story. In primary school,
Uh-huh.
one of my close friends got a Mew. He was the first one in primary school to get one, the first one in the whole school,
Uh-huh.
and he taught it every HM.
Really, all of them.
All of them.
That's a lot.
And do you remember HMs could not be removed in any way
so he
in
just had-
Pokemon Red?
he just
So
had
he
a-
had a Mew with Cut and Flash and Surf and like the other one that was garbage. And I was like, you have actually the worst Pokemon
that sounds
ever.
like a really bad Mew.
It is such a bad... It wasn't even a good mule because he didn't have like strength, which was actually a relatively legitimate.
To let the viewers know, if you weren't around the Pokemon Red and Blue days when it was released, in the late '90s, you actually had to take your Game Boy cart to a shopping mall or wherever there was a Nintendo exhibition, and they actually downloaded it onto your cart. So this was way before internet and DLC and things like that.
And in Australia as well, this was like once every 2 years.
The reason why I brought it up is I'm wondering if I took a Pokemon Red cart to Japan, would someone there be able to download Mew for me?
Probably. I would say probably, yeah.
Just go find Shigeru Miyamoto.
Yeah.
He's at E3,
He
unfortunately.
lives there.
Well, he's probably still in America.
That's true. That's true.
We're getting a bit of an update. Seems like, unfortunately, the peripherals are still causing an issue, so may
Some
have to be a switch out.
identification problems. The computer got a bad case of amnesia. For reference, that was a Futurama quote. Definitely go and watch that.
Well, it's time for League of Talk still, turns out.
Talk of Legends. That's what we're doing. And we've already got triggered about Pokemon abilities, so I'm frustrated. I'm absolutely fine with Prey not being able to use his keyboard and mouse, but if we talk about this for any longer, I'm going to be upset.
Well, we could talk about food in Japan.
Hey,
that's of course
true.
the other big thing.
Oh, man, yeah.
What would be your first stock? Sushi, ramen, all those
I'd need
things?
ramen. I think it'd have to be ramen first for me, like the actual authentic experience.
But what is authentic ramen? Are we talking shoyu? Are we talking tonkatsu?
Tonkatsu.
Oh, yeah.
Always. I'm a porky man, as you can see with my beautiful vest.
I have to awkwardly say nothing about that. I hear you like to enjoy pork ramen.
I do. Well, I've experienced it with you, Papa Smith.
Oh, have you now?
Yeah, you went and took me to a pretty good ramen place just
We
around the
had a
corner.
nice time.
We did.
But now I get to go to Japan and theoretically get to the source.
Yeah.
So that's going to be nice
All
and
right.
fun. It sounds like a lot of our issues are starting to finally be resolved. So everyone here who's getting just as tilted as when we talk about free BBQ chicken is now also investigating their Yelp profile and how they can find some ramen stat.
Yeah. Well, look, you can certainly do that, but the peripherals are repaired. The computer has worked out who they are and who it is, thank goodness. The amnesia has passed.
The computer's sentient?
Oh, yeah.
That's
all
not-
computers are
that's
sentient.
not good.
I talk to my computer all the time.
I've watched a biography on this. It was called Terminator 3. So
I thought you were going to talk about AI.
No, it was
Or
Terminator 3.
Automata. That was a good one.
There was a German in it.
What?
I think he was going to be back soon. I don't know.
Austrian, maybe?
German, Austrian. I did flub that one up. Sorry,
Yeah.
Arnie.
Because he's a massive esports
He
fan.
is.
And he's got really large arms and could probably break us. So let's choose who we insult. It's like insulting The Rock. Not only is he a
Why would
lovely
you
man,
insult The
but
Rock?
he would break you in half.
I heard Baywatch wasn't very good.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
He was in a
Papa,
Baywatch
you've
movie if
done
you
it.
didn't know.
I know. But you've done it. You've done the insult. That's part of his work. That's his portfolio that you're putting holes in.
Maybe it won't be a accentuated part of his portfolio, though. Maybe he'll downplay that part.
Maybe it's just we're just gonna stick to The Mummy. Is that what we're doing?
That's right. The Mummy was 3? Was it the first one he was
it
in?
might
2?
have been the number 2 where he was
Scorpion
just the
Kings?
Scorpion King.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
For some reason I remember more than one Scorpion King. Then there was the third one which he starred in. That was bad.
That was also
And now
bad.
there's a new one without Brendan Fraser.
Yeah, no Brendan Fraser, but somehow has Tom Cruise and a lady with only 2 eyes but multiple pupils and irises, which is exciting. I've never seen that one experimented with. You see things with multiple eyes and you're like, oh, this is a humanoid with multi-eyes, but you don't see multi-iris all that much.
I've got
You know?
nowhere to take this conversation at all. None.
Well, maybe
There's no segue here.
Yeah, you could talk. Of course, there's no segue here. We're on a shelf. That would be so dangerous.
A shelf?
Well, sort of a shelf. A balcony. Would
Yes,
you call
more-
this
it
like
is
the
a balcony.
LCK caster balcony?
it's the best balcony you can have, because the good thing about LCK is that, you're watching this broadcast. You guys are at home. It's probably very late. You're watching this and feeling a bit smug. You're like, it's the best region. Well, guess what? We're on the LCK balcony. We're far above the fans here, actually. We can look literally down at them. It's great. I'm role-playing right now.
Do this one.
I'm like, yeah, I'm above you. Literally.
Wow. Yeah. Well, that's true. I mean, it's not true that you're above them, but it's true that we can theoretically do that, and hopefully that makes us feel better.
That's what it's all about. This has been a long pause.
This has been a really long pause, because apparently the problems had been fixed, but no longer the case, ladies and gentlemen. So we're still getting into it. I can see the MVP guys just down here.
How are they looking?
To my right. They're looking bored. They want to get back into the game, Papa Smithy.
When
I think they're feeling like us.
They might look a bit sad as well. I mean, there is the
Somewhat
whole
bemused. I believe bemused might be a good word.
I think bemused is a little bit too. That's kind of like a 4.5 out of 10 on the happiness. I think they're more at a 3.
Oh shit.
Forlorn.
Yeah, forlorn.
Yes.
Okay. Downtrodden.
Oh, they do look downtrodden.
It's a little bit
They
downtrodden.
totally look downtrodden.
This is really cool. We're just thesaurusing. That's what we're doing now. To use one of my favorite verbs. If you look up thesaurusing.
Verb's just your favorite thing. You make everything a verb.
I don't really like to bother with other ones because I like doing words.
Uh-huh.
We want to be doing stuff. You don't want to be naming stuff. That's kind of boring.
That's fair.
So you want to be doing things and like describing things? No, I'm not about that.
No.
I'm not an adjective.
It's just what
man
they're
at
doing,
all.
not what they
Yeah.
look like.
Yeah. Or what they're even trying to do.
That's true.
Just what they're
We're
doing.
trying to cast, but we've been denied.
Yeah, theoretically.
So that's why we're podcasting.
Podcast.
That's a verb.
That's a good verb because it's almost not a real verb. But I think now it would be an accepted verb. I said verb about 7 times in
This is
the
a big
last
shout
sentence.
out to that one guy who told me that he listens to LCK purely as an audio podcast between
wow.
on his work journeys, I believe. That was kind of the way that he consumed this. Shout out to you. You're great. Hope your trip goes well.
So right now we should actually just talk about the fact that we could start a podcast and we could do some
We should start,
theorizing
but what would be the
as
name
to
of it?
Papatlas?
That's part of the name.
Or Papatcast?
We're close.
Papatcast is pretty good.
It sounds like a Postman Pat podcast.
I know, which is so much
Are we going to
better.
start a Postman Pat podcast?
Oh, I really hope so. We are going to be resuming very soon, just as an update, ladies and gentlemen. But
What are we going to talk about on our Postman Pat podcast?
his black and white cat, obviously.
What else? How he's a
Him
very happy
snoring,
man.
and he's a very happy man. I don't know. I only remember the song, really. But we're back into the game, ladies and gentlemen. No more talking about weird stuff. Although I did really want to try and at least playtest the old podcast idea. But Patcast sounds like a pretty good option.
Apparently there was 11 minutes of game time. It feels like a long time ago.
I think we almost had more pause time than game time.
I think we almost certainly did. We don't actually have a timer in front of us, but... Wait, we do actually have a timer in front of us. Yeah, it was about 15 to 20 minutes.
I like it.
It's 5:31. I imagine we got into game around 5:05 or so.
Yep. So definitely our podcast was almost at full podcast length. What's the average of a length of a podcast?
I mean, there was that famous 1 hour plus podcast. There were socks shown.
Yeah, there are often 1 hour plus podcasts. Normally they seem to go for a very long time.
But we've lost our piggyback days, so the piggyback podcasts are gone.
No.
Now it's all live. Live.
Yep.
In the studio, as Cuz is live in the top lane.
ADD had a glimpse at not being alive for a moment there.
But
as
definitely
the
not a
blob
glimpse of the
approached.
void right now.
No, not right now.
That is actually the name of the trinket you get,
Yeah,
which is good. They kept the glimpse of the void.
thankfully. I was like trying to remember. I'm like, hang on, that's the thing. I saw it. It was purple once in my inventory that I could never buy.
We haven't had the interaction there was in
Oh, that
EU
was cute.
where I think Trick tried to ward jump on Lee Sin but had the Rift Herald buff.
Oh no! Awkward.
You do that once and you never make that mistake again.
No, you don't.
Well, it's just been a farm game, which for the side that has Zac, one of the incredible team fighters, and also Rumble over Jace, you'd say that Longzhu probably have a slight advantage in this farm fest.
Well, they're also sort of organically 1,600 gold ahead with a dragon, and gold leads in every single lane. This is like the epitome of just winning without doing anything.
What does organically mean in that context? I hear
Organically
a lot of
just
classes
means
use-
like on their own without anything super exciting having to happen. It's just they're sitting there laning like you normally would. Very organic League of Legends.
So
you know,
basically,
this
like
is the normal
the
time.
jungler's never been like more than like closer than 700 units to the lane or something.
That's
he's like walked around. He might have like cleared a ward, but that was the max.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
It's just in even matchups, there's no variables really.
And organically, to use a word that you just used, I would think the Jace would be in a better spot than 22 CS down. So that's a pretty big little win there for Khan, especially with all the regen. Oh, yeah, look, sometimes words are silly.
Yeah, I liked it.
Ooh, who got that one?
That was Cuz.
Nice.
The man he's got the number of the old Raptors.
But is he using all his good smites before the Baron becomes an objective?
Oh, God.
You know how the good juju goes. Like,
yep,
you don't want to waste it all on the Raptors early.
Well, ADD is going to punt Khan away. Khan obviously doesn't worry about it too much. He's already got his burning face up there towards the top side. And he's 22 CS in the lead. ADD thankfully getting towards that Blade of the Ruined King, going for that split push build that these top lane Jaces do like, but misses the Empowered Shock Blast.
Yeah, nice juke there from Khan that actually keeps him alive. Okay, action.
Yeah, flash body slam. This is a 1 versus 4. Good flash from
Oh!
Cuz, who survives for such a long time, but in comes Gorilla. They're trying to protect the Bloblets as BDD. The heroic entrance has to be avoided, picks up the kill, grabs first blood onto Beyond. Cuz manages to respawn, Khan turns it all around, and this 4 versus 1 turns into a 5 versus 4 the other way around.
34 minutes into the day, 15 minutes into the game, so much action, it continues. Looking for the turret dive.
Yep, not over yet. Gorilla, he will have to get the heck out of here as the Unbreakable saves him from the damage from the Varus, and the tower can't kill him. Now Ian wants to make a nuisance of himself, as when this game had nothing going on, all of a sudden it's going on everywhere.
Yeah, and AD didn't find a spot to teleport. Longzhu was so smart at team fighting, staying as one, grouping, great target selection as well. BDD runs up to ADD, but draws out a teleport. He'll have to back away. And yes, BDD and ADD are in the same game, ladies and gentlemen. But the thing to take away here is how great Longzhu's in-fight team calling is. So everything is used onto the ZAC. Already we've seen 2 ultimates there. Flash over even denies the being able to just get out with the... I've even lost the name of that right now. Regardless, the fight continues to go on. BDD comes in, is able to focus down. The blast cone was what was denied. Can come back there.
That was it.
They can turn on to Max. Jace chooses not to teleport, and it's an eventual 3 for 0 when they were already winning organically, and a 3,600 gold lead to Longzhu.
Oh yeah, I was just quoted by Papa Smithy. I'm putting that in my gravestone.
You didn't invent organically.
Max
I've heard it
Anderson,
from casters before.
Quoted by Papa Smithy. No, but you're quoting me today.
That's true.
No, I think I got it from Frost.
I've heard her say it many times.
Yeah, she does. She's a big fan of that one. But Khan also saving the life of the Bloblet there as well to get himself into the fight that he needed to be in anyway, and at fantastic position. It's why ganking a ZAC is so frustrating, because that teleport to be used saving the life of the Blobs is very difficult. What?
Well, so what happened was, I believe he had an overshield. The damage didn't go through the shield and thus didn't cancel. I don't think that was the last 0.5 seconds. I think that was actually a shield interaction there.
Yeah, no, that's a thing. Actually, I got confused about this once before, a while ago.
That's what it looked like. We won't get a replay of it, unfortunately. Someone can shout at us if we're wrong, but I think it was a shield situation.
I seem to remember talking about this interaction once before, and that is sort of what happens. If it's a shield, then you don't get cancelled. As in goes Beyond,
and it's
throws
fight
out
time.
The ultimate, gets nothing. It's going to be another Dragon going over to Longzhu. Do they actually want this? There's the kidnap onto Ian, but he's not the target that they want. He's going to fall down. Good quadra knockup from Gorilla, but he's going to die. That's a 2-0 trade for the Dragon.
And this is one where MVP play it smartly. They know Khan can't be there. He doesn't have teleport. And they actually continue with the fight. They're not worried about the kidnap effect onto Max. They continue going in. And sure, Khan will do some wave clearing in mid, but giving up Rift Herald in the trade for all of this would be a pretty heavy penalty. And only really the equalizers here to be able to dissuade them. With culling as well, so line damage needs to stop MVP from this objective.
Well, it is going to come out. Maha takes a fair bit of damage as the culling doesn't really do too much, but they're focusing on Max for the moment. Remember, the Rift Herald doesn't do a heck of a lot of damage, so Longzhu, it's going to be a difficult one to actually deny this. That was close by Prey, but he doesn't get it. Beyond is able to take the Rift Herald, wanders away with that one. Glimpse of the Void now in his trinket slot.
While they didn't have as impressive a team fight and display as Longzhu, with similar resources, MVP get more objectives, specifically being able to also pick up the Rift Herald. We'll see how they're able to use it. Is on to Beyond with that pickup. Taking the mid or bot lane turret would accelerate the pace of the game, and maybe the bot lane to stop the Drake stacking is going to be not necessarily of equal value, as they already have top lane turret, and taking mid would increase Baron priority for MVP.
Yeah,
Prey pushing up.
Yeah, taking a bit of damage there from Maha, who should be able to protect this turret at least for the time being. Beyond going to be just tugged back there by Cuz, who looked like he was desperate for a friend.
I mean, Cuz does look like, to be clear though, someone who knows the limits of the ZAC.
Oh, yeah.
Understands the Q interactions better than some of the junglers we've seen. Still waiting for the massive kidnap, but there's some team fights in the future where we'll see that. Longzhu just rotate their top lane, their bot lane to the top lane, take an objective, but no Rift Herald to fall back on because of their earlier misfire around the bot side of the map.
Well, it's just Caitlyn doing Caitlyn things on that top side. BDD continuing to be able to shove this one through relatively easily.
Return of the Blade the Ruin King build onto Jace. People play around with this. Great for the split push, but also great for just turning on to Cuz at 2 items, which would be Black Cleaver and the Blade the Ruin King, and just trying to assist in taking down the super tank that is the ZAC.
Well, BDD should be able to find ADD here. This is why he's the upgraded version as the culling comes down. That is going to be BDD grabbing it in the end. Not investing too much there apart from Gorilla's exhaust in order to lock that one down. So nicely done from Longzhu.
They had Rift Herald here, MVP. They could have made a play as they saw 3 people enter the bot lane with the Rift Herald, but they choose to hold on and wait for the respawns to MVP. MVP's big problem in that series against SKT, especially in game 1 where they got a big lead, was translating a good early game into a stronger mid game. They really fell away. They didn't apply a lot of pressure. There were a lot of situations like this where they would lose resources when they were ahead. This time they're behind, so it's a little bit different, but they do have a trump card. They do have the Rift Herald that can force the positioning of a team, even if they're behind in gold. Waiting to see where they actually invest this Rift Herald as the buff does start to time out.
Yeah, and it seems like they're good at doing that first thing that can get them an opportunity to then capitalize. It's the capitalizing that they never seem to manage.
That's why in spring, you know, they could play pick comps super well. They understood get a pick,
always.
get an objective, get a pick, get an objective. When they tried other types of comp, it often left them wanting. Now, pick comps were very much in meta, and pick top laners especially. Now you have fighters in the top lane. Pick comps are a little bit less reliable with just the champion pools that are meta right now. So they've been forced to find other strategies like putting ADD on Jace, a carry from the top lane. And sure, there's still pick elements, but the Sion, Elise, Jace, Ashe comps that were meta in spring season, not as meta in summer.
Well, now we've got a Rift Herald heading up the mid lane, so hopefully MVP can at least try and get a slam. Won't take this turret down, but we'll do a chunk of damage.
Kind of a pretty poor use of the Rift Herald, though, if you think about it. Only gets the initial burst and no more. There wasn't anyone assisting it. They didn't put down advanced vision. It feels bad to pile on a team that are 0-8, but macro is not something they do well, and this is a macro play right here from Longzhu.
I would say so. They're already doing a heck of a lot of damage to it. Half health on the Baron right now as Ian's going to come in. Beyond is nowhere to be seen. That's just going to be smited away. Now Longzhu have a man advantage heading over. Lost a lot of health as Ian, huge taunt, but BDD gets out of the way. The culling on Maha gets him completely out of the fight, and he's explosive cast away. That is not the direction that I wanted to go, as Ian has the heal from Maha, but it's Longzhu that have control of this fight. Oh my goodness, just the juggling of all of the aggro, maneuvering out of CC from Longzhu's players just shows the mechanical prowess of almost everyone on this team.
Yeah, BDD and Prey both kiting around the back. Even though they were lower health from tanking the Baron, they weren't able to focus on any member was MVP. And now, MVP forced to respawn. A lot of free damage onto the inner turret as well.
Yeah.
Looks like they're probably going to get it. Yeah, here it is.
All too easy with double 80 carry. These towers fall extraordinarily fast.
And I feel like there should never be a scenario where a team puts down Rift Herald and then 30 seconds later, no turret goes down for Longzhu and they just take Baron. There just wasn't enough pressure because it was just a Rift Herald. It wasn't aggressive wards plus a Rift Herald or a turret dive plus a Rift Herald. Really big taunt comes in from Ian. You think, okay, this might be the fight, but the Equalizer disengages 3 people who all have to go back by space for both of the AD carries. The only pick of the fight is onto the Gragas. A Longzhu winner in both ways. They inch in front of the team fight, they take the Baron, they take 2 turrets, and now the game isn't close. Now it's over 8,000 gold to Longzhu, and MVP had a pressure tool, misused it, and Longzhu got everything in response.
Yeah, had a pressure tool, used it, like used the Rift Herald, then went back to base. Instead of utilizing the time that Longzhu had to spend 3-manning that one big bug. It's going to be the Ocean Drake, Mountain Drake, and Cloud Drake combination for Longzhu. Feels bad, man. Not going to be getting any of these Infernal Drakes, but I don't know whether this game will last an extra 6 minutes, irrespective of that. Prey has himself his QSS, so no more of those big taunts going to be a problem. We've got item spikes aplenty on the side of Longzhu. Even the Black Cleaver Zeal combo done for BDD. It's going to be tearing through even Ian. The extra percentage armor removed. Only 24 now, but still feeling very good about it.
And a turret going to fall as well. BDD super aggressive on this Lucian. To remind people, we're on 7-11, so the interaction that's fixed on 7-12 has not come in here, where Lucian, with his auto attacks and the Blade the Ruin King Black Cleaver, Blade the Ruin King counts as a separate physical damage, and thus one auto attack, and even one of the on-hit procs applies 2 stacks of Black Cleaver because it's the auto attack and the Blade the Ruin King damage part of the auto attack. So you shred instantly as the mid lane Lucian with this build.
Does that mean that you get instantly 4 stacks from one Light Slinger?
You basically get full stacks from a auto Q, yes.
Yeah. Wow, that's crazy.
With the on-hit, that's one of the reasons why it's so strong. Still going to be strong after that little interaction has changed, but you just stack up the shreds so instantly.
Yep.
That it's even better right now.
Stacking damage has never been a problem as far as using multiple buttons is concerned on the side of Lucian. But
Chains of
beyond,
Corruption misses.
he takes a lot of damage, but it's a good knockback. Equalizer comes in, decent positioning just to make sure that Prey and BDD are safe. The inhibitor goes down. Heroic Entrance does get a decent amount of CC in there. And the damage, the AoE's working out for MVP, but the kidnap, it's launched into an Ian. Just gets killed. It's like he was sucked up into the sky and never came back down.
And it was Ian, the super tank in the front line with Frozen Heart that they still, as 5 members, finally could take down. But that was just a bonus. It was all about picking up the inhibitor, which they do very cleanly. They can back away, buy some items, and MVP. There's just no way for them to turn around. They don't have enough damage. Utility Varus and the Jace not able to focus anyone down, and Cuz stays alive, uses the Let's Bounce a lot later, but allows him to get out and not even go into his Bloblets.
And this game is just looking so textbook on the side of Longzhu. Now a 10,000 gold lead. Looks like they haven't been stressed out about it at all so far.
And that's kind of the biggest worry, is that Longzhu made a good assertive Baron call. We've seen other teams do that. It was a good one this game. But there was no super pay. There was no outplay. The lanes were farm lanes, and yet you kind of blink for a second, and somewhere between, what, like 18 minutes and 22 minutes, the game exploded and MVP had lost.
Yep. The word organically won the game feels relevant, even though I can't explain exactly why it is. But it still feels like it makes sense. His last remaining inner turret going to be sieged down. Shouldn't be too difficult, with Super Creeps now heading up the mid lane, parading their way forward to try and take down some Nexus turrets.
Teleport up from Khan. Has hit level 16 already, so the Equalizer will be very fearsome. He's going to push out bot lane. Longzhu playing the map very smartly. 4-1 coming in this scenario. Kaz doesn't have to be in vision to bounce over. Does return to vision now.
Yep. The zoning slingshot means that absolutely no one can do anything, and it secures the turret for them. So one of the powers of Zac is that even if he's in vision, you can utilize that in order to take objectives.
And all the minion waves are interacting. Khan has already paraded the bot lane, or I guess you could say guarded and brought up the bot lane to be pushing in. Super minions are pushing in mid, and top lane is where the 4 were parked.
Yep.
Now there's plenty of traps, and things are looking pretty textbook, like you said, for Longzhu.
Academic, another word that Papa Smithy likes to use.
This is clean. Clean League of Legends.
Very clean, and it just doesn't look like MVP really had much of a way in this game. It seems the Zac was a stronger pick than the Galio, but ADD, he's going to get taken down. Khan just didn't want to get booped away.
That was actually sick. He flashed over his own ultimate to corral the Jace into standing on the Equalizer. That was cute from Khan.
Very cute.
That was some advanced techniques. He's definitely been reading the further chapters of this particular academic textbook.
Oh, this is excellent.
He's an AP student.
We're utilizing so many words today.
We were forced to. That was a very long pause.
Very long pause, yeah. Okay, teleport's going to come in. Khan's going to keep this minion alive. No fortification for this turret. This Prey should be able to get some free auto attacks. There's a double knock-up. Nice taunt comes in, but the knock-ups from everything that Longzhu are throwing out are
Here's the
working.
kidnap.
The triple kidnap, and Longzhu's damage is gigantic. They will be able to wipe the floor with MVP. BDD throws a full culling in the face of Maha, and I feel like that is certainly a verb used to describe this game. It was a culling of MVP as Longzhu run right over the top. They're not going to let anyone remain alive. 12 kills to 2. It's a huge gold lead, and no more Nexus for MVP Game 1. Longzhu continue their Game 1 winning streak.
And Longzhu looks super clean in doing it. The sort of game where on the one hand, raise your expectation around Longzhu. Clean team, know how to win, aren't going to be playing to the level of their opponents. They lead the game, and they lead it super smartly, but then you jump to the side of their opponents. Jump to the side of MVP, the 4th place team in spring season, and unfortunately, Atlas, if you took off the nameplates and told me they were Kongdu Monster, I would believe you.
Oh, goodness me. That is not what you want to hear, especially after MVP were our 4th place team here in LCK for
and
spring.
They're still going to Rift Rivals. They earned that right, but unfortunately, they need to find some form, and they need to find it soon. Didn't have a great 5 minutes like versus SKT Game 1. Didn't have a great mid-game because the game was over before the mid-game in this one. To me, their use of the Rift Herald was unfortunately the most MVP thing about this particular game, where they realized they had the buff. It was below 50%, so, well, I hear getting mid lane charge is good. Stick it mid, and hopefully it'll kill it, but no, there wasn't the advance wars. There wasn't a setup. It was just use an objective in the lane they wanted, and you can't just go for those very low-level plays. You need to plan around things. It needs to be the multi-step process, and unfortunately, MVP, they're stuck on process level 1.
Yes, and all of their lanes lost. The classic MVP moment for this game was when they got 2 kills, weren't able to secure a dragon, but then moved over, grabbed a Rift Herald, and you're like, yes, momentum in MVP's favor. We're doing it. We're moving forward. And then they lost a red buff and a Baron.
Yep.
Like, that was the result of them in a winning scenario.
SKT got a Baron in similar circumstances in that Game 1. Something I think MVP need to look on is their Baron defenses. Between 20 minutes and 28 minutes, teams are getting Barons against them a lot, and that's not necessarily because they're rolling over the lanes. There's just gaps in vision from MVP.
And is it wards? Is it vision? I feel like
We don't know.
a lot of things need to be looked at here for MVP, but we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, game number 2, and we'll see whether Longzhu is going to be able to roll over.
lyrebird sing. A sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's now. As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's now.
Well, the intro song feels way too relevant today, Papa Smithy. MVP definitely need to bring it back to what it's not, because what it is right now is certainly not working. However, Khan is still doing tons and tons of damage, and Longzhu looked great, but MVP honestly rolled over and gave them a victory.
It was just too easy. You know, they never had to really deviate from their playbook, did Longzhu Gaming. There was no inventive outplay like Spirit's big kick onto the enemy Ashe that we saw a couple of days ago. They didn't need to be. They didn't need to be a flare point because Longzhu did it by the book, and in 29 minutes and 10, it only felt like there was ever one team in the race. That team was Longzhu, and the winner of your MVP is the man making his debut on Lucian, and he came into the game with a 9.2 KDA, and you add in 10 more points of KDA, you're getting pretty close to being 10 overall for the season.
And in that KDA itself right there, it was completely undefined. BDD still undefined. Where is his ceiling? We talk about Khan's, can't find it. BDD now equal first on those MVP rankings. As MVP thought that they could get a pick, but how do you get a pick on a Zac who turns into blobbies and they get teleported on, Papa Smithy?
You don't, you know, that was the reality there. I just did the quick math. BDD is now at 9.95 KDA for the season so far.
I give him a 10.
That's fair enough. He's been a 10 out of a 10 mid laner, you know. Again, I think it's a good point because there was the swagger, there was the highlight clips, and everyone wanted to see him debut. 2016 season wasn't much to write home about, but there were other variables. We're still learning, but a couple of things he does, the way he moves in team fights, his understanding of his own limits. A lot to like about BDD and a lot to like about Longzhu Gaming.
Yeah, and just not a lot of good things happened for MVP. So a big turnaround necessary. You mentioned the question that we were going to be asking during game number 1 was Galio versus Zac. This is an example of the Zac being extremely strong, but how much of it was just Longzhu being a better team this time around, and how much of it was the Zac? Because Cuz in the early game stole the first blue away from Beyond, also stole almost every single one of his Raptor camps, and the Gragas couldn't get very much done. Is that part of the problem here?
I guess it's probably easier to say that Cuz was significantly better than Beyond than it was to really make the interaction between the Zac and the Galio. I have my own reasons and suspicions about the Zac. I'm not going to say that was in any way an endorsement of one or the other, but the Zac looked good, and now picking bans, this time with Longzhu on the blue side. Remember, that's our first red side victory in a little while.
Yep, it's a blue summer so far, and blue side has most certainly looked extraordinarily strong. So Longzhu now to be wearing some blue shorts and be feeling very good about it as they ban away the Caitlyn first off. Not looking for that for a first pick. Want to see whether they can get one of the more juicy ones.
I don't want to give it over in the second round to Maha either. So no difference in Caitlyn priority before and after the Hurricane interaction was nerfed, although in Korea by the end of last week, people had jumped away from the Hurricane maybe in preparation for Caitlyn on this patch, and MVP will ban the Galio very early. If you go for something like the Syndra early, then there is that possibility for Zac and the other top-tier champions to slip through. Let's see who's going to slip through this time, because Atlas, there's too much good stuff that Six Fans isn't being able to hold back even the Zacs and Galios of the world.
I feel like Thresh needs to be slipped through this time. I feel like you ban Galio, Zac, and Elise, and you try and not give Longzhu one of those busted picks, because we saw Cuz's Elise is outstanding as well.
But then you consider what's available. Syndra, Fiora, Thresh.
It's true.
There's a lot available there. Looks like BDD won't want to jump onto the Syndra, so we may get that situation where Thresh is the highest priority available, and with Tom Kench available as an answer, even then the Thresh value is lower. So Longzhu opting into banning the Syndra means that a 4th champion doesn't fall through. That is on the crazy scale, and if you're on the jungle scale, top 3 have been Lee Sin, Elise, and Zac, so perhaps no surprise that Kaz will jump on the Lee Sin. He'll be wanting to turn his great performance on Zac into a great performance on Lee Sin, because a lot of people were watching the SKT series. By the last game, he was basically, 2.5 items at 50 minutes, couldn't get anything done because of the Lulu polymorph, didn't have a game to remember on the Lee Sin. Given the level of opposition, this is the sort of game where he should be able to have a significantly better performance.
Well, MVP Gauntlet thrown down immediately as ADD is going to deny the Rumble pick with the Fiora still open, with Kled still open, with Renekton still open, with literally anything that Khan wants to play still open. And no worry about a counter pick. Ashe going to be picked away from Prey, which we've seen over and over again.
It feels like 2 pick-aways, which for a team that is right down the bottom isn't even playing your strongest. It's more denying what the opposition has excelled on, which if you're the best team in the world, maybe you can pull it off. When you're MVP, looks like it's going to be dicey. Maybe they can make us believers, but...
I just want to see Zaire Khan. That's what I wanted to see.
Well, you can't have it.
I know.
It's not coming.
Prey says no. Denied fun, as we're going to have an archery off towards the bottom side.
Very early, Talia might come through from the side of BDD. So just a pick comp being enabled by Longzhu, Chains of Corruption, and then someone like Talia who can delete people if they're stuck in one spot and get seismically shoved back.
Yep. Oh, excellent verbification there, Papa Smithy.
That was just a verb.
Verbification of a noun.
Does mean that he passed over something like the Orianna. Now, Talia has the shove on Orianna, and Longzhu seemed to want to get out of the building before about 7 p.m. So I guess having the early shove and the earlier power spikes is just fine by the side of Longzhu.
What are we going to do, Papa Smithy? We might be hanging around here for like an hour and a half.
We can have an offline podcast.
Oh, nice.
We can have a chat and not invite the plebs to join.
Let's just go talk to OGN. We can see whether we can just keep the stream going. And just
I'd rather have an
podcast for the whole
exclusive
time.
chat that I don't share with the rest, you know?
Aww. I'm blushing. I know he's lying, but I'm going to pretend that he's being serious. Now, Fiora is going to be banned away. So this is what Longzhu sort of ran into by picking the Talia instead of a top laner. They don't get to look for any sort of potential counter picks in case MVP grabbed that one first. And also,
but there's not enough. You already mentioned 3 of them, Atlas. So
there's only 2 bans.
You can get 2 of the headaches gone, but you can't really get the further ones. Even Jarvan would be something that would work with the pick comp that's been enacted. So they banned the Fiora, which is Khan's famous pick. But like you say, a lot available to Khan to take into the Rumble. Tom Kench going to be banned away.
Okay, so Gorilla not getting that one, but there's still Thresh.
And but they can just take Thresh as their first pick on red side. So that's a possibility for MVP.
True. Does Longzhu now ban it away? I mean, they're pretty spoilt for choice when it comes to what they want to ban away, but the Jarvan is going to be taken off the board. Interesting. So beyond the one targeted from that one, Max could also theoretically play it. Because
Beyond has played 1 game of Jarvan.
Was that the completely awful Jarvan game?
Yeah. But remember that Beyond could play Rumble as well. Outside chance, he's been playing Rumble jungle in scrims. So if MVP are following that logic, they could take a support here, but they're not willing to flex. They will just jump Beyond onto the Kha'Zix.
Like the use of jump there, but that's going to mean Gorilla gets his favorite Thresh. We know his laning prowess on that champion
It's roaming
is outstanding. Yeah, just amazing. And that is going to be the Jace picked up.
But it's not just the Jace, it's the reverse matchup, Atlas.
Oh, baby. Khan is feeling confident today, Papa Smithy.
Braum was the potential answer if there was a very early Thresh taken on red side for the side of Longzhu, but they went Thresh, and now Max has plenty of options. He has been known to really take advantage of last pick on the red side with supports, and he'll jump onto the Blitzcrank. We've got hookers in the bot lane, 2 of them.
Certainly do. It's Hook City happening right now. I'm going to step right over that one, Papa Smithy. You guys heard the elation in the audience. Ooh, as Max picks up the Blitzcrank. I'm looking for some rockety grabs on the bottom side of the map. We'll see whether it's going to be Prey falling for that one or whether Maha's just going to get death sentenced once again and bring Longzhu to a 2-0 victory pretty early on in the evening.
And a lot of expectation about the top lane, Atlas. A lot of expectation that this time the Jace will get a bit of help to get snowballing, because Rumble was winning in CS against Jason. According to my expectations, that shouldn't happen. So I expect there to be a lot more attention there. Different type of jungler from Beyond jumping onto the Kha'Zix this time will mean that his early skirmishing, unless he's the one doing invading, will be weaker than that of Lee Sin. And given how good Kaz looked in Game 1, this could be a redemption story for Kaz. Wants to make the Lee Sin a pick of his own that people have to fear, that people have to ban. And this is a good first step to make that happen.
Yep. He has had... The last performance against SKT, like you mentioned before, wasn't great, but before that he did have some pretty standout performances when we were looking at the Lee Sin as being a member of those trifecta of junglers. Now, Elise and Zach are really sitting ahead of those two, but ladies and gentlemen, we've got Hook sitting on the bottom side of the map. We've got some reverse matchups towards the top side. It's an exciting draft. Let's get into an exciting game.
Sonic echo, there leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's
All right, MVP fans still most certainly getting behind their team. Quite a few fans here in the audience so far, Papa Smithy.
Very famous organization, multi-esport organization as well. So good to see that people haven't fully abandoned them after a rough start to the season. Could always turn it around. We've had teams rise from around this spot to playoffs, like a Freak of Freaks in 2016.
Yeah.
So always chance. They just need some wins, you know. Even a game win at this point. They're staring down double digits. It will be 10 matches in a row. 10 games, sorry, lost in a row for the side of MVP. They're not able to pick up a win here. Currently at that at 9. Very, very close.
It's very scary. And just looking down at the teams that they lost against. SKT, KT, that makes a lot of sense, but Ever8's in there as well. I mean, they just came off losses against Samsung, KT, SKT, though. So it's been a really rough last 3 matches.
And Longzhu's, you know, a pretty tricky one to throw in there as well. We're finding out increasingly.
That's like the top 4. They've just gone against the top 4.
You take away Ever8 and Jin Air, Samsung, KT, SKT, and Longzhu could all be top 5. You know, that's the thing.
Yeah, true.
Is that where things are now? MVP again will say, well, it has to get better, but they would have said that after their last match. They'll say that after this match. Both teams 5-man invaded to try to negate the power of the Blitzcrank, but that means we got some skirmishing here.
Yeah, Ian already takes half of his health bar and damage, though, as Beyond. He's forced out. Q lands from Kuz, takes it immediately. Fair bit of damage onto ADD.
It's a big Raptor fight, and these have been going to Kuz.
Yeah, Kuz got a lot of them. Beyond, he does have the health advantage, though, as Khan inside track towards the top lane.
He's actually trying to block there as Gorilla.
Yeah, Gorilla's actually pretty excited about getting hooked because he gets a free play.
We didn't see who got that.
Kuz is just...
Kuz could just die.
He could. There is a Q available.
Beyond got it.
The flash.
So Beyond got the big Raptor, didn't get level 2 because there was a sharing of the little Raptors, and Kuz for once loses a smite battle. First micro win to MVP. Might be big in terms of confidence for this game.
Especially when it comes from the jungle as well. We saw last game it was Kuz really rolling over the top of Beyond. So if anyone needs the added confidence, it most certainly is the MVP jungler. Not sure whether it's going to be as impactful here in this particular matchup. Kha'Zix does want to be farming quite some time in the early game.
ADD has 0 CS. That's a problem.
Not having a great time.
Kuz has to smite the red just to not die. Ramo's going to jump over. He could just kill him.
Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, just a little bit too late. Beyond. Don't know whether he even has leap.
No, I mean, you have to go WQ to clear the jungle. If you go E, Kha'Zix will just die to certain camps, so... Doesn't have it either. Had his flash available, but Kuz gets out.
That was hyper greedy. The fact that there was a ward there, but they just used map positioning in order to guarantee a kill under the red buff. Now Gorilla, he's going to chuck a ward down onto their red as well and start that one up. It looks like Prey might even be taking a red buff towards the bottom side of the map.
They leashed it. The reason you leash it there is that if the enemy jungle was in that quadrant, it would start chasing and investigating the Kha'Zix, but not there. So they know for sure that Kha'Zix's not around.
Well, we're going to go into this brush. Doesn't actually have vision on the red, which is kind of frustrating. Mostly just me and my OCD, though.
I think it's just so that they have information on every potential entrance of Kha'Zix to the red buff. Yeah. Between the 2 wards they have down, there's no way for Kha'Zix barring going down and potentially going through Tri-Brush, which is the most likely brush to be warded, to get to red. So given Kaz's usual path and the fact that he has leap, Beyond can't realistically sneak the red.
Yeah, there is a theoretical way through, but it's a maze that you certainly wouldn't know about. And so Kaz is going to take the red buff anyway, so it's all fine. 3 buff start completed for Kaz, regardless of whether he loses the first Smite battle or not.
And so why the 3 buff? How did it happen? Was it just Kaz being a Rambo? Was he being, disrespectful? Remember that you look at the draft and it's double range bot lane. Varus will have the pushing advantage here with the Blitzcrank support being factored in. Talia always shoves Orianna early before items in level 9. And Jace was denying ADD 1 CS. He actually had 0 CS when we were seeing that invade. So the timing of the invade was perfect. If any of those lanes are at even, specifically top or mid lane, then it's too risky to invade like he did. But that's the reason why I wanted to track the top lane, is that if this lane does go as expected, we're back to 3 winning lanes on blue side territory, Atlas.
Yeah, and it's already 300 gold the lead. I mean, it was 500, I believe, this time in game number 1. However, it's still feeling dangerously reminiscent of the first time we saw these two teams clash. And dangerously reminiscent is only talking about MVP's chances, because Longzhu looked very happy, very comfortable. And they look like a team that is just not being challenged, right? They don't need to change things up. They don't need to reveal any sort of strategy. It's sort of like another day in the office, which is such a bad sign for MVP. This was a team that took a little while to really get to form in the spring season as well, sort of the opposite of KT. KT came out swinging, looked like they were undefeatable, and then did have a lapse towards the end of the season, despite being our runners-up.
And the most hopeful thing you can say about MVP is they have been streaky in the past, and they kind of have been the 6-0 into 0-6 into 6-0 kind of run team. They got a lot of 2-0s when they were winning. They didn't go to 3-game series very often. But it's the counterpoint, where against the best teams, they've never taken a game off SKT in now 2.5 seasons in the LCK. Very frequently, they would lose cleanly against the best teams. This is the ever 8 loss, and other losses where start to worry a bit about the side of MVP. That'll be what their coach is saying. They'll be saying, okay, another loss, but focus on what you need to fix, and things will get better. And that logic is true until it really isn't. And if it fails, if they lose to the teams like BBQ, if they lose the teams down the bottom, then there's nothing to fall back on. Then your season really is almost already up in flames.
Yeah. So let's talk about Longzhu, because it feels a little bit nicer to talk about the winning team. I was getting slightly depressed there, Papa Smithy. I had a bad dream last night. So it's all just compiling. But Longzhu, the way they're beating MVP right now, the fact that it is so clean and so textbook, and MVP are just coming off a loss against SKT that was so much more messy, really does speak volumes for Longzhu, and obviously how disciplined they are with how they play out every single game. I mean, SKT looked like they were having a little bit of fun, which is great, but if you really want to be a winner, you have to treat every single game like an important one. As there's a Weaver's Wall, and BDD wants to trap ADD, guarantee a flash, and does so very, very easily. Khan is going to have a lot of control now in this lane.
They have a bit more flexibility than they did before. The meta changes. If you remember Longzhu in the second half of the season, they basically either drafted Ashe or just kind of straight up lost. They needed Prey to have initiation, and teams learned and just started double banning Varus and Ashe, and Prey was kind of sad and still a superstar, but only so much he could do. But that was with different players. Fly was not much of an initiator. Crash especially kind of purely played fighter junglers, didn't really play much strong initiation, and didn't seem to have the mentality in the late games to make those plays. Now you throw in Cuz, who has been pretty comfortable to play Zac. Lee Sin is still getting there, but he has that. Thresh is available in the meta. Other initiators, melee supports, like Alistair in the past, are meta again. So you can have options to initiate from support. And Khan can play initiators. We've seen his Jarvan multiple times. So the meta has changed, and Longzhu looks so much better as a result.
Khan actually looked pretty good there, dodging out of the way of that rocket grab. And this tower will not fall. ADD clearing vision on the bottom side. Prey clears out the minion wave. We'll head back home to match this lane swap as the minions meet once again. Unless he gets interrupted. No, he gets home, so success, but good lane swap from MVP. They really did catch Longzhu unawares there, so we'll get some spare time with these creep waves.
Get the first trade, like you say, so minions will either chunk down Gorilla's health bar or be denied from that of Prey. And they're going to just swap back, so MVP are just trying to create disarray. You know why that's good, Atlas? Because someone like Blitzcrank, during all of these swaps, goes off the map for a moment. The expectation is that he's just running down bot lane. And BDD needs to be respectful. As far as we can tell, he was not spotted on a ward as he rotated down.
Well, you say he needs to be respectful. He certainly is. He's not moving any closer to that minion wave than he absolutely has to. So you're exactly right. Longzhu understand that they do need to add the extra respect, especially in this early game, to Max, who has the Moby boots as well. This is a very fast robot man.
Nice build path there to get those hooks off. A lot more people playing the Blitzcrank these days. It was kind of a Max special when he played it for the first time in the playoffs against the Freak Freaks.
Yeah.
Found success on it.
Then it seems that everyone was jumping on the train. Key, most notably, finding some success on the Blitzcrank as well.
No one's in love with those range supports that make Blitzcrank's life hell. You know, Zyrus falling out unless you're core JJ, so...
Yeah, Gorilla as well has actually played even games, Thresh and Zyra this season.
I mean, there's been a smattering, right, of Zyra, Lulu, those sort of champions, but Malzahar's completely gone, and with Malzahar gone, and Malzahar, you know, was picked literally just for his ultimate by the end, pick champions and initiation from supports back, and the fact that it can't be a range spot, that it now kind of has to be melee if you want support, Thresh is the one exception there, means that Blitzcrank finds his way. Not enough harass to force him out of bot lane, and it's kind of fun to have the robot man back. It's been a long time.
Talk about forcing out of lane. Ian is now getting completely collapsed on. There's the flash kick. Beautifully played. Can't even register the R button. And that is first blood going to Khan of all players. Teleports back. And once again, it's another day in the office. Doesn't even miss a goddamn creep.
But the worrying thing for MVP is it's not just one-off play. Look as they get 3 members into the bot lane at the same time. AD's already used his ultimate.
And they're going for the dive here as well. He overheats. He's doing a fair bit of damage to Cuz. As Gorilla, oh, the flash. That was a little bit unnecessary. They don't get the turret. Cuz does survive, but they go 1 for 1, and that is bad news, Bears.
Yeah, Gorilla thought that if he flashed away, he would take down turret aggro. Not turret aggro, minion aggro, and get away on a sliver of HP. Miscalculated in the bot lane. BDD's here.
All right, Beyond is having a rough time as once again we're going for another dive.
No Zac in this game, but it feels like there's one.
Yeah, BDD just easily picks that one up with another threaded volley, takes a celebratory turret shot. One of my personal favorite kinds of turret shots, Papa Smithy.
BDD is so different to Fly, their previous mid laner.
Oh no, that's...
They want it to complete.
That's suboptimal.
They wanted it to complete. They actually baited ADD to come through.
And talking about another DD, it is going to be, oh, BDD falling down. Prey should be able to answer this, but decent 1 for 1 once again. Oh no,
doesn't have the mana.
Prey! He just wants one piercing arrow, doesn't get there, so that's a 1 for nothing. ADD 2-1-0 now, haunting guys in his back pocket. He could be the one guy, the one shining hope here for MVP, but they're losing structures all over the map.
Yeah, BDD was too cute. Both of them, if you notice, slowed down their auto attacks and allowed the Rumble to teleport in, thinking they were going to get a turret and a teleport and a kill. And they don't even get the 1 for 1 there, Atlas. So a little bit too much overconfidence on the side of Longzhu. It isn't the explosive lead that there was in the previous games. Only 1,000 gold. Definitely don't want to call this one over before it's over. And like you say, ADD at least will have a powerful equalizer to contribute in the next fight.
Yeah. He's not even ahead of Khan, though. Been farming up a Storm, grabbed that first blood as well.
This is how the lane's supposed to go. You know, you are supposed to be ahead as Jace. First purchase onwards, Jace smashes Rumble. It's only pre-item purchases, or with one item, you know, with starting items that he does well. As Kuz wants to kill Orianna again, he probably will.
Well, that's not going to be with the ultimate from Prey, nor the E button of Kuz. In fact, no one's going to land anything. Oh, Prey moves past that minion. Good shock blast onto Ian, sends him a message. But the message is, yes, we're going to miss you with all of our abilities until I can hit you with some poke at the end. Haha.
And credit where credit's due. Nice stuff from Ian.
Yeah.
Good sideways tapes and disco dance moves that Core JJ from the other day would appreciate.
Oh, baby, that was so good to watch.
No flash from Kuz to guarantee the turret dive this time. No kick. Unless he lives to tell another tale. they took mid lane turret and could have the latitude to just send BDD with the Weaver's Wall out of lane at a moment's notice. Might have been the breaking point for MVP.
Well, MVP are going to continue putting the pressure on. They
No Weaver's Wall.
should be able to get this Ocean Drake pretty easily, unless Gorilla can go for some sort of death sentence steal, but that's more max territory.
Probably smart of Longzhu. No Weaver's Wall to at least get there first. No Chains of Corruption either. A very low likelihood of success, and Khan wasn't going to be able to rotate either. I said either twice. Feels bad now.
Yep. But that doesn't matter either. So, Khan continues pushing.
He's not going for no new school Blade the Ruin King. He's got a Ghost Blade.
He's going for the ghosty build. I like it.
Focusing
Reminds
on...
me of Twin Shadows, Pop Smithy.
That's fair. I know you were a big Twin Shadows fan.
Was I ever?
The spooky ghosts, we like to call them.
Yeah, the spooky ghosts. Wow, yeah, it's way too meta calling it Twin Shadows. What was I thinking?
Ghostblade is more about the EQ poke, so doesn't mean that he's going to do some grouping here rather than just the Blade the Ruin King, which is best in a side lane.
Oh, and speaking about our good old times, Papa Smithy, we got some Swifties on the board. It's been a while since we've seen some Swifties.
Interesting choice. There are slows on the side of MVP, but you would think.
Helps against Harpoon.
I guess Ninja Tabi doesn't feel that good in this game, so I guess fine. You know?
Just needs a Gunblade now.
That's so... literally...
No one will understand that.
No one.
Yeah.
Well, that time
will.
the Chains Corruption hits.
Yep, certainly will understand this one as ADD thrown into a bouncing castle. A few abilities missed, but if you have a whole lot of them to throw out, you may as well get that one to work as Weaver's Wall.
Kind of just shot for information here, you would say.
Yeah.
Didn't look like he was going to commit to it. Backs away.
It's like a Moses maneuver.
That's right. I thought you were going to say a nosy maneuver. Where he's like, what's going on here?
Hello. Oh dear. Colloquialisms everywhere. I've lost it. Two lands.
MVP weren't able to punish on the other side of the map till now. Finally move the minion wave forward. Ian can walk up as well. Getting this out of mid lane tower would be big for the side of MVP.
Yeah. Hook's not going to land though, so BDD is still able to clear out these minions, and the collapse is on. Okay, Khan will easily be able to grab that. Now Longzhu looking to try and grab a Rift Herald of their own, but it's going down very, very slowly. They do have the man advantage, though, as ADD is on the bottom side. Rocket Grab goes wide. Khan, not even sure how he had vision there.
I think they'll try and get a steal from beyond here. Have information. Goes in.
Yeah, but he just doesn't get it, and he gets a hook instead. Bad news. Prey's going to be able to grab himself a kill. BDD had already killed Max. That was almost another one.
But you wonder how both those things can happen at the same time. Why, as they're looking for a steal, as MVP walking up in the mid lane? You need to do one or the other. You need to play respectful when you're trying to make things happen elsewhere, as this is a Ghost Blade Jace and a full health Rift Herald and Prey going to solo down the top turret.
Yep. And
we're running out of hands.
Yeah, and another charge from the Rift Herald as well. Oh my goodness, they just let it go. They will just protect their AD carry. But look at all of the vision as well, Papa Smithy. The follow-up objectives that Longzhu are able to pick up aren't just this turret, the Rift Herald, mid lane, everything, but it's also having all of this added information now all over the map. MVP can have a rough time sweeping them all out.
So we're going to see what happened while we were watching the contest.
Oh, the double.
The double shove. Well, that was sick.
That was.
Can't feel that bad if you're Max Samaha. Still don't need to walk up through a narrow crevice, but that was sick from BDD.
Beautiful. Want to liken it to Kuro's, which was really, really pretty just the other day.
Kuro's a little bit more clutch with where the game was at the time, but...
Yeah, and where his performance on the Talia was at the same time. So, pretty brilliant series, to be honest.
I mean, a lot of gold sitting on Khan, who hasn't bought since we noted those Swifty boots. QSS from Prey, so we can walk up and wave clear. We said 3 pushing lanes. They've got deep vision as well. They took the Rift Herald and got mid lane turret. We know what Longzhu wants to do. I feel like MVP should know what Longzhu wants to do. So can MVP do what they need to do, which in the context of this draft is fight for vision. Keep a control ward line as advanced as you can defend, which is probably pretty shallow, but still is going to be something. There should be no free red buffs or blue buffs to the side of Longzhu, and you have Ash Blitzcrank. You can still make things happen.
Oh dear.
As well,
ADD.
it's just going to be Longzhu making things happen.
Yeah, and yeah, they're just trying to get some assists on the board here to make their time worth it. Gorilla doesn't get one, unfortunately. He was trying to go for the Dark Passage shield.
It can be hard to cast MVP at times because why is ADD within 100 units of the bot lane turret with no pressure on the map, with none of his lanes backing him up, with almost no vision. The rest of the team doesn't have a free objective to take elsewhere on the map. There was no trading up. There was never going to be a trade. It's just a feeding. They just fed him kill.
If I take a quote from Solo Q, it's like, well, I got better things to do anyway, guys, or something.
MVP is becoming a team that it's hard to have high expectations of, Atlas, which is a bad sign. A bad sign for their tenure in the LCK.
Weaver's Wall, understandable placement, just denies any sort of answer from MVP, but they do at least have enough members here. And a deep ward for a teleport
that they cancelled.
ADD doesn't have yet. Ah, so they cancelled it, so that's why the back way happened. I didn't actually notice, I apologize.
Probably smart to cancel, but...
Good attempt from MVP, at least saves their inner turret.
Someone made a call to teleport, and then someone said no. That's probably what happened in that particular scenario.
Well, that's just the tip, and all of the buttons land this time. The arrow comes in, but Gorilla probably happy to sit there and dance for a little while. He will move away. Easy pickings for Longzhu.
Increasingly easier too. It's kind of the worry. Longzhu keep doing what they need to do. Nothing to comment on there. Good itemization, Blitzcrank being respected with the early Banshee Veil in the mid lane. No chance to walk up for the Infernal Drake. ADD already found out that walking this far up the map is just going to lead to inevitable doom. So free objective upon free objective after picking the pushing lanes. If you're going to pick a comp like this from MVP with the Orianna mid lane, you need to be willing to fight, to at least put down control wards and try things. And instead, their attempts to try things are just being a bit disrespectful with your movements and thinking we'll get away with this. You know, we're taking a risk, but the rest of the points aren't there, so they're just taking a risk for no reason.
Feels a little bit like desperation, for desperation's sake in some ways.
That's a good way to put it. You know, that is what we're seeing from MVP. It's why the SKT series, where they did do some smart things, you know, they were able to snowball top lane. We saw AD and Beyond play so well together, you know, with some very punishing setups. With the Jarvan top lane they could gank for, and now they draft Rumble Kha'Zix that don't have early synergy, and we really haven't talked about AD and Beyond pairing together, so they abandoned something that was working. In the mid to late game decision making, unfortunately, if you just can't get to the mid to late game, the things you liked about the Game 2 versus SKT just aren't relevant because they're not in situations to be able to do that.
Yeah. And you look at Khan doing so much better in this matchup now against ADD, but you have to add the rest of the storyline there as well. There is zero hard CC coming out of MVP in their top jungle. So how are you supposed to get any successful ganks? Khan can play super aggressively and not really care. He's doing it right now because they have the information of the rest of the team members.
It's why I think picking away Rumble of all champions from Khan is kind of from Khan is kind of rubbish. Doesn't really do much. Doesn't fit MVP either. Some CC hits, but they're not going to commit on it.
No rocket grab to land, unfortunately, even though Prey was sitting there as tasty little ducky. Oh, there's the shockwave. The combo comes in. Prey, he's still alive somehow. The seismic shove, and the Kha'Zix is dead. Prey somehow lives after all the buttons are thrown into him. Gorilla's not going to be as lucky, but they at least keep their AD carry alive, and that is jungler dead. Some backs coming in now from Longzhu as Khan's continuing the shove forward. Still, some action on the board, and MVP showing signs of life.
Yeah, better stuff from MVP. They at least go 1 for 1. When they're this far behind. Meanwhile, Longzhu was able to get a push in bot lane, but not an inhibitor, crucially. No other objectives to pick up, so start to back away. Might contest a blue buff, although Ash spots it out.
Yeah, easily able to take that one down, though, as BDD. He was hanging around the area and just not enough vision. This bottom side jungle for MVP seems to be the story of the last few weeks for this team.
And, you know, they heed what I say. They say, okay, we can put down control wards in places we can defend, but you look at the minimap and you can see what they're able to defend. They haven't made a mistake. That's probably the only area of the map they're safe to defend, which is the sort of control wards in the top red side jungle that are there to stop people, say, Elysian popping around and kicking you from the inner turret. Well, they've already lost the inner turret.
But that's the tiny inner turret
that's
sort of triangle.
That's their locus of control.
That is very small. But you're right. So at least that's something, but it's not going to help them keep their eye on this Baron. Thankfully, Hawkshot exists, so Maha will be able to help out. No blue trinkets there, though.
But they can, at least from that vantage point, inch forward brush by brush, and contest Baron. It's something to start from. For the side of MVP, who have been kind of metaphorically looking for that, reaching for that all season since their victory over Jin Air in the first series.
Yeah. Haven't looked in with the gold. It's only about 5,000. Nothing massive. 25 minutes into this game. Longzhu with the Infernal Drake. The Ocean did go over to MVP earlier on in this game, though. So a little bit of extra regen. Not as useful now as it was potentially the earlier stage of the game. I like it on Kha'Zix. Priority on the Ocean Drake when you got a Kha'Zix is good because he eats through his manners.
So have the ability to get a true pick here, MVP, whether it is the Ash Arrow, the Blitzcrank, or a combination of that. Kha'Zix may be behind, but still will do isolated damage, so all's not lost yet.
But how many isolated fights do you have now apart from against Khan? Which means that there'll be a Kha'Zix on the bottom side of the map. Arrow is going to get eaten by Kaz. Hook comes in, but immediately cleansed. Yep. That was stunning.
But that's the pick we were talking about there, Atlas. That is what you can do when teams are trying to push up, when they are 4-1 split pushing. So at least it's something. It's something for nothing, you could say, from the side of MVP, and they haven't been getting those sort of trades so far this series.
It wasn't QSS, wasn't a cleanse. It was actually a Banshee Veil. So that's a little bit unfortunate. I was wondering how that hook disappeared. I was looking down the inventory, I'm like, there it is. Okay, Ian going to be punished for it there by not having his Banshee Veil back up.
You know what? We can say something.
What can we say?
They're better at controlling Baron between 20 and 30 minutes. They set up very shallow control wards. They inch forward. They put wards on the Baron. There hasn't been the Baron Snake that has been their downfall recently. I think Gorilla's in vision, if I saw correctly. No, it's just the ball. Never mind.
Yeah, which is perplexing given the fact that it looks like Orianna has full vision of it.
Yeah, that was weird. But not important. Continue to be respectful around the Baron, but the control wards are sticking there now.
It's good that they're inching their ward line up as well. You saw ADD put a ward down, knew that he was safe, was able to defend his control ward. So you're right, Pub Smithy, they are at least grabbing as much of the space that they can afford to get to as they can, but it's 1 turret to 5. They need to start pushing things forward as blind hook. And they immediately get the pick. That is going to be Gorilla going down. And MVP now with a 5 versus 4 advantage opportunity. Khan trying to deny it as he's going to turn it around as well. There is a Zhonya's in the hands of ADD, and Khan will now have to back away, but he may have bought enough time.
They don't have full information here, Atlas. They just do now find out. So yes, did buy enough time, but they had to have the Talia provide coverage because they don't have vision on the blue side here of MVP.
Okay, that is going to be the answer, but Max does flash his way out. The hook lands onto Kaz, and the Cook kickback onto Beyond. May as well have kept it with Cook because he got cooked afterwards. It's now Maha. He's not going to get shoved back, but Longzhu, they're the ones that get the pick despite some nice hook accuracy in that last exchange from Max.
Meanwhile,
another shockwave comes in. Khan, that was overly aggressive, buddy. Not sure what you were doing there.
Yeah, it felt like it was game 1, did Khan. If they had just gone as 5 to the Baron, there would have been no spike contest available from MVP. Looks like they might try the Baron anyway.
It's a bit of a rush of blood to the head, Pub Smithy, I believe.
That's what it looked like.
They at least get themselves the shockwave. So maybe they were trying to bait out big buttons, which is an alliteration that I can be proud of. However, Arrow flies forward. Oh my God, how did he get it? The dissonant steal from Kaz. You mentioned the juju of getting too many smite victories early on. Well, it's the next game, and he's certainly able to steal that one away. Oh my God, Ian may have just saved the game for MVP.
And it's also reward for good work. They got a couple of picks. They did not roll over. They contested around the Baron, and sure, it was from an unlikely source, but it's not completely against the run of play because Longzhu have kind of taken their foot off the accelerator in the past 5 minutes, and now MVP, they're inching back into the game.
Yeah, this is a 4-1-0 Orianna as well. We've seen Ian pop off as far as MVP rankings are concerned. In the games that they were able to win, I believe it was Ian grabbing double MVP. So he's the man that they often get around. Almost has that Luden's Echo completed. Voidstaff should obviously be coming in next. Have a lot of damage, and Maha, he's got his trifecta. He's feeling good.
And Khan, who's been mostly focusing on the split pushing, hasn't quite been able to break the base or get solo kills onto ADD, who's largely built for team fights. That means that with Baron buff minions especially, the split push theory is halted as nice Weaver's Wall.
Yep. Should get a flash. Oh, that was going to miss, but it doesn't even matter. They do manage to get the flash out of Ian, and they deny MVP's push up the bottom lane. There's so much AD-based wave clear as well coming out of the Jace and the Varus. Oh, decent. Oh, Max, cute idea. They don't get it. Hook lands, and the flash out of the shockwave, it just hula hoops as Longzhu look for their opportunity. Khan taking a lot of damage from Maha, but Longzhu on the other side of the fight.
There we go.
Should be able to get this one. Doesn't get the knock up onto Maha, but lands the kick. Kuz redeeming himself on the Lee Sin. And Max, the last man standing. He shouldn't be able to push down anything more. Longzhu against the flow of play once again. Get the close to wipe.
And when you try to engage against Talia, Varus, and Jace and make a mistake, instantly you can be at 50% HP, and instantly you can see what can happen. This will be the 5th kill, so delayed ace coming through
There
for
it
the
is.
side. In fact, actual ace coming through from the side of Longzhu. Gorilla initiating and then flashing away from the shockwave. He wasn't interested in 1-for-1s. It was a 5-for-0. And Longzhu, they might come close to just ending the game.
That was just spectacular out of Gorilla as well, and Kuz, the wraparound play, manages to win the fight on one front, and then he's mobile enough to get around the other side. BDD grabs the mid inhibitor turret, and after MVP looked like they may have turned something around, it's now back to a 7,000 gold lead.
Feels like MVP were given a teddy bear, and then someone came, ripped its head off, and then they didn't have a teddy bear anymore. Atlas, we see the replay. Really good stuff from Gorilla, getting the initiation onto ADD. The moment that Ian's ult is down, it's just going to be the killing fields for MVP. Kick onto Ian. Didn't quite get the knock up on Maha. Didn't matter. Full armor penetration build coming through from the Jace. Goodbye, MVP, and all that good work once again. Seems like it won't contribute to the end result.
Yeah. I have to say, a lot of that was to do with Longzhu just playing it out pretty beautifully. Talk about team fights as being a work of art. That was pretty close to orchestrating it the way that you want. They got the cooldowns out that they needed to. And then their target selection was great. The fact that they navigated around the damage dealers. Khan playing with vision very well towards the bottom side as well, keeping Maha busy. Beautiful to watch from Longzhu, but very disappointing from MVP, like you mentioned. Open inhibitor in the mid lane. Super Creep's pushing up the bot side, and Rumble is not a fan of super minions, Pop Smithy. Does not like them.
Not a fan of this Jace either, because Jace will just run at him and kill him. So needs to make a teleport play somewhere. Does have level 3 ultimate. That's about it. They need to be super proactive. Start it early, throw an Ash Arrow, invest a teleport, and if everything goes right, maybe they trade evenly. You know, that's kind of where we're at in the game, because otherwise, this is what happens. As you can see, Khan just running at Jace, so running at Rumble, and nothing Rumble can do.
Nope. Remember, there's no... Sorry. Baron was on MVP, so there's not going to be super minions on the bottom side. Sorry, there's not going to be Baroned up super minions on the bottom side, so that's going to be lucky. Baron minions are what Rumble really struggles with.
I would say
Should be fine.
5-item Jaces are also what Rumble's really
So look,
struggle
his
with.
day ain't great. So the moral of the story is certainly still there. There's, oh, cute new icon on the Guardian Angel. I think this is the first time I've casted a game with the new icon in there. Like it, like it.
Can't recall. We had a lot of Zax and Galio, so maybe not.
Yeah.
Might be the first one, like you say. But with as much pressure as Khan is able to cause in the bot lane, they will get these pot shots onto the inner turret.
Oh, cheeky little ultimate comes out from Prey, buys him an extra auto attack on the turret.
Khan's thought about trying to make something happen as Khan generalizes impact to the mid lane.
Arrow just going to be narrow. Well, not really narrowly. That was called the walk to the right.
He had the movement speed from the acceleration gate, but I take what you're saying.
Yeah.
Slows down the Moby boots as well, and Khan is pretty good at Jace as well, it turns out. We're starting to stack a list of about 5 champions he's pretty good on, which lets you know he's just a pretty good top laner, Atlas.
And I like that you mispronounced and said God, because, like, that's pretty Freudian, Papa Smithy. This guy is certainly...
Wasn't he more interested in mothers? I don't know if God was his thing.
What?
I'm a psychologist. Freud had a lot of those things going on
yes,
there.
yes. Oh, yes. Okay, that's where we went. That's where we went.
We went PG-13.
Well, there are certainly some options when you talk about Freudian slips, Papa Smithy, so you took the easiest. Well, Khan's going to hammer this Gromp in the face. That is going to be Infinity Edge done for Prey. QSS going to be Mercurial Scimitar relatively soon, but he's still sitting on his shield. Not a massive amount of items for the 1-0-10 Varus. And this is the beautiful thing about Summer Longzhu, is that Prey can be at 1-0-10, he can be down 30 CS, and Longzhu can still be utterly dominating the game.
Yeah, he still goes for the same utility pick, still will favor Varus and Ashe. But the supporting cast is just doing so much better. He has a carry in the mid lane. You know, Fly was a lot of things, but a carry he was not. He has a carry in the top lane when he needs to be in Khan as well, and Cuz is increasingly settling in to the LCK, so
yeah,
at some point you're describing a balanced team comp, a balanced team, and things really starting to fall into place for Longzhu Gaming.
Yeah, we all remember Prey as being a member of a team full of superstars as well. I mean, he was sitting next to Peanut and Smeb, and Kura to a certain extent, especially towards the end. Really looking very strong. So this is more where the Prey that we saw at such high power levels got all of that recognition from. So now setting up to try and siege down this inhibitor. Doesn't go down to half just yet, as Khan's looking to make his way over. Max charges himself up. Kuz is baiting out a hook. They just okay.
Optimistic.
Yeah, that was another one. Oh my god, the double shove once again! That was stunning. Gorilla's going to be able to grab Max. Nice double shockwave. But Gorilla's going to flash his way out, and the damage has been done. Longzhu haven't lost anyone. That's going to be 2 key picks. And they will be able to break this base apart. Khan still here. So much damage on this Jace. All the inhibitors are dead, and now it's just a matter of time before these Nexus turrets follow suit, Papa Smithy.
The timing of the seismic shove and flame makes it look like one large displacement. You'd think they'd pause the game and call bug. That's how far people are getting displaced into the welcoming arms of Longzhu.
It looked like a kidnap. It was
did.
like Cuz was back on the Zac.
They don't even need Zac to kidnap people.
Nope.
Thresh and Talia, and they make it work.
It's like Chitty Chitty Bang Bang all over again. The Child Snatcher was the scariest character of a movie that I watched before I was 11.
Can we just call it kidnap and not conflate things like children and stuff? We don't need to be overt in what perhaps we're commanding with the term
Well,
kidnap.
no, but if you Google it, Google the Child Snatcher from
I don't want that on my Google search history.
from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Put it in the same sentence, okay? That's a Dick Van Dyke film. He's never in anything bad. He's wonderful.
Still alive as well, from memory.
Yeah. Still going. He was in Scrubs relatively recently. This guy was in Mary Poppins and then playing in Scrubs. Dude's got a long storied history. There's a big hook. Good flash from Khan. Saves his GA. And the Weavers will trap 3 members of MVP. It's just a matter of man advantage here for Longzhu as they take down Max as well. Good double shockwave once again. But Ian cannot be the only hero on this team. It's once again the same members that have been taken down. And Longzhu should follow Super Minions towards the Nexus.
Yeah,
once again.
It's 5v3, so the game should end here. Chasing on to Beyond, got nothing done on the Kha'Zix. He'll die as well. Game ends here in Longzhu Gaming. Double fire in their Infernals, double fire in their performances. We'll go this week, 4-0.
Yep, unbelievable. Well, not unbelievable, honestly, because we projected this, but it was the way they were able to pick up the victory. Longzhu, not at any stage, looked like they weren't going to be able to take down MVP, even after a dissonance Baron steal. Still so much control, so much power. They'll probably look at that part of the VOD, but otherwise, what's there to review, Papa Smithy?
I mean, this game was so finely scripted that OGN didn't even show a replay of the Baron steal. They're like, that's not actually going to be relevant to the game. And it wasn't. You know, that it wasn't.
Nope.
That's kind of the sad thing, is that wasn't a spark. That wasn't a turning point for the side of MVP. 10-0, double digits game losses have now become the reality for MVP, and they can't fall much further. That you can say, again, glass half full, the schedule gets better, but if we have to say that in a week's time, it's going to be a lie. You know, they need to get the results now. They have played all the top teams. Time to put up or shut up for MVP as Rift Rivals looms.
Yeah, but if you lose to the top teams, and you're going all the way down the list, right? This is the top 5 teams that they've all lost to. If you lose to all top 5 teams, you're never going to be going anywhere but relegation or waiting for the next season as well. I mean, this needs to be better out of MVP. They were our number 4 team in a league that has not changed that much with an unchanged roster. There are so many questions here for MVP. Why have the plays not been working? Why have they fallen apart as far as communication? There are so many questions.
I wish I had insight, but I don't have the answer to that, Atlas. Looking at the schedule, Africa on Wednesday, not looking like an easy game.
No.
Tigers, maybe, on Saturday, and then the final match of the first round robin is BBQ. If they only win one series of those 3, they're still probably going to be bottom 2, Atlas.
Yep, it's still looking like relegations for MVP, so some drastic changes will need to be made moving into the next week. And Africa are no pushover, so we could be seeing 12 match losses in a row and game losses in a row. Like, when was the last time we saw that many? A team fall that flat? I mean,
we did get
was Kongdu Monster even that bad?
Yes, there was Kongdu Monster, there was Spenu Sonic Boom, but those are names not in the LCK anymore. You think, okay, they played all the hard teams, but we're in LCK Summer. There aren't many easy teams, Atlas.
Yeah.
I don't know who you're really pointing to at this point. The Rocks Tigers may be 1-5, but they are way better than MVP based on what we have seen so far. MVP are 2-11 in game score. The Rocks Tigers have already won 5 games, so they will not be a pushover, that's for certain.
And to illustrate the point that we were making before about Prey able to rely on the rest of his team to get the damage done, Khan and BDD are filling that role to a plum, some would say.
Sporting Cast got better. We didn't think it would be Khan, their support to their substitute mid laner, and their jungler who's been with the squad, but wasn't even a substitute in the spring season. Cuz and BDD were not used. Cuz not available. They could have added him at any point, didn't choose to, and yet they bring back a substitute player from China and their own squad members, and suddenly they look brilliant. They look so much better. Your MVP, first time this season, crowd super hyped to see that Gorilla's got an MVP, and the meta includes Thresh. We've seen other melee supports. We're all waiting with bated breath for the Alistair. I hope that the world's best support Gorilla in 2015 is coming back soon, because he looked great in this game.
He looked great in this game. He's looked great in previous games as well. He's just on a team with a lot of flashy players.
This one perhaps is not.
Yeah, that's
he didn't die, actually. That's just, no, sorry. Camera
cut the video, cut the video.
But otherwise, we had some vintage Gorilla stuff going on. This was world's worst time for ADD. When your CC bar is displacement, you feel terrible. This was one of them match-winning points where Gorilla catches, but also flashes the shockwave. Super stuff from him, enforcing the engage in the bot lane. They cleaned up here. This was after MVP had stole a Baron. Look how many Baron buffs died. It was all 5. Spoilers.
Yep.
As it was the delayed ace. Baron buff led to nothing. Everything good that MVP does increasingly seems to lead to nothing, Atlas.
That Flaismic shove was so good.
All right, I'll give you another go. Flaismic shove is not what we're calling it.
Seismic flay?
Yeah! It was a seismic flay. Think about it.
It was. I can't believe that there was such a good option, and I went for the absolute worst option.
But this was great stuff from Longzhu. I'm happy that we can believe in Longzhu. It's kind of a counterpoint to MVP, right? Expectations for MVP, they're gone. They need to re-earn any expectations. But expectations for Longzhu, beating Rocks Tigers and beating this team today, MVP, was expected. But the manner in which they do it let us know that Longzhu are not a joke.
Well, we are going to go to the MVP interview, so here's Joel for some translation. At least I hope he's
Guys, this is Joel.
Yay!
We're going to do translations for today, and we're here with Longzhu Gaming, picking up a 2-0 victory against the struggling MVP, and we are here with today's MVPs, Gorilla and BDD, for the interview. Congratulations, guys. BDD, how long has it been since you had this interview? You know, I felt like I really wanted to be here, but it's just like I've been so lost track by all these wins that we've been having. But it's been a long time. It's his first interview of the season, perhaps. But how do you feel right now? It's just really nice to be here and like having to, you know, experience all of this. Well, you know, officially you are one of the top MVPs with all the MVP points that you're getting. But Gorilla, with your first MVP of the season, how do you feel? I feel like, me not getting the MVP is an obvious thing as a support, but I really want to pray to get the MVP. And I think that's one of the things that show that, Longzhu is a strong team now with the support even getting the MVP. And another thing that we always have to mention is the Twitters that we see that you tweeting between you and Gorilla. Got lots of entertaining things on that, so you guys can check that out as well. We want to dive into the games actually. And the big picks within the recent meta was the Galio and the ZAG. And you guys did prioritize the ZAG over the Galio from the other team, but how was that? Yeah, we knew that we were gonna split between ZAG and Galio. They decided to go with the Galio, and we communicated within our teammates, and we thought that us getting the ZAG would have been an okay trade as well. And what I'm personally curious is, what do you think is better between ZAG and Galio? From a team's perspective. Just by itself, ZAG is better. And I feel like Galio does have a bit of counter. That's what you have to watch out for. But ZAG really has no true counter to it yet.
I agree. Good job, BDD.
And you showed a wonderful game with the mid Lucian. And did you ever felt during practice that you were going to actually play some competitive? Yeah, there were a situation where, they picked out the mid laner and they were supposed to ban out all the other mid laners, so I couldn't get it. But, from what I had left, we felt that Lucian was a good pick to go with. And of course, the first game was really insane in the fact that all the lanes really had dominance towards Longzhu, and I'm sure Cuz had a comfortable time with that. Yeah, Cuz is a very talented player, but he's lacking the confidence that he really has. So, all that potential that he has to perform as well as he could, it's not coming out to its full extent right now. And, the situation where we get behind with the jungling, it's just hard to come back right now because of the lack of confidence. And we felt that, the first game for you guys, the composition was near perfect due to the current meta. Well, how was that? Yeah, I think the ban pick phase is really important, but it's ultimately up to the players of how you can make the picks work, and our players did really well today. An important fight around the Baron was the highlight of Game 1. So they came in at a crucial time trying to counter this play. What was the communication between this play? Yeah, we felt that the jungler was far away and that, we had good enough distance that we can try this Baron and try to rush it as fast as we can. But at the same time, even with us getting the Baron and they're trying to counter us, trying to get some kills, we had a good composition that we could fight back, so we were very aggressive in countering with the fight. Why are you looking so shy today, Gorilla and BDD? We want to move on to the second game. And it was Rumble and Jace, your guys' way around in Game 1, but it went the other way around with having the top Jace for you guys this time around. Yeah, Khan has a lot of pride and confidence over his laning phase, and he never really wants to lose in any laning phase more than any other players I know. So, him getting the Jace over the Rumble, he thought that he would have the advantage matchup, and he felt really confident all the way through. And we saw that even during game and off the game, where we saw one of the off-the-record clips that he's very active in communicating. Yeah, for Khan, one of his biggest asset is his bright attitude about everything, and giving us a very bright attitude and bright environment to work with. And because we have such a good environment to work around, a player like him really helps us perform all the better from all of our teammates and as a team and as all. But I think that's one of the reasons that our team got better this year. And a lot of people are having suspicions of why you guys are so much better now in the summer split. But what is the biggest reason that you guys are so much better this season? Yeah, I feel like, the off the games workouts that we're doing, trying to get our physicals up and trying to get us fit so, with a healthy physical, we can have a healthy mindset and just a healthy gameplay at all times. So those are the things that really helped us out this season. And moving on to game 2, it was a surprise that, after MVP saw you guys pick out the Thresh, they picked out the Blitzcrank. And I saw on the community page that Blitzcrank is supposedly a counter to Thresh, but I never thought that, but I don't know why he picked it, but I guess that, Thresh would have had a matchup over Blitzcrank, but he still picked it. And since Max has always been a fan of Blitzcrank, I think he would have picked it in most situations. Not really anything to do with me picking Thresh. We have a highlight in the bot lane. And this was when they picked up the Baron, and it would have been a very dangerous situation for you guys to fight. Yeah, the top lane, the wave was really not in our favor, so we had to go back to defend the base. So Khan was going back to defend the base, and we had a good opportunity to open up the team fight. Yeah, I felt like that hook didn't actually land, but I guess it was just inches away that it just hit barely. And it seems like the offensive meta is to your favors. Yeah, right now the support meta is really trying to be aggressive and trying to be in an attacking mindset at all times. So, things like Thresh and other champions that are so aggressive, it helps me out in my personal playstyle. And we do have another highlight of Longzhu Gaming, and that is Prey, who is known as a finisher. He has been voted as the center of LCK. Oh, I had no doubt that, Prey was going to be picked as the center of LCK. He's the most handsomest guy I know, and I had no doubts from the beginning that he was going to be voted the highest. And of course, with Longzhu's team morale being so positive, with all these positive results. But right now, how do you guys feel, heading on to these next matches? I think we're very thankful for the results that we're getting, and we're really fortunate with, how our team is doing overall. And I feel like we want to continue on with this and really extend this as further as we can, and just hope that, you guys keep watching out for us and really continue to support us as well. So that seems to be the end of the interview. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joel. Good to hear that Longzhu's mental and physical are both in good form at the moment, Papa Smithy, because knowing that they're a happy team makes me feel very, very pleased after what they've gone through as a team historically over the last.
And it's cool that they're kind of training up in every way, right? The champion pool's in the right spot, the gameplay in the right spot, scrims have been going well. Clearly, if they can perform at this level, and like you say, the out-of-game stuff, as a 5-man team seems to be coming together. So everything working for Longzhu, and then MVP being the other side of the coin and still struggling. It feels like we're piling on if we talk too much more about MVP. Such has been their struggle since the first series. They will be playing Afrika next week, but that leaves them rooted at the bottom of the table. -4 game score on Rocks Tigers. Lets you know that they've lost 4 more games than Rocks Tigers, who are equal in match score.
Now, looking at the top of this table as well, Longzhu are hot on the heels of SK Telecom, Samsung, and KT Rolster. But our big ticket 3 that have been really holding onto that top spot, especially in the last season as well, are still looking very, very strong, but now with Longzhu there as well, now with Jin Air looking a lot better, as well as the Afrika Freaks recently looking like a stronger team, we are going to be seeing Jin Air GreenWings against BBQ Olivers in about an hour's time at 8 p.m. KST, or 20.
And that kind of will set the top 5. If it, as expected, Jin Air win.
Yep.
Remember, SKT play Afrika tomorrow. Probably not going to see Afrika winning that one. It does mean that the top 5 will be SKT, KT, Samsung, the teams everyone expect will go to Worlds. But throw in Longzhu and Jin Air, how could we know at the start of the season that they'd be performing? Let's see if Jin Air can back that up with a performance. In it looks like about an hour's time.
Yeah, about an hour's time they're going to be taking on BBQ. I don't know whether we're going to get any chicken. I really hope there is some, but hopefully there's no more big pauses as well. We won't have to rant at you. We'll see you guys back in an hour. Coming up next, Jin Air GreenWings, BBQ Olivers, 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
petrified. There is an armor, ancient magic made it strong, and you shall wear it when you face the fight. This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thornmail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace. electrified. There is an armor, ancient magic made it strong, and you shall wear it when you face the fight. This harness will guide us to dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thorn mail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace.
Today's matchup. Jin Air GreenWings. BBQ Olivers. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer. I am still Atlas. This is still Papa Smithy, and we've had about an hour's break after what was a very swift Longzhu victory over MVP, and now we have the pleasure, the joy of Jin Air versus BBQ Olivers. This could be a messy series, ladies and gentlemen. Just as a precursor, this could be rough.
It definitely could be, but it isn't necessarily the series we would have predicted 3-4 weeks ago, right?
Yeah.
Where it would have been 8th versus 9th or 9th versus 10th. Jin Air have had a much better start to the season than we possibly could have expected, given they didn't really change anything up with the roster. coming in strong. Their younger players being complemented by renewed vigor from Ixu. Kuzan's champion pool looking cleaner, partly because of the Galio, but still looking cleaner. Jin Air have performed better than expectations, and at least BBQ are coming off their first match win of the season. So perhaps we will be able to see Jin Air firm themselves in top 5, which is a story in and of itself, or BBQ come back in their second match of the win and separate themselves from this bottom 4 that doesn't have any match wins between them.
Yeah, it's not exactly the best scenario for the bottom of the table, but you're right. Ever 8 winners did fall to BBQ Olivers last time we saw them, and Jin Air are fresh off a 0-2 loss versus KT Rolster. Of course, they are well and truly solidified on the top of the ladder, but still, Jin Air not feeling the momentum that theoretically BBQ Olivers could, despite the rest of the results.
But I'm excited. Every time we see Jin Air, I'm seeing a team that's still gelling. I'm seeing young players coming into their own. Umti's one of the most fun to track. Don't think he'll be getting too much of the Lee Sin that is definitely his signature pick. But Jin Air seem to be firming as maybe not a top 5 team. They're there right now. They may cement that spot. Will they be top 5 by the end of the season? That'd be a different story. My prediction, if I was a betting man, is that one of Jin Air and Longzhu will miss top 5 because they're focusing on young talent, because they're still coming together. But it'd be great if I was wrong, and at least the Glad plane has been flying much more this season.
Oh, there's been so many Glad planes, Papa Smithy, and that is going to be where we're starting as well. Even currently in match score with the Freaks as well, wanting to push themselves ahead in those standings. We're going to be starting with Ixu on the top side of the map. They have been playing around with this one, but it's going to be the regular roster otherwise.
Yeah,
so
played with
Kuzan, Teddy, and of course Snowflower there as well.
They played with both during the course of their series against KT. Game 1 was So1, Game 2 was Ixu. Neither of them could pick up a victory. Farming on Ixu. Ixu has the experience edge. And they said in one of the interviews that Ixu sometimes can be a wild card and throw an advantage, but he's been carving out advantages, and that's already something to appreciate from the top lane.
Yeah, an aggressive play as well can be a double-edged sword, Pop Smithy, but can get you into situations that you wouldn't otherwise be able to get into if you're not testing your limits like that. So I respect Ixu's play. It's just whether or not he's going to be able to back it up now against Crazy from BBQ, which should theoretically be something that he could take down. But Umti's the guy that we're really going to be looking at here because he's been controlling the map in the early game for Jin Air in a way that they haven't really experienced.
And his opposite number in Bless, hasn't had the best season either. So you're right, there should be a bit of a mismatch in the jungle. Both these players have got a lot of Lee Sin, but hasn't been a winning pick for the side of BBQ more often than not. BBQ again came off that match win. That was with Crazy adjusting his champion pool, going a bit more lane focused. So I think both Ixu and Crazy could really be prioritizing getting the counter pick in top lane. A theory we can test in Champion Select. Tempt has been the star more often than not when they picked up victories, although Ghost has been largely monopolizing the MVPs. Last time out, Tariq Zaya was the duo they ran and looked really good.
Somehow, we had our doubts when we first seen
Rakan was available, so we thought had to be the Lovers bot lane. They went with the Tariq, and it went way better than expected.
And I feel like there might be a tiff going on here as well, because Manta played Rakan without Zaya as well. It's like, do they even want to be hanging out in Summoner's Rift together
Well,
anymore?
you know how it is right at the start, right? They don't really want the public to know. They're keeping it down low. There's signs. You can read into them. The smoke signals are there, suggesting that perhaps there's trouble in paradise, but we don't know for sure.
It's true. I mean, we can speculate. We can look to the paparazzi to try and get us the inside scoop. But let's have a look at some fun stats here as BBQ last split were able to demolish Jin Air GreenWings. That is not necessarily something to take away, especially at the beginning of the season, because Jin Air were still definitely rebooting.
Neither of the MVPs from the Jin Air win, though, in the second round, right at the end. Match 90, final match of the season, was Jin Air versus BBQ. That was Gangnam Style. That wasn't with us.
Yep.
But So-On and Raze picked up the MVPs that time.
Yep, Raze, of course, really trying to pull Jin Air out of what was a very rough situation towards the end of spring. But you can see Jin Air sort of opposite stories, as the first loss did come in, but then it was 3 victories in a row for Jin Air, 3 losses in a row for BBQ.
But they picked up that most recent win here. That's the takeaway for BBQ, as they beat Everate. They looked good in Game 3, especially doing it with some innovation, adjustments in Champion Ball. There is some optimism that BBQ can put up a series. I feel like it's going to go 3 games. I don't think Jin Air is going to be good enough to put BBQ to the sword. But again, another one of those fun positions where I'd be happy to see Jin Air separate themselves from the herd like Longzhu have been able to do.
Yeah, and I think that this KDA graph is actually really exciting as well, because we talk about Teddy all the time. This guy is a phenomenal player, but Ghost, at least as far as KDA, is certainly keeping up, and the bottom lane is where everything is closest. Jin Air having more success around the rest of the map, but be excited to track how that bottom lane does pan out, because Ghost has been up and coming as well.
Looking at some matchups, top lane with Crazy adjusting to some more power. You see Jace and Renekton at the tail end of his picks. Those were his picks in the wins against Everate winners, and looked a bit more dominating in the top lane. Not too much to separate them, except for head-to-head, the KDA definitely goes the way of Crazy in their meetings.
Yep. However, recently, Ixu has most certainly been stepping it up when he has been the one on the Rift. And look at that. What is DTPM?
I want to say it's damage to turrets per minute, but that seems wrong. I don't actually know.
Team damage per minute?
Could be. Sometimes stats here are a bit strange.
Yeah.
But he's number 1, damn it.
But is that the whole of Jin Air being number 1? I should have studied this graphic a little bit more. Oh dear.
You didn't tell me there was an exam here. What are the grades going towards?
I don't know. But both of these top laners actually first and second in kill participation, which is cool. Knowing
Could also be damage taken per minute.
Oh, yeah, maybe that is.
Could be.
I
actually don't know.
That doesn't sound like a great stack.
No,
it's like over 800.
I'm playing lots of tanks. It really hurts playing Shen into Cannon, I guess.
Is that like of all time as well? Because you could imagine that number would be high
That
if
was
you're playing the
season.
tanks, but that's not what he's been playing.
They were season stats. Let's leave the stats away.
Woo!
Let's go in to the match. Really excited for pick and ban. There's a lot of key picks for both these teams in their victories. So to see where the priorities lie, we're going to see some more crowd shots. It's not quite 8 o'clock. We go pick and ban live on the hour, Atlas.
Oh, damn right we do. You know that you're going to get some League of Legends OGN action at 8 p.m. KST. That is just how that one works. But I wonder whether the pick and ban is going to go the same way the last time around. I mean, the last series, the pick and ban was pretty predictable in what we saw. So the Galio was traded for the Zac the first time we saw it. Then that seemed like something that no one really wanted to do anymore. And then it was going to be other picks and like, let's allow one of them through and not. We'll see what happens here as Jin Air first ban away the Talia from Tempt.
And the Galio is banned away. So 3-0 for Kuzan on Orianna and Galio. She's been getting those picks a lot, and I think both of them will be heavily contested. Tempt burst onto the scene in spring season with his pentakill on Talia. So it's 2-2 on that this season, so we'll not be able to visit it again in this game.
By far his most played, though, double the next highest.
And Teddy has been dominating lanes as Caitlyn, so drawing bans on Caitlyn is always cool to see, but Caitlyn has been increasingly a first pick. We had it first picked in, I believe it was game 1,
series,
so guess not going to be a big surprise. Hurricane nerf to Caitlyn didn't seem to change anything. Thresh ban as well. Respect coming to Totoro, who I usually associate with more of the Braum school of melee supports. But it does say, hey, are we going to be getting Zac? The answer's no.
Nope. The question is, do we immediately pick up Elise? When you've got Umpty on your roster, Jin Air probably didn't necessarily feel like this is the best situation to be in because his Lee Sin is so good, but you sort of have to pick Elise here, right?
It's an interesting quandary because, as you say, Lee Sin has been the good luck charm for the side of Jin Air, but they will go with the tier ranking, which has Elise just a little bit ahead. And because Bless has a better history with Elise, and his Lee Sin has been largely not the best this season, I think it's a smart choice to pick away rather than necessarily go for ultra comfort on the side of Umti. But there's more available here.
Oh, wow, yes.
Syndra is going to be available for crazy. Kuzan's saying, don't worry, guys, I've got Lissandra.
Yeah. As he always
Or
does.
Vladimir, which is his other big pick into Syndra. I would be serious about saying it's going to be one of Lissandra or Vladimir into this Syndra.
Well, Kuzan has always been a notable Vladimir player. I know the meme is, well, I can Frozen Tomb the ultimate. It's going to be the best. But you can also just use your pull, which is on a lower cooldown. But that is both solo lanes picked up first round, Pop Smithy. How are we feeling about that?
Well, this is, again, the new sign of Crazy trying to go lane-focused. Renekton pushes in on every tank matchup, but not every other matchup. Ixu not well known for his Rumble, so Kled will be his choice. Risky matchup into the Renekton.
Yeah.
Sure, it can get there, but he's probably going to need some of the Spiderlings and attention from Umti to help him in the early game where Renekton just straight up wins basically every matchup.
Well, Kuzan's actually throwing the gauntlet here if he's thinking about the LeBlanc. It's like, if you pick solo lanes, well, we're going to pick solo lanes as well.
And nodding his head, jumping onto the LeBlanc. He is a legacy LeBlanc player, has had success on it in the past, but surprising to see him opt into this particular skill matchup, given that so much of his champion pool is pretty comfortable against the Syndra. As surprise, surprise, we will see Bless jump onto the Gragas. He is 2-0 on Gragas this season. It's been another good luck charm, but this means that no bot lane champions have been picked in the first round of the draft. Usually we have
Yeah, it's
AD
the
carry
opposite,
taken
isn't it?
very early and sometimes support. And now AD carry pool is going to get pretty narrow here on the side of Jin Air, especially because BBQ is saying, hey, want to ban forward AD carries to see how you go?
Yeah.
And Jin Air will probably have to opt out of that unless they have Teddy ready on the second round of AD carries.
Teddy, of course, most notably a Jin player in the past. The Twitch is going to be
You'll like
banned.
this, because the fun thing is that Ghost has kind of been best on these, like, pocket picks like that.
Yeah, like Callista and things like that, right?
Callista and Twitch, whereas with Teddy, you just ban power because his laning is so strong. So I love the kind of dual nature of a double AD carry ban, but Ashe and Twitch are very different types of AD carry that have to be focused for these particular players.
Well, theoretically, what BBQ can do... Oh, no, they're not going to, so they're going to spread these bans out. The Braum, which has been a lot more coveted recently, is going to be taken off the board. I was going to say they could ban the Varus here and then pick the Xayah and force Teddy onto a pick that he hasn't actually gone to so far this season, but opting to spread the wealth, Snowflower's Braum has always been good. In fact, is most played currently this season.
Wry smiles from Snowflower. He will also have a big say in sort of what bot lanes he's happy to contest with. And Tahm Kench going to be the ban.
Does make sense.
So Varus available. And Tahm Kench not there to deny it. Braum not there to deny it. Thresh not there to deny it. So a lot of power in the Varus. BB could go with what's worked for them before, which has been the Xayah. They've had some explosive results with this pick. Another positive win rate for the side of Ghost, who was 14.5 KDA in those 2 wins against Everett. He was the big star in that particular series.
Teddy now looking towards the Callista of his own. Will be the first time that he's played this. Will stretch out that played 80 carries to 5. He's going to lock that one away. Now where does Snowflower go? Does he deny the Rakan? Are we going to see potentially Xayah versus Rakan?
Callista Rakan sounds like it's going to have some fun. Fate's
that
Call.
sounds spicy, man.
Knock
Fate's
up
Call
interactions.
quickness. Like, oh.
What we call that? The Fate's Quickness?
Yeah. Fate's entrance. Oh, well. Could possibly happen here. Snowflower was the debuter of the successful Rakan here at LCK. Debuter is a terrible word. I'll work on that one. But Totoro going to go back to what is certainly some power on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, just wants to punish the Rakan, whose early laning phase is not its strength.
Oh, speaking of punishment, that's a way to do it.
This would make it a true pick comp on the side of BBQ. So many different variables to contend with if the Blitzcrank is locked in. And it will be. Okay, so now the Feathers, they're trying to step away from those. Suddenly the Blitzcrank hook may be hitting.
Yeah.
Spicy bot lane matchup, Atlas. Was left to the last moment, and now we get Callista Rakan for so many different potential gap close and disengages and engages
Totoro's hooks are going to have to be so good, Papa Smithy. How do you land hooks on Callista and Rakan?
You give Kled free initiation instead.
Oh my goodness, it sounds pretty scary on the side of BBQ, but it's an all-in composition. They've got crazy power in the early game. If you want winning lanes, they most certainly got them. Renekton known for winning lanes. Syndra is busted. Man, things are looking good for BBQ as far as the early game is concerned, but are Jin Air going to continue on their upswing as far as coordination?
And the fun thing is that, sure, if the jungler is not involved, a lot of these lanes from BBQ should be pretty formidable, but they're all kind of brittle if they're targeted. If there's an early gank in those lanes, you can get LeBlanc, you can get Kled, and you can also win the bot lane. And has been the star of the side of Jin Air. He's got great members around him, but Umti's uptick has led to Jin Air's uptick. And if can use what is a very powerful jungle pick in the Elise, the on-paper matchups may not matter.
Yep, and we've seen it before. I mean, Cuz in our first matchup almost single-handedly destroyed the game on his Zac by stealing everything away early, allowing his lanes to roll over the top. We'll see whether it is going to be another Umti story or whether BBQ, with all the power that they've put together, will be able to take down Game 1. Okay, almost 3 cheers here, Papa Smithy. It's almost like a happy birthday song. However, fans not quite into it just yet. Jin Air GreenWings fans in the audience here as well.
That probably says something really funny about Crazy.
Yeah, it does.
Well, Ixu decided to not stay with his team. This is kind of a losing level 1 strategy by Jin Air. We saw Blitzcrank in Series 1. You remember it was the 5-man invade on both sides because you don't want to allow a 3v1 scenario. Although Jin Air, hello.
Okay. Yeah, they're looking for it. There's the grand entrance. The exhaust goes down. Ghost is just going to be killed, and it goes to Teddy. If there's ever a nightmare scenario, Pub Smithy, it's that one. Teddy gets to even go back before minions spawn and buy an item. That's a longsword. He's a soldier. He's got a sword and a shield and an extra potion.
And Atlas, I baited myself. I said, well, Ixu shouldn't have been all alone. That's a good way to get picked. Well, guess what? Ghost was all alone himself, surrounded by the late invade coming through from Jin Air. They just wanted to get information because they knew they weren't getting information in the top side, and they got the best information, which, like you say, is extra items onto Teddy. He's on Callista, a laning 80 carry. The bot lane was one of the spots where Callista, maybe even alone, could do a lot against the Xayah and the Blitzcrank, and now she's set up to do so.
Yep, I was going to ask you, Papa Smithy, what it was that you mentioned about Callista and just Teddy in general. And I didn't have to because you let us know exactly what was going on. As Ren, that was weird. The Ren before didn't actually make any noise, but he still managed to pick it up.
There were some buffs to Callista over the course of patches. You remember there was the nerf at one point where it took 2 minions to actually get the full mana back from Rend. It's been lowered again to 1, so laning power, pushing power of the Callista doesn't need to be on the same mana budget, so little buffs to Callista over time have made her an attractive pick, and that's where the meta is right now. We're seeing more and more Callista, which I think is fun. It's actually Teddy's first ever professional game as Callista.
Well, Umti, you mentioned, Papa Smithy, that Tempt would have to, well, that everyone would have to worry about Umti. And Umti didn't even have to do anything. He just walked.
Because if you think about it, a lot of the BBQ kind of champions, or at least a lot of the games where we've had pushing lanes, there hasn't been Elise available. And she's one of the few champions that can actually punish pushing lanes in a realistic fashion. Sure, Lee Sin can pop over and do some damage pre-6, but that's about it. As Kuzan looks for the chains, does hit them. Don't think he'll have kill pressure quite, but...
Message received. Papa Smithy?
But yeah, Elise being there can warp these lanes that, without such a powerful ganking jungler, are just straight up push lane, win. There's no answer from the enemy team. Elise is an answer in and of herself.
You can see Snowflower here. Almost baiting Totoro. Probably wants that level 3. I don't know whether he's taken Battle Dance already. But, oh, there it is. So Snowflower just gets in the way of it. Dashes his way back. Interesting that he didn't hold on to the grand entrance just for a little bit longer. But still, some meaningful damage here.
And the reason you do that is if you're thinking that they will flash after you. Wasn't to be in that case. Good harass coming through from the side of BBQ. In the top side, Kled just teleporting back in, so Renekton not been able to boss around the lane as much as you might expect so far, and perhaps has the spidey sense that is top side.
Well, Elixir very far up. So, wow. Okay, that's a Spiderling teleport. And that's Kuzan looking for another kill.
That's the minion wave awkwardly not actually pushing yet.
Okay. Oh,
They can definitely screw this up as takes up 300 HP from the minions. That was dumb.
Okay, so this was almost the Freaks all over again, Pop Smithy, but thankfully they didn't actually opt in for anything.
He actually needed his Spiderlings to be tanking the minions coming in, otherwise he's going to be in a lot of trouble. He didn't want the minion wave to crash because he wanted the turret dive to be cleaner, but trying to do too much at once. And speaking of doing too much,
as a flash body slam, Battle Dance gets Snowflower out, and that is a 4-man investment on the bottom side of the map that is also going to be thwarted?
They're flaunted. They're flaunting it.
They're flaunting with the bottom side dive.
You lost your words there. But
I also said it in the wrong accent as well, so they must remember that I am Australian. Okay, Kuzan playing Gatekeeper.
Doesn't want Tempt getting into lane and forces Tempt to take the longest possible way back into lane.
Loses a few creeps there as well, as Umti's like, oh, where did my health bar go?
He needed the blast cone there. That's for sure.
Yeah, he did.
That was almost really embarrassing.
I think it was still pretty embarrassing. Okay, well, at least he's playing a fancy song. Maybe stick to the concerts instead of the trying to kill raptors at 0 health. That is not a party that you want to be entering. Okay, Teddy very low on the old mana. But like you said, changes to Rend. Feeling better. Board's going down. Kuzan, I was about to say narrowly avoids, but that was quite a big avoiding that one.
Just laning phase now. A lot of the action in level 1. Flash being down on Ghost, no longer a factor. It's pretty important to say that Ghost and Totoro could play up as much as they did.
Yeah.
Actually go even in CS, even when their AD carry entered lane with only 1 summoner. They can see the LeBlanc in mid lane.
Yeah, it was a cute use to see, but maybe Tempt was a bit confused. Throws down another one, but the chains don't land. Tempt can break those chains, something like that.
Speaking of breaking, the win rate of Syndra is no longer undefeated. That streak was shattered earlier this week, and I believe at the end of last week. So while the pick still does have a lot of respect, and a lot of people don't feel that they have champion pools to lane reliably into good Syndra players, it is no longer undefeated in Korea.
Yep, still seeing a lot of bans, of course, but I think, like you said, it's about these very notable Syndra players. Umti once again. He's doing the walk at him method. Oh, the ultimate comes in. Oh, Jesus, that was close. And the repel's going to get Umti over there. Flashes the orb for style points. And I think if that was calculated, Kuzan, I'd give you $1 million.
It was 6 HP from what I saw. Super low does Kuzan fall down. If one minion had been aggroed, if he had auto-attacked, I don't believe he did, we'll see in the replay, but he didn't have minion aggro. A minion would have killed him. So to come up 2-0 in that scenario was as narrow as can be. Kuzan will say calculated, but that was not calculated, Atlas.
No, most certainly wasn't.
And do you know how he lived there? He lived because every champion now gets magic resist per level, and he has 2 more magic resist than he would usually, and didn't die.
Oh my goodness. Small stat change relevance, Papa Smithy, that's what we're talking about. Now also have a fight on the top side of the map. Crazy does still have the Dominus, remember. Oh, bear trap and a rope, not going to find it. Man, he's viciously battling right now.
Back in the mid lane.
Yeah, some more chains are going to land.
A lot of free damage. I even got the revolver proc.
Yeah, I love that the gun feels like an actual gun now.
Instead of just giving you...
Yeah, it was more like a
Spell
straw. It was like a straw.
Give me some of your life.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there wasn't anything else that really offered that as well, so...
Lane swap coming through at 8 minutes that we've seen more and more common this season. Kuzan does actually land the chain. Doesn't quite have enough burst, but there's slow reactions on the side of Jin Air. We've seen so many teams be in position to answer after the first buy. Jin Air kind of wander bot lane, and BBQ pick up a free objective. So against the run of play, BBQ make the smarter macro decision with a losing bot lane and losing mid lane and still trade up.
Yeah. It's the difference between what we saw on Thursday, Papa Smithy, in the KT Samsung series, I believe, where this sort of macro play was being answered across the board. It felt like a game of chess. This time, BBQ most certainly getting the lead.
And it comes due to a multitude of factors and also has a lot of impact. Now, they've been well held and targeted by Elise, who's had good ganks. Guess what? Lane swaps, if you remember, when they were an auto thing throughout the course of the last 2 years, the majority of it, they kind of hid your jungler. It was less about Elise finding lanes to gank because, hey, your positioning and movements were forced across the map as everyone had to collapse at the right time. Speaking of collapse, somebody takes some free damage, but you had to collapse on a turret at 3:15 or whatever it was. This is a different meta. This is the standard lane meta. Junglers like Elise, once again, are very high value. But if you enact a lane swap like they did, sending 4 top, the value of Elise goes down. Because sure, she can push quite well, but she's not able to get the same gank pressure because there's no lanes to gank when there's 4 people in one lane.
Now we did just see Crazy getting a lot of pressure towards the top side. Hook not going to find anyone as there's the grand entrance. Snowflower still taking so much damage. Fate's Call at the perfect time. Unable to get the kill back on Totoro, but they save the turret for the moment. Deny the kill from Tempt.
So they will at least win this particular turret trade, but remember, they lost a turret straight up, so it still will be 2-1 for BBQ.
Yep. That is going to be that one falling down. Ghost does get solo local gold for that. Tempt once again.
Level 9 to level 7.
Yeah, this gun is really going nuts on the Tempt as well. The use of the revolver every time it's up. I mean, I haven't seen very many people actually track that cooldown. But Kuzan just seems to be able to know exactly when he can shoot people. It's cool.
This is a trade that would love to get. Now, he's in a ward, but a lot of the pressure for BBQ is bot side, and the mid laner is losing straight up, so they can't really contest top side. So they give up the Rift Tower. They want, at minimum, this Infernal.
Snowflower, we'll see whether he actually goes. No, he knows exactly what's going on. It's Kuzan.
He would love to kill Ghost, who's low on mana. May not have had 100, so might actually have not been able to Featherstorm.
Yeah. Question's still there, but like you were talking about, the Rift Herald did fall to Umti. He'll now be able to use that to try and get themselves a structural advantage. It's 2 turrets to 1 in favor of BBQ, but Jin Air still in the lead as far as the gold. It really does shout out the fact that they are ahead in the farm.
See what lane Umti wants to put Rift Herald into. Mid lane is your suspicion, and with a pretty big experience advantage for Kuzan. Could certainly be a big play for them. Could also play around bot lane because they have double teleport, and Tempt won't be able to get there. So they have a lot of options here. See Elise pushing into the blue side jungle of BBQ. I hear Kled.
Yeah, here's the charge. Grand Entrance gets a double knock-up. Everything seems to be working as the Featherstorm does fly through. Ixu jumps off Skull, and in comes Kuzan. Low health bars, you're right. As Kuzan... What was the... buddy? Okay.
Just took free damage. They didn't actually invest the Rift Herald. Everyone is bot lane. Nothing is gained from the side of Jin Air, and it was allowing Tempt to get free time and experience in the mid lane. So big commitment there with the lane gank from Ixu. Does not pay off.
At least they do get the teleport from Crazy. I believe it was in the last engage. Traded for Kuzan's, but double teleport here, so Ixu can find himself some sort of other trade. Seems like minion waves are in decent positions as well. Now Crazy's sort of relegated to clearing up a Krug camp to make that number look better, but remember, they're smaller, not worth as much gold, and he's cheating.
I'd like to see BBQ cheat their way into the blue side jungle of Jin Air. Thank you very much. And get some aggressive vision. Sure, they have been losing out in the pick wars, but because they have top lane turret down, they do have more space to invade and get vision, and they need to know where Elise is at every time, because they need to respect the Rift Herald that still will be pushed down. So even though they've been losing out on ganks, I feel like there is still some advanced vision that can be gained without being disrespectful by BBQ.
And I feel like it's actually sort of double, because both teams need to focus so much on vision, because everyone knows the rule of Blitzcrank. You have to know where he is, otherwise you have to play so scared. Much like when we were in a meta that involved fiddlesticks. A meta that all of us, I'm sure, should sorely miss.
Hey, Fiddlesticks was my flair on Reddit before I got the tick. I love
really?
Fiddlesticks. It was
I
my
know.
first main.
He was definitely your first man.
That was
I
a-
remember.
I
I
was
was
a-
watching
I was a-
professional Papa Smithy.
I was a fiddle in the middle, even before that.
Ooh, the dream. Fate's call. Teddy just wanted to give Snowflower a hug. That is it. Okay, Totoro still going aggressive. Unseen, actually, Teddy. Oh, good ward. Maybe didn't want to invest the...
But they see that many people in the bot lane. Hey, it's Rift Herald time.
Yeah?
Mid lane turret's going to go down because they saw so many people. Goodbye. See ya.
Boom. Congratulations. D, that was the biggest auto attack from Elise I've ever seen.
And if you think about it, Teddy traded an a control ward for mid lane turret. That gave them the information to know.
Yeah.
3 people bought instant reaction from Jin Air. Jin Air of spring season, Jin Air of the last 2 years was never good at proactive plays in the early to mid game. We knew that he loved to play 50-minute fiestas, one team fight. Maybe they won, maybe they lost. Usually they lost. This is a new Jin Air that trade information for an objective, and that was really well done. Sure, Teddy could have gotten picked, but they were like, okay, get some information. Where are BBQ? They saw 3, and no one hesitated. Instant reaction, instant Rift Herald, instant mid lane turret.
And as we move towards the mid and late game, Papa Smithy, is this Jin Air composition one that wants to go for something like a 1-3-1, utilizing the double teleport and the power of something like a LeBlanc in a side lane to push this one through? Or are they going to do the Jin Air thing where they just somehow manage to team fight with almost any composition?
I think they're set up to do the former, which is the 1-3-1, like you say, double TP versus Syndra, who basically wants the game to be played around her finding picks. So speaking of picks,
Trade the ultimate for the grand entrance. I'll take that any day of the week. Teleport coming in from Jin Air. Ixu.
are we rolling?
Let's roll. Is it finally
I'm
time to
trying
let's
to
roll
find
again?
out. Everyone wants to know, will we be rolling? Look, Ixu's definitely going to be rolling. He teleported
Yeah.
for this.
Yeah, keep on rolling, baby. You know what time it is.
No Limp Bizkit, please. Here we go. We're rolling.
Okay, Ghost, no Featherstorm, remember. He is a valid target. Everyone launching forward. Cocoon doesn't land, but it's a big knock-up. Totoro, he is the focus for now, and the grand entrance is working so well. The quickness at the same time. That's 3 kills almost instantly. 2 of them going to Teddy. This Callista is going to be a problem for BBQ.
And the first time they tried this 2 telegraph didn't work this time. I think that BBQ would have been surprised to see the charge summoned. It was a shorter range one. Everyone else was in position to clean up. 3 kills, an outer turret, 5-0 on the kill score. That's when they realized, oh crap, Ixu's in the bot lane, rolls in, big engage, and they actually just go for the first target. They're just happy to take down Totoro. They don't do anything tricky. On the backside, Temp does slow down LeBlanc, so perhaps it could have gone worse. In the end, they still clean up the kills, so hard to evaluate that. 5-0 the kill score. The turret's only now in the advantage of Jin Air after BBQ out-rotated them earlier in the game. And sure, BBQ have an Infernal Drake, but everything else has gone the way of Jin Air.
Yeah, Jin Air looking cool, calm, and collected. Not letting any of the shenanigans in the early stage of the game get under their skin. The 5-0 scoreline and a very dangerous-looking Teddy. Things are frightening. A lot of damage now onto Totoro, but they seem to be just happy giving up these dragons if they can get control elsewhere.
You say a very scary-looking Teddy. I think that's actually an understatement. He has Blade the Ruin King Hurricane at 16 minutes in the game. He picked it up, so he is already a teamfight monster. There isn't anything more than a cloth armor and a ninja tabi on the side of BBQ. They will get wrecked if there is an extended team fight. And also, Jin Air have the charge. They have other ways like the grand entrance and quickness to engage. So they've got ways to force a fight, and they win a fight. Therefore, things are looking pretty rosy for Jin Air.
Yep, they're having a very good time. Crazy, not so much, as Kuzan, I believe, just put a run of spells into him. Still sitting on both summoner spells for Teddy as well, as Ghost still has to wait a while for that heal to come up and the flash even longer. Still big control points available for Jin Air, which is why I'm sort of surprised that BBQ were able to capitalize, pick themselves up a dragon. So good for them to be able to at least understand where Jin Air were backing, where they were going to be, and grab themselves something for it. Any movement speed's good.
And losing things can still give you objectives. That's the best teams will see this. MVP probably is the biggest defender at not finding the windows that other teams find, but even if you see multiple objectives go down, there are wins to be gotten elsewhere on the map. So credit to BBQ. Will an Infernal and a Cloud Drake bring them back into this game? Probably not, but it's still at least something on the board. It's no perfect game. 2 turrets, 2 Drakes. BBQ doing their best, but right now, Jin Air, they hold all the cards.
Yeah. Tempt has his Banshee's Veil completed, so not going to be too afraid of the initial array of spells from Jin Air. And you have a composition like this, though, it's pretty hard not to be hit by something flying out. Could find a good use for Rakan's Q, breaking Banshee's Veil. It makes it pretty valuable, right?
I mean, that's one more use for the Rakan's Q than I've ever found, so that's something.
I had to look up the name of it because it's just, it means so nothing. You know, it's Gleaming Quill.
I would say it's the worst ability of the game.
It is probably one of.
I think it's the worst.
Because it does like
Name one that's even sort of worse.
As far as like,
I'll wait.
are we saying worse like poorly named or just worse ability?
No, worse
like,
ability.
Ability that just feels like nothing.
That does nothing. That you feel bad putting a point into.
Well, it used to be Jace's W.
Agreed. But Jace W is sick now.
Yeah, it's super sick now.
It's bad times for the
Udyr's Tiger Stance when you're going Phoenix Udyr.
Even then, 1 point at level 3 or 4.
Yeah, damn it is still good. Ugh. No. I reckon you're right. I think it's
but it
probably
breaks
the worst.
Banshee, so you got something.
Yeah, there we are. It's valuable this game. Haha. No grand entrance now for Jin Air. The Snowflower once again going to block that one off. Gets his way out. Oh, the ultimate. Going to be flashed by Snowflower. Just buys him some more distance. And BBQ, they were looking for an engagement, but Snowflower too tricksy.
They draw in the teleport from Crazy with the home guards, but can't force the fight. Ixu and Kuzan can recall and teleport in, but Rakan is out of the fight. Teddy didn't want to use Fate's Call. I guess he wanted to keep it for forcing a fight, and thus the whole HP bar of Snowflower was given up for nothing.
Teddy also flashed as well.
He needed to. Had to respect the cask.
Yep.
So rolls around adorably.
Well, Tempt is going for the Leandries as his second item. Feels like probably the extra health is going to be helpful as well.
Kuzan would love a Banshee Veil to be able to pop over a wall to harass and not instantly die to a Blitzcrank hook.
Yeah. At least to be able to wander around and get hit by something first before you have to fear a hook. This makes life less stressful.
Probably going to be a double Banshee very soon between Omti and Kuzan.
Yeah, Umti actually very close. Got quite the plethora of bits of items.
Kind of fun how it's a Blitzcrank meta, even though Banshee Veil is now a meta item.
Yeah.
Strange how that happened at the same time as Kuzan gets the second chain.
Yep, that's 2 chains. Oh, that was cute. Didn't know Blade Caller went that far.
2 chains and a tether.
Yeah.
Coming to a record store near you.
I'd buy that album. Most definitely. Well, Barrel gonna make... Oh, Kuzan, he's gonna get spotted immediately. Gets his way out.
That's not quite up.
Yeah, it doesn't do enough damage, and look at this. The chains doing work now. This level 13 LeBlanc.
Baron threat with the Callista, always a reality, so Jin Air have been looking to force that objective. Can't contest the control ward in the red bush. So right now, it is going to be not a possible objective. Crazy doesn't have teleport. That's why they're doubling down on the Baron place.
Yeah, Volatile Spiderling will spot there's no one waiting around that red buff, but
Kuzan
you're right, this makes a lot of sense.
He's looking for a deep teleport. One of the wards cleared out by Bless. All right, we're rolling.
Yeah, here's the charge. And where is Kuzan going? He's up towards the top side. Everyone on BBQ relatively together. No hook now for the next few seconds.
Kuzan lost his home guard buff, so he's not actually able to close the distance, so that attempt is wasted.
Unfortunate. Could have been a good opportunity, but diving in when there's interrupts and things like this coming out of BBQ at close range. Oh, okay, this could be the go button. Nope.
They don't have LeBlanc. LeBlanc doesn't have teleport. She's top lane, so not going to be now. There's actually a pretty big window of advantage for Jin Air that's kind of gone to waste. You know, if they could have just played 3 lanes and then had double teleport and run Crazy with no teleport and Tempt around the map, and then gotten a free objective, maybe not Baron, but something similar as mid lane.
Well, there's the flash body slam. We do have a Fate's Call available as Teddy could bring Snowflower Black, but no, he can't. That's just going to be the unleashed power and the destruction out of Tempt. We knew it could possibly happen, and Bless made that one look pretty easy.
BBQ taking advantage of Jin Air misfiring around the red side. Sure, LeBlanc might be pushing in top, but BBQ are still pushing in mid. They don't respect anything about a no-charge Ixu and just Umti.
Should be able to get this turret, but it's going to be traded for one in the mid lane here as BBQ all pushing forward. Run out of minion wave. That's 2 for 1 on the turret trade. Umti thinking about getting some corralling going on, but this minion wave will crash into the turret, not do too much more. Now Jin Air just pinging on the Baron. They've got a heck of a lot of vision.
They've had a control ward that's stuck there for a while. They know Callista can't be there yet, and Umti's not going to be able to rush it. This is optimistic from the side of Jin Air. Still, a gap in vision from BBQ that can be exploited. Blitzcrank is kind of meandering his way towards his objective.
This is just gone. That Baron is so easily Jin Air's, because that were 3 backs that just came in. Snowflower.
Only now are BBQ actually closing distance. Blitzcrank auto-attacked some minions before he got here. 3,000 health for the Baron.
Yep. And look at how many sticks it's got in it. There is no way anyone is stealing this. The Ren easily does it. Umti probably shouldn't have smited there because I believe that Teddy could have just locked that one down. That was the easiest Baron I've ever seen.
I think it was
Lose
smart.
2 turrets and gain 1 and then just take Baron for free.
I'll say the smite was fine just because he smited early at about 1,500 and then it was at 400 and clearly the Rend would have done. I think the Rend was probably around 700 to 800 damage in that scenario, so still well secured. Weird, the BBQ recalls were fine, but they actually took a long time to really click that, hey, 24 minutes, we could have lost the Baron. They didn't respect
But they were also just fighting around that area, right?
And it's also, it was Elise and Rakan leashing it super early, starting the first 1,000, 2,000 damage before you would have really respected, because you expect Callista to be in the pit when they start the Baron, but they had started it so much earlier that they kind of 8 to 10 seconds speed difference was the difference between contesting the Baron at 6,000 health and contesting the Baron at 3,000 health.
Yeah.
And now you're dealing with Ixu with charge available and teleport on Kled with an item advantage. Not item parity really, but a slight advantage over his opponent. Kuzan's been pushing in top lane. The 1-3-1 is super powerful that you talked about before, Atlas.
Especially now that it's been set up that way. As Jin Air should be able to get the damage required on this inner turret on the bottom side of the map, but can they get more afterwards is the question, because they're spreading BBQ so thin. And look at them, they're spending so much time just running around the map.
And in that time, they get nothing. They don't get creeps, they don't get vision, they just run from top to bot lane, have to respect all the pressure. Moment the Kuzan sees them walk on a ward, a show in minion vision. He goes back to push top lane. Jin Air cutting aggressively. They don't respect being caught by a Blitzcrank. They've got Banshee's Veils. Right now, they are strong. Rakan can walk up. Hey, they don't worry about Ixu.
Oh, and look at this. Snowflower, he's going to get the charms in with the quickness. Gets himself back out of there too very, very easily. Not a lot of damage down onto Ghost, who doesn't have the Feather Storm anymore, but the tower is the priority, and Kuzan being frustrating on the backline means that BBQ couldn't capitalize.
Yeah, good clean call from Jin Air. No one there went ultra aggressive when they could have. Snowflower didn't use his flash for the quickness either. The primary objective was the inner turret. All 3 inner turrets are down. It grows the gold lead, which now is at around 6,000. They'll find a better, cleaner fight later. Jin Air can just rinse and repeat, pick up some more items, and look to close the game.
Yeah. Clean late game play so far from Jin Air. We know that the late game was where they started their upswing, Papa Smithy, especially in the promotion tournament. It seemed like when Jin Air GreenWings got themselves into a team fight situation in the late game, it was almost regardless of team composition, they were able to come out ahead.
And put it this way, what are Jin Air most famous of? Even if you'd never come over to Korea, what was one stat Jin Air would always win?
Game length.
Exactly. Game time was always where they were longest. Longest game time this season, 39.7. You'd be surprised to find out is a freak of freaks, interestingly.
Wow.
They have the longest game. I know they've played some crazy games, but they've played perfect games, so it's kind of strange.
Yep. Well, inconsistency is also their motto, so you'd expect them to be in the outlier territory.
Jin Air is actually 7th in terms of game length. They are one of the fastest teams.
Goodness.
That's never happened before. They have always been last or second last when Samsung was playing 45-minute teamfight only games, winning them, but still, Samsung was first in one of the seasons. Every other season of the past 5. Jin Air has been longest average game time. So for them to be top half, finishing games quickly around the 30 to 35 minute mark, currently 35-minute average game time, is another sign that it's a whole new Jin Air.
And largely unchanged roster as well. You say whole new Jin Air, but it's not new players. It's just new mindset and new success story, honestly. Still, of course, not challenging teams like SKT or Samsung up the very tippy top of the table. I will not say KT. Sorry, I can't do it. Can't do it.
It's one more big result away from you just being a pure KT fanboy. I know it.
Well, no. All the KT fanboys that are actually watching cannot handle the jinx. So, like, if you say a lot and it's death, the jinx, oh, perfect, stunning. But you know what I mean? Like, you don't want to jinx it. Can't jinx it. So, not quite breaking into that little bubble at the very top of the LCK, but Jin Air making definite statement when it comes to solidifying the middle of the pack.
And I have happy news for you. We have the return of a changed bubble in the case of Steric's Gauge coming through from Kled. Now, Steric's Gauge was changed in recent patches. It scales much harder with bonus HP, just like the Tiamat evolution that he's gone for. Of course, no longer the Ravenous Hydra. Titanic Hydra is usually the case for the Kled. So Titanic Hydra and Steric's Gauge have a lot of synergy, as of course as the health on Black Cleaver. So this might be a new 3-item Kled build we haven't seen as much before, because people have just been going Guardian Angel around 3rd or 4th item.
I also think it's really cool that Ixu's gone this way for a 3-item power spike, given the fact that they are looking to finish off the game relatively quickly, right? And you want immediate power. Makes sense for a lot of reasons, Papa Smithy. Very cool. Very, very
But they got to end the game. You know,
they do.
That's the part, is they haven't broken the base. All the easy objectives, they've been gone for a while. Baron buff's going to be trivial because Jin Air have been playing literally around their inhibitor ring of turrets the whole time. But will Jin Air just say, okay, 1 minute to the Baron, we'll pull back, we'll get that for free, keep the waves pushing until then? Will they go more aggressive? Looks like it's going to be the former, as Teddy's going to go for his last shopping trip. At least last shopping trip he hopes he's going to be going for.
Yeah, if it's Mortal Reminder, then he's going to feel good about it, but it's just a last whisper. Sells a control ward, but he just put one down, so he does have one on the map, guys.
Team effort, BBQ, trying to get vision. Here we go.
Yeah. Do have a fair bit of vision of the other players.
They'd love to see the purple snake. They cannot see it, though.
No. Well, neither can we. 40 seconds till that big old Bazza gets out of his pit. Or her pit. Their pit.
It is a female, from what I understand.
I just don't know. I just feel like giving it a gender is almost, like, it's pointless.
But not giving it a gender? Isn't that also, like, rude?
No. You don't have to have a gender. If you don't want to. I haven't asked Baron, though.
That's true. You should definitely get in the practice tool and communicate with Baron.
Yeah, exactly. And, like, when it comes down to it, communication is key. But speaking of purple worms,
let's see how clean this can be from Jin Air. They want to power down this game. Taking the Baron would be a good way to do it. No one on the side of BBQ is even thinking about going near the Baron. They really are afraid.
Ixu is like just hammering it in.
So BBQ have made the call that we cannot contest Baron, which, you know, given the vision situation, is probably true. Surprising amount of restraint, but it's always that kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't situation where they also gave away a free Baron.
Yeah.
And it's not like
by not contesting Baron, we don't die. But also, they get Baron, and we'll probably win.
And then super minions will push in, and Blitzcrank will probably not be able to take a hook. Their wave clear is pretty poor. I don't know if that side of the coin was the correct one. You know, if they had crazy wave clear, the Varus Jace days, maybe. But, yeah. They would have well known the Baron buff will be gone, and it was very fast.
Yeah. Now, they're going to utilize this 1-3-1 composition, and not a whole lot BBQ can do with the comp that they have set up for themselves. It's currently 8,000 gold the lead for Jin Air.
Jin Air, if they want to continue being the clean team that we're trying to purporting them to be, bring in those minion waves, all three at about the same time, and something's got to give on the side of BBQ.
Yeah. They went from the meme team to the clean team.
Yep.
Yeah. They still are kind of the meme team, but it's in a good way.
Clean Air?
Well, it's just like no more sad points.
No. Clean Air is a meme name.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Don't have much of that here in Korea, actually.
They're trying their best, you know?
Well, proximity to China, man. That's just how that works.
Playing all 3 lanes, but not getting the turret damage just yet. BBQ gambled that they can keep their base alive and not have it ruined during the course of the Baron buff, and so far so good, but you have to feel like accumulated pressure is going to finally take them down.
Charge. Ghost may no, doesn't need to invest the ult, but they do lose the turret all too easily. Hook. But
Well,
we'll never know. Maybe it landed.
Well, that's 2 turrets dead. That's already kind of objective win for the side of Jin Air.
Yeah, it's good blade caller, but otherwise not going to get too much.
BBQ are running around like headless chickens again. Nothing they can do.
Yeah.
Nothing they can contest. Hook misses. They don't really want to aggress any harder.
Was that an intentional pun?
No, actually, but I took when I said it, I realized what I had said.
It's fantastic.
And yeah, Jin Air just gonna visit this 3rd inhibitor turret. They haven't taken any inhibitors yet, but they'd like one really soon.
This is just a casual Ixu teleport.
Cancel.
He's going to cancel it, yep. Didn't create quite the space that he wanted to. Kuzan gets half the health from the turret.
That was actually really silly, because now he has to walk all the way there,
Yeah.
and they lose minion waves of pressure.
He can almost charge all his way there.
Doesn't have charge.
I know, but he can almost. Like, it's coming up in a matter of moments.
Isn't an almost charge just not charging?
Yeah.
So it's not
I've
actually
almost
that
got
close.
charge on my phone. Yeah, you still can't make a phone call.
The real life struggles of being
Yeah, exactly.
That's what you tell people when you don't call them, when you say, well, I almost called.
I almost had charge.
Well, they're looking to end the game here, Jin Air. 35 minutes, that's when they've been ending games consistently. They've done all the hard work. They just need to close.
Now with super creeps,
And everything.
Baron minions.
Baron only for another 5 seconds or so. It's probably not going to have the buff. Kalista, for some reason, really needs a blue buff.
Man, Temp looks a little bit out of practice on the old Syndra this moment in time. Even though at this point, it's a difficult scenario.
The 6-kill game, Atlas. The kills haven't really been there. There's a charge off screen.
Ixu, he got it off cooldown and immediately wants to use it. Bless takes a lot of damage, but it's Ixu that's getting a lot of the punishment. Once again, Teddy focuses on the turret and a hook goes wide from Totoro. Oh, Umpty just exploded. Didn't even have time to use his repel to get out of the way, but the quickness flies through. Everyone CC'd up. Featherstorm now on cooldown, and can they get the rest of the kills? Kuzan's in there. There's Teddy Fate's got triple knock-up, and Teddy's going to start his onslaught. So much damage from the Kalista.
Double
The
kill.
second reset as everyone gets to the fountain. Penta is denied, but I have a feeling this will still be the end of the game for BBQ.
Yeah, trying to finish it up. That's just trying to buy time. The respawn is so far away, though, Atlas.
Still, more minions piling in. This Nexus turret very, very low. BBQ will need some heroism to try and stay here.
Kuzan can teleport back in.
Yeah, he's got the teleport. He can keep a minion alive. As Snowflower, he's going to get sacrificed for the good of the colony. And Teddy wants to just go on his merry way. Ghost is going to get destroyed. It's Kuzan that locks down that kill. Shatter Orb, doing a bunch of work. And the Nexus falls. Jin Air, in the end, a 12,000 gold lead and a solid victory. But some decent mid-game play and some rotational optimism to be had for BBQ.
I love the little smart decisions this new Jin Air team can make. Best typified by the control ward, finding 3 people looking for a pick, instant Rift Herald mid, instant mid lane turret, played smart for the majority. We're out-rotated for the first brick at least. That was cool from BBQ. It wasn't MVP versus Longzhu, but still Jin Air largely looked in control, made the right decisions, and we hit 25 minutes, and there was only one team that was going to win.
Yeah, and there were small parts of that draft as well, which did look dangerous for Jin Air GreenWings. The fact that the Syndra got through, we hadn't seen that for a while, suffered another loss now here in the LCK. Not a very big number, the old losses for Syndra are, and a lot of teams that weren't getting wins were able to, based on the existence of that one champion. Wasn't enough to get BBQ across the line, and Jin Air GreenWings will take game 1, looking to try and grab themselves yet another victory and mean that only 2 matches have been lost by Jin Air if they're able to pick up this win. That is a massive story for the beginning of the summer split.
Yeah, BBQ will be jumping onto blue side. Will they find a pick that can actually blow open the game? You would have thought Syndra finally showing up on red side will be something to build around, but that wasn't to be.
Yeah, see whether maybe some Gallios are going to be traded, maybe something like the Zach could come in, something to really shake things up, because I think BBQ really need to change things, move things forward, and try and get themselves to a winning position. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, game number 2.
One shot is do or die, and the odds ain't looking too pretty. But I got the feeling it's my time. I know I'm taking it now.
take me under, take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as the wild birds sing, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shines, bring it back to what it's now. As the world comes tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shines, bring it back to what it's now.
Welcome back, OGN Legion. We have Jin Air 1-0 so far in the series against BBQ Olivers. And it honestly looked relatively textbook. There were a few hiccups along the way, but otherwise it was Jin Air going pretty nuts. Although, that damage graph certainly does make Ghost look pretty good at the old Xayah.
Turns out when everyone is diving at Xayah, she does a lot of pass-through damage, and that can really jump up the DPM, but Jin Air, like you say, largely controlled the game. Pretty damn clean from them. More of this clean air that we're really getting behind, as Snowflower will win your MVP. Jumped on the Rakana denial pick where it was selected in the draft on the blue side after they had already selected Xayah on the side of BBQ with the first pick on the red side in the second round. And then from level 1, they took down Ghost. That was mostly Snowflower getting in there with the grand entrance. Good team game from Jin Air GreenWings, poised to go 2-0 and make this a short night.
Yeah. Also, shout out to Snowflower as well, being able to always battle dance his way in front of hooks and then battle dance his way out with the second charge. Very, very cool to see. And this team fight was a rollover. Got Jin Air to 5 kills to nothing and honestly set them on their road to victory. The quickness grand entrance combo there from Snowflower is fantastic. And this sort of like suicide Rakan style that he has works very, very well.
The Baron that was taken for free. The first one surprised a BBQ, the second one did not. They knew it was coming. The moment there was a 16-minute Blade the Ruin King Hurricane Callista, I had a pretty damn good idea that Jin Air GreenWings would be winning this game. Finally got some spears into people, double kill to start things off. They closed the game from there, and Jin Air GreenWings continue to look good. And BBQ trying to come back with a victory after their last win over Everate. We'll have to do it from the blue side. They had Syndra, usually a blue side pick on red side. Now they're going to have to find something else special. So maybe a Galio special is in order to get BBQ over the line against Jin Air GreenWings.
Well, we'll have to look to the draft to see exactly who is going to get through. Blue side advantage, most certainly a thing to talk about here, Papa Smithy. Is Jin Air going to be strong enough to overcome it in game number 2 is the real question. I have a feeling deep in my bones, perhaps they are. However, crazier things have happened. Caitlyn going to be the first ban, but we've seen this on blue side a heck of a lot.
What's the red side? Caitlyn ban respected Teddy in game 1, so having to move that to the blue side. Let's see what Jin Air is willing to give up, because it's probably going to have to be something, given where the pick and ban has kind of left us. Galio will not be the something. Kled going to be banned on blue side, so maybe a return to the Renekton from BBQ in the second round here.
Yeah, ask for a different answer from Jin Air. And will it just be the Zac Elise standard sort of run through here for Jin Air, as the Elise is the second one?
And they still deal with Syndra again. They could ban LeBlanc on blue side if they want, BBQ, as that was Kuzan's first answer. But because it's Kuzan, who does play things like the Vlad and Lissandra, I don't know if the LeBlanc ban will have as much value. Will be the kind of practice choice, as they basically say, well, I guess we're playing Syndra again.
Or Zac.
Zac would be a surprise to be given up, given that they just dealt with Syndra.
Yeah, Zac is going to be banned. So it makes sense. Classic red side 3. The red team. Syndra going to be a pretty understandable lock-in. But what did Jin Air get for it is the question. There are still other things that are available.
Can jump on that Lee Sin that we did not see from him in game 1.
Lee Sin Thresh, does that make sense as a first round?
Definitely could be. Other teams would look for Tom Kench higher than the Thresh, but Snowflower is a noted Thresh player since his debut in LCK, so I could see him wanting to jump on that.
Could have potentially been a leave Zach open option, given how outspoken Mata was with how well Flay deals with the elastic slingshot.
Why even mess with it, though?
Well, precisely.
2 out of 3 times, 8 out of 10 times maybe the Flay comes off. If it doesn't, you might lose the game, so...
Yep.
If you're Mata, you got the big balls, sure, go for it. If not, just go with the percentage play.
Well, let's tempt with them this time. It's Karma. Flex pick Kuzan and Snowflower if they want it.
Kuzan does play it in the mid lane sometimes, so bit of a flip on the script, but was no AD carry or support taken in the first round last time, you'll remember, and we had that interesting spot where bot lanes were being put together. So here is action back onto BBQ. Blast had largely found success with the Gragas previously, and doesn't show any information to take it here.
They can go for the same draft if they want to. Gragas Renekton could actually just be locked in if they feel like it.
The Renekton's definitely safer than it was before. You can see Jin Air tempting fate and going for something like a Jace top lane to try and play into it. That's been a good pick for Ixu, but sort of pick that Renekton with a gank can definitely run over.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe they go
Jarvan is
slightly
another
different.
option. Yeah, so still going to be fielding the full top side of the map. BBQ, but it's going to be Jarvan this time, and Ixu goes for the Rumble. Okay, so some mixed damage coming out of Jin Air. Opportunities for Kuzan to mix things up if he wants to, assuming Snowflower could pick up the Karma.
Not many career games for Ixu on Rumble. Let's have a look at the stats. I believe... No, he has actually played the 9 games, but what I remembered was the win rate. He's 1-8 in his career on Rumble.
Aha.
So he's tried it many times, but success he has not found. Not a Rumble main. So
hasn't played it this season at all as well.
Yeah, 9 games over the 2 years that he has been on the top fight stage here in Korea. 1-8. Not great reading is, okay, Jin Air will make one adjustment, banning away the Xayah.
Aha, so they noted her on the damage graph.
So will BBQ effectively force Kuzan to go Karma into the Syndra? Because Karma mid can just kind of wave clear and BK, but you want it to be a flex, not kind of a force, by banning away something like the Vladimir, which is the Kuzan special, into the Syndra.
And do they actually decide to ban something like the Lissandra? Because we remember back in the metas of old, Papa Smithy, Lissandra Rumble was disgusting.
I can't see a ban, even though you respect Kuzan for playing it at any moment. Just like some people have a pocket Draven, he has a pocket Lissandra. Seems less likely, especially with Karma kind of being the obvious mid lane pick here. So it's fine just to invest your ban in utility, taking Teddy off of the Ashe.
Still does have the Varus as an option.
Yep. Probably smart to go there as well. They don't have much CC on the lineup otherwise.
Yep. Want to start these fights as well as possible, but Varus Karma, decent lane. Still keeping things flexible inside of Jin Air.
Could be taking something like a Lucian mid lane if they want to, but it sounds very painful against Syndra. They do have the latitude for a physical damage mid laner though.
Yep. It's the furthest we've seen a Thresh fall through a draft as well. So now Ghost is going to get back on his Kalista.
Certainly has a pretty beefy wombo front line to skip around. Just looking for the support choice here on the side of BBQ. What do they give credit for? Is it going to be a Karma in the support role? We'll just go for Braum and try to straddle the line between options. Braum can sometimes fight against ranged supports.
Felt like Thresh was possibly the no-brainer, as this may be one of the first times that he falls through the whole draft this season.
Action under Jin Air. Will we see a curveball being thrown here? Looking like the answer is no. Kuzan isn't really known as a Zed player or anything like that, so when it comes to mid laners that can fight against crazy, you could see maybe Jace, but Jace versus Syndra definitely does go one way or the other. So they're just going to go for the Karma mid lane, wave clear, lower damage comp from Jin Air, but importantly, is on Lee Sin, so he is the person who's really benefited from the pick and ban here. Did well on the Elise in game 1, but on Lee Sin has been a scary proposition in Summer.
I'm also not sure about how well this particular composition stacks up against what BBQ have put together, which looks very similar to what they had the last time. I mean, I know the Blitzcrank Zarya was something that really stood out in that comp, but still very solid, powerful lanes. And they had the Elise. They had the mega power pick coming out of Jin Air that first pick was able to get them. Now, without that, is this going to be the same level of fear? I mean, LeBlanc is certainly a much better assassin-style champion than the likes of a Karma.
I think you have the right read. I do like BBQ's draft a whole lot. There's a lot of synergy between the members. They have good engage. Kalista has a lot of tanks to skip behind. You only need 2 items to get going. Feels like Jin Air have a snowball draft where they have to make things work specifically through the jungle. Otherwise, Karma mid lane probably going to have to go utility here. Then it's Varus who have to flash the moment he sees Cataclysm come through. A lot of what Varus is doing is probably going to be forced. So I'm going to be looking for pushing lanes from the side of Jin Air and some battle warding from the side of Umti. Get it done in the earlier mid-game, otherwise it's going to be headaches aplenty for Jin Air.
Yeah, we need Ixu to have one hell of a game as well, because the mid-game certainly belongs to the Rumble for Jin Air here. Well, see what they can do as we hop into game number 2.
Sonic echo, there leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's like.
Okay, here we are. Summoner's Rift. Game number 2. Umti back on his Lee Sin. Was overlooked last time.
Godfist Lee Sin action.
Who's got foot in there?
This is sort of draft from Jin Air that we've seen KT Rolster pull off at times, but it is very much about carrying your early game through to the mid game and ending it in the first 30. Somewhat Jin Air fans finding their voice. Varus just has such a target on his head in this game that you don't really feel like the rest can do heavy damage lifting, and it's still Teddy. You know, number 2 in percentage of team's damage, number 1 in CS post 15 minutes, which means that 34% of creeps go to Teddy after the 15-minute mark when lanes have traditionally ended top 5 in DPM in the league. They still play around Teddy, but to draft Varus into this particular comp lets you know there's a lot of headaches in the late game to actually get full value out of the Varus.
There we saw a bunch of the stats. J4, did you see anything that was notable? I didn't actually spot anything out that looked weird.
I mean, we got to see the stats overlay, which looks weird given that Riot Games loves to not show that.
Yeah.
Still the same overlay from the start.
Yeah.
It'll be spruced up one day.
One day. Soon TM. Wait, that's more of a Blizzard thing. My bad.
No, that's definitely a Riot.
Am I mixing memes?
No, Soon TM is definitely an old Riot name. Alright, good. Ixu can still push. Push on the Jarvan is something that Rumble can do, but can't necessarily ignore all the damage either, given that Jarvan has good base values.
Speaking of base values, Karma, certainly one of those. Does take a fair bit of damage here himself, but that added button that you get at level 1. Still feeling good as Umti.
Oh, he's going on a walk.
Ah.
Where's he walking to? For now, it looks like the mid lane.
All right. There's the flash and the ghost as there's the flash Q. Umti, he may still even get this kill. The red buff slowing him down as Kuzan doesn't have a whole lot more waiting for the Q. There it is. Boom. First blood goes to Kuzan.
What an insane gank. Just Raptors red into ganking mid lane the moment that the Tempt had his flash down. Umti knew he could flash in. We said, get it started early. Make the moves, and already, first move goes to Jin Air.
Yeah, and we said that this is a snowball composition. Things are looking great so far as Ixu is going to try and prove me wrong as best he can, especially with Bless now coming up here as well. Crazy's taking a lot of damage. Maybe don't want to dive this.
You say that.
Okay. Well, there's the
Good
flash
flash
away from the body slam. The teleport was gained, so Kuzan not going to have that summoner spell, but still, gank denied. Crazy has to go home.
That does mean that Kuzan can't actually buy. He wasn't able to pick up a purchase for the first one, and they're just going to come back.
Okay, that'll do it.
Well,
Bless picks up the kill. So, okay, Ixu, probably don't just like walk out there and assume that he's gone when you've got no vision.
that was silly. They did so much good work to avoid the first gank and then just took the reverse gank instantly. Kind of undoes some of the good work around the mid lane, and now Kuzan doesn't have any ability to purchase. That's a pretty big cost, Atlas, if you think about it.
Yeah.
You've got First Blood, can't build a Chalice or anything.
Oh, another max range body slam, but he was waiting for it. He wanted to
four.
find this one. Focused Resolve goes in there, and that's just one more. And this is why we didn't see Syndra in the meta for so long, because once she doesn't have summoner spells and she's not ahead, she's just dead all the time.
Bless knew. Bless was like, I see you, mate. Can't do anything there.
Yeah, good luck, buddy.
Feels like Blank is being...
He wished him well in his future endeavors.
Umti's doing his best Blank impersonation from that Everate versus SKT match where he ganked Scepted a couple of times, and then that was a bit comical.
Yep.
You're right, 14 CS Syndra comes back with just boots. Doesn't even have a second Dorans.
Yeah. Well, Ixu's the same story, so we'll see which story's going to be the more sad. The top lane or the mid lane for both of these teams is Teddy and Snowflower going very aggressive as far as
And Snowflower's the one
damage
furthest
down.
up as well.
Yeah.
I'm going to say the mid lane is the saddest story, Atlas, because Rumble can build 2 items and be fine.
Yep.
And Syndra needs to be ahead to be respectable. And she's not. She's way behind.
Super mega behind.
And now she'll probably never be able to kill Karma because Kuzan, predictably, going to go into Athenes.
Oh no, not the Athenes build.
Athenes?
I don't like Athenes build as much as I like the uber mega I'm a donkey build, which Crown showed us is meta.
But if you go the Crown build, Totoro just laughs, puts up his shield, and then it does nothing. So you don't do that here. That'd be wrong.
Unless you have enough damage to kill him through it.
No.
Okay, yeah.
Also, you have Teddy on your team, so giving him shields is usually a pretty good idea.
Yeah, that sounds good. Okay.
It's time for Athene's redemption, etc., coming from this team.
Yeah.
They know who the VIP is, and it's Teddy.
Yeah, probably will be that Ardent Sensor situation as well.
Could also be one of those games where SKT drops comps like this, and then Umti does Peanut-esque things and just becomes a frontline damage threat on Lee Sin. Another couple of successful ganks, and it's possible.
Yeah, in fact, very aggressive build towards this Warrior Enchantment as well. Has his hammer done already. He's now looking for
War.
Yeah, he is. Oh my goodness, that is an aggressive control ward.
That's probably going to spot it. Usually you duck your head in here. Spots it now. Level 6 just... Oh, sorry, it wasn't level 6. It looked like level 6, but it's a bit more experience for Umti.
Yeah, Inspire, not actually even worried about the W of Tempt. The shield is enough to deal with it. Now we've got a bit of a battle. Oh wow, lots of damage from Bless actually.
Yeah, Umti was caught between actually auto-attacking the control ward and turning on to Bless, who just gave up free health and will have to back away and probably just take his red buff.
Slight item advantage for Bless as well, as does have his Tracker's Knife. As
Here we go.
There's the kickback. But can they actually follow up on this one quickly enough? Slow, and there's the equalizer. Walk down the red carpet, my friend. And Kuzan once again, it's a fadeaway Q.
Really nice equalizer coming through from
Yeah,
Ixu.
really nice.
Again, out of his territory a little bit, jumping onto the Rumble. No Flower at the same time, knowing that the jungler's in the top side, can go ward the bottom side. Look at Jin Air. I love that they know what to do when they're ahead, because this has never really been their MO.
So excited. You sound like a proud father, Papa.
I do. I'm a proud...
The Papa part of your name is most certainly very apt for
I'm
this
a
game.
proud papa.
He's a proud Papa.
Jin Air's growing up in front of our eyes.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Everyone's a glad player.
We're all a glad plane today.
Yay.
Apart from BBQ fans.
They don't give us free chicken anymore.
Yeah,
Whatever.
they're sad chickens.
Bless and Vision. Won't be contesting the red buff here, will Umti, but information is power.
Oh my god, look at the mid lane, Papa Smithy. That's a completed Athenes in comparison to a Null Magic Mantle book.
I mean, Athenes is cheap, but it's very gold efficient. It's over 100% gold efficient for the stats it gives. And then the passive will clearly be used to keep Teddy alive in team fights, so that's pretty cool as well.
Yeah. By the way, I haven't had this conversation with anyone before. Null Magic Mantle. Does it look like a crappy brown skirt to you? Does that mean that Tempt has a crappy brown skirt, a ring and a book to his name, and brown bags of shoes?
I mean, the shoes really do look like crappy brown
it's
bags.
like it's a poverty-looking build though.
I feel like the Null Magic Mantle looks like a rich man's compared to the crappy brown bags.
Ah, okay.
So I can't fully get behind you, but I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Just feel like it is quite sad for Tempt, who has been in the past.
Jin Air continuing the
Big player for
snowball,
this team,
invading. Won't be able to contest the blue buff, but I like to see Jin Air on the front foot. They realize this is their time where they're stronger. They have crazy item advantage in the mid lane, so good to see them trying to push.
And that was still a win for them because that's no blue on the Syndra. No tools to try and get back. And silence timing for Ixu gets a charged up auto attack.
We'll respect the base damages by going for Seeker's Arm Guard first, but predictably we'll probably go from there into the Leandries.
Yeah, I like it. I like the efficiency of a stacked up Seeker's Arm Guard. Oh, feels good. Don't see it stuck on for quite a lot of the time.
A little bit more nowadays,
Yeah,
just
a little bit
because
more nowadays,
you're
that's
paying
true.
so much of the rest of the Zhonya's gold for the stasis that, you know, unless you really crave overheating the front line, which certainly Rumble does, rushing it is definitely much less of a thing.
Yep.
Can you remember many people going first item Zhonias? Maybe like Talia in a Z matchup, but that's about it.
Yep. Morgana.
Feel my pain. It seemed like the right thing to say.
Well, there's the stun. And that's it. Under Kuzan.
And Umti is lurking as well.
Dun it. Ooh. The God Fist himself. Looking for a Mountain Drake. A lot of health on this bad boy, but should probably still be able to solo this one down relatively easily, especially with the added notifications of the locations of the mid and jungle. Very
He's
confusing way
losing
of
this
saying
trade pretty hard in top.
that. Yeah, does have his flashback available as, okay, that Cataclysm was just immediately stopped. He doesn't have any mana. So he's still probably going to have to go home. He does have a little bit of that regen from the Doran shield working out.
Kench is coming top lane. Here's the Abyssal Voyage.
Flagon drags out. Slight misunderstanding of the mana costs, I think.
Now,
there.
you're talking about misunderstandings. Let's talk about something else.
Oh, the lane swapping.
And let's rewind, because from Thursday onwards, we've seen a lot of Tahm Kench priority. We saw Wednesday, I believe, everyone was basically first picking Tahm Kench as a denial to Thresh. If you're also in a meta where in scrims, every team between 8 and 12 minutes is doing a lane swap, Abyssal Voyage to get you into the lane swap faster is a fun little interaction to talk about, where if this is predictable, if you can say basically every team, 8 to 12 minutes, they want to swap to top lane, try to take the turret, fall back into Rift Herald, which is now the premier objective to pick up, and certainly is a great one to pick up here, then it makes a lot of sense that Tahm Kench, not just for the denial of pick power, but also the Abyssal Voyage, jumps up in priority.
And also the incredible power of double teleport plus Abyssal Voyage, and Umpty with 100% kill participation in the early game, picking up a contribution to 3 kills, means that if Umpty's ever in a bad spot, he can have his whole team there in an instant.
Speaking of his team, the Karma has massive pressure on the Syndra. They haven't been able to have Syndra walk up. Normally Syndra has pressure on anyone, right? So it'd be madness to be sneaking a Rift Herald, given that scenario. All right, here's an attempted engage. Rumble's coming first.
Oh, the double teleports are coming in. Totoro, he was slowed for so long.
Here we
There's the
go!
flash kick! The Callista has to flash as Ixu burns him down. Umpty's going to die as the trade, but it's certainly going in favor of Jin Air so far. Losing a lot of their creeps. And Jarvan, they certainly will be able to get work done on the bottom side. So BBQ, some good things to talk about, but if this tower falls down, especially if they're able to get a dive in.
Karma's here.
Yeah, Kuzan wants it. Lickitung comes out, gets the slow. And look at this, that needlessly large rod on top of the weird cup that he's got. Doing a whole bunch of work here for the Karma. By weird cup, I of course mean on Athene's on Holy Grail, but it is just a cup. Like, how does that give you extra health
It's
back
a
from
chalice.
a chalice? No, it evolves from a chalice to a cup.
Okay, it's a goblet then.
Oh, I'll give you a goblet.
Yeah.
That sounds good. Just realized that sounded weird.
You shouldn't have dwelled on that one.
I know, but
You
I
didn't need to dwell on it.
I took the bait. Oh, gross. Okay, Kuzan boosting himself back to this lane. Mercury treads in hand. Doesn't want to get stunned up by this Syndra, who's starting to power up ever so slowly. Probably once again going to be looking for something like the Banshee's Veil, but at the moment got a bevy of different items.
But the problem there is that if you're being outmatched by a utility shielding mid laner, then whoever you're getting focused on is going to get a pretty sick shield with all the ability power and the Athene's heal, and thus even bursting someone other than the mid laner is going to be hard. So this far behind in items,
he's got more to worry about. He can't, if it's a 5v5 situation or if Snowflower's anywhere, then he has to throw it at the Tahm Kench, or the Devour is just going to save them.
Target selection for Syndra that's this far behind, pretty awful.
Yeah. And look, gets any further behind, it'll be irrelevant because he won't even be able to kill people.
But you do know, like, Crown is watching this game being like, yes, yes, make the Syndra look bad.
Syndra loses 2 games in a row this series. This is
this
going to warp statistics like crazy.
This is what MVP need. They need to get Syndra.
Maybe. Well, there's a body slam. Oh, Umti actually taking a lot of damage. The
The
ult
shield.
attempt grabs a kill.
Well, used to shielding himself for movement speed there. So Kuzan not being a buddy for Umti. Umti will fall.
That would have been actually a lot of shielding as well. There's the stun. Kuzan not too worried about it. Umti probably going to be pretty mad at Kuzan after that. Now has a Hex Drinker, so he's going to be feeling better.
Hopping around mid lane, wants to at least use a flash. That he's moving up as the Drake is being started. In full vision for Jin Air, but no way for them to contest. They don't have a jungle there, so first free objective over to BBQ.
Yeah, too many sticks in it. Ghost, of course, pretty comfortably able to take that one down. Plus, they could all exit through the back of the pit if they wanted to.
Kuzan can't leave because I imagine Umti just wants to head mid lane and put down the Rift Herald. He's been sitting on for a little while. Taking Syndra's turret will be kind of absolutely a exclamation point on the early game, and as you can see, he's got maybe like 10 seconds left of it, so it's time to stick it down.
Yeah, also gives Syndra absolutely nowhere to go. Denying Syndra a turret is so important.
Missile Voyage probably going to come through as well, as Tahm Kench and Varus were around the mid lane. Tempt is backing. Put down that Rift Herald. Put it down. You know you want to.
He actually has to.
Yep.
There we go. It was certainly running out.
And it was just as Tempt recalled, so yep, free turret here. It's going down. Goodbye,
Yeah.
turret.
Nicely played. Going to be second turret here for Jin Air, continuing this lead.
Boom.
Will be about 3,000 after the dust settles.
No one wants to walk up. Even
Ow.
Karma. Interesting. Here we go.
Kuzan avoids almost everything. Really good equalizer to deny any sort of engagement, and the tower falls down. Ixu, I mean, if the start of the lane was difficult for him, he's now even in CS, and his equalizers have been great that we've seen so far.
It's a step up from him from his first 9 games on Rumble. I agree. The equalizers have been super good. Didn't really have any items because he's been very safe, you know, just been buying things to get through lane. He's done that, and now he's closer and closer to the items he's looking for. Teddy does overstay a little bit for the turret, but he has Tahm Kench Devour available, so they add multiple objectives. All 3 turrets down in an instant from the side of Jin Air GreenWings, and now they have a lot more map to play. And you follow, once again, the champions that they drafted, where they were looking for that early to mid-game priority. So far, so good.
This is the intelligent sort of play that we expect from this team now. We didn't used to. Sometimes the drafts were questionable. It was almost like if they didn't draft for late game, they were screwed, even though they still tried to draft early game compositions. Played them like a late game comp. Now, they're actually being able to play aggressively, proactively, and understanding where their power windows are.
And I think that's really important because for years, again, for years,
Yeah.
it didn't matter who was on the team. You saw them draft for early game, and your first thought as an analyst was, you can't play that, which sounds like a very condescending thing to say about a team, but again and again they proved that if there was a timing window they had to take advantage of, they were unable to do it.
Yeah.
Felt like it was maybe a coaching issue because, again, there was a bit of a player change, a lot of player change over that time, but it was still the same old Jin Air. Now you see Jin Air, and they may still lose this game, but they've already been a lot smarter about playing early to mid-game, and so far this season they have been able to play to win conditions, whatever the comp.
And it's as well coming out in how each individual player's built out their champions as well. I mean, you've got Luden's Echo's second item for Kuzan for a 2-item power spike. Teddy's gone the Blade of the Ruined King Hurricane build instead of the Essence Reaver, which is more of a 3-item power spike build. They are going for the early game and want early game power in a composition that needs to get ahead at that stage of the game. It's
Every
fantastic.
item has that earlier break-even point. I completely agree. It's a really good comment there from you. I'm not actually being, again, that's actually a compliment because I hadn't even really put that all together. It's a nice one, Atlas.
Oh, hell yeah, look at me. Make an analyst out of me yet, Papa Smithy. You just wait.
It's time for some rotatos.
Yeah, here's the Abyssal Voyage. Crazy's already used the flag and drag. He's got the flash. He should have to use it. Cute little directional change as he gets out of the Chains of Corruption, but have they got enough damage down on the Jarvan to force him out here? Because this inner turret is in trouble. And Jin Air, look at that. That's basically a Weaver's Wall.
Shall not pass is what Ixu says, and that gets them another objective. 4th turret of the game. We might see Ghost hop, skip, and jump his way to a first, although nope.
Double teleport.
No free lunches for BBQ.
Yep.
Which is awkward. They're sponsored by a fried chicken company.
Exactly. Well, it wasn't actually double teleport. That was Ixu backing, not teleporting. And Kuzan could easily deal with that minion wave. So I was wrong. Oh, one thing I also love about Luden's Echo on Karma's second item, yes, it's that early game power spike, but it's also added wave clear that they now have as well, and they want to be taking control of these minion waves so they can continue to have powers. Oh my god, okay. It also does a lot of damage, Papa Smithy.
Having a bit of a Jin Air love in here.
Yeah.
Everything's good.
I'm
The
feeling
items,
it.
the positions. Maybe Kuzan's overextended. Nope, he's fine.
Nope, because his bottom lane is right here.
Because on Jin Air, and Jin Air have not made mistakes in seconds now.
Yeah.
Maybe even minutes.
Has it been that I don't know. I don't know what it is, but I like so many things for interesting reasons. You know, I get excited when something is
That was a lot
too
of
good.
damage.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. He lands the Q as well. Lets it time out. Cute little stun, but oh god, body slam has to be used defensively. As when Kuzan gets a little bit more of that cooldown reduction, that Q is going to be coming out like all the time. It's going to be horrible.
I think to answer your question, it's Umti. He's been the big difference. Having a jungler that has this much pressure, level 2 gank onto the mid lane, creative pathing, smart decisions, a bigger champion pool than just Lee Sin, although at least up there in the power levels as well. He has been the big difference to the team. By the middle of last season, he was the worst jungler in the league. He looked awful.
He did.
He was gone. He was a very young player. Clearly just didn't have... He had to play every game, didn't have a sub. I mean, Raze had to role swap just to give them a substitute jungler.
And he actually won them the game against BBQ last season as well.
But they persisted. Clearly the coach did a lot of work, and now they've got a great jungler in their team.
Also got a great team composition for doing things like this. Oh no. Okay, never mind. The old Cataclysm and Bale situation for Crazy. Still did have to use everything in his arsenal to lock that one down as Jin Air. We get a Constellation Cloud Drake. Not exactly something that's super high pressure as Ghost and Totoro are pushing up towards the top side of the map. I believe they wandered over a ward momentarily.
Worth noting that Jin Air do have one kind of weakness in their comp. Even if everything early game focused is great for them, taking Baron's actually quite hard. You know, Karma doesn't really offer much there, and sure, Teddy does have play the Ruin King, but Ixu had to go very respectful with his build, so they're only going to have Leandri's in a little bit, so pretty low Baron damage team, so can't necessarily rush that objective to force down even further turrets.
Tom Kench does a little bit of extra damage though to the old Baron.
Can we keep the glass half full, Jin Air? One-eyed casting down a bit, Atlas. I'm drawing the line. The line's at Tom Kench's Baron speed.
Yeah, okay, that's probably a good point. I just get excited about percent health damage, Papa Smithy. We all have out there.
How do you feel about percentage health
feel
true
like
damage?
You're king-shaming me. Oh dear. Okay, Teddy makes his way up the mid lane, and Ixu's going to be able to help take down this blue buff at least. Not sure whether he's going to be... Oh, he's just going to take it. Never mind. Cool. The old blue buff rumble. Everyone wants themselves some cooldown reduction, and I don't think Kuzan needs any more.
It often actually screws up Rumble having cooldown reduction, so I don't really understand that one.
Yeah. It's like I really want to press on my buttons all the time. Oh wait, I'm silenced again.
Can be critical when you want to use the equalizer or something.
Yeah.
Usually you lead with it, so not always a big factor. Possibility.
Well, BBQ have done a decent job of slowing this game down. It's just a little bit over 4,000 gold, the lead here for Jin Air.
Easy objectives are also dried up a little bit. So
Yeah.
there is always that kind of natural hump where you have to really get a lot of things in order to be able to take inner turrets most of the time.
Back denied from Crazy. BBQ at least gets some room to move towards his Baron buff. Stand behind me, gets Totoro to safety.
Push up the control ward line to deny the Baron spotting vision from BBQ. If they can ever force BBQ to enter through one of the narrow entrances to Baron, they still do have the equalizer, which is now 2 items into the build.
Ixu, standing on a ward, buddy.
Standing on a control ward, so he should have known that.
Yeah.
They're looking to actually collapse here. Equalizer.
Oh, that equalizer was beautiful. Bless can't stay in this fight. They have at least pressured them away. Do they have the minion wave in order to get to this turret, though? Totoro taking a lot of damage. This poke coming out of Jin Air, even though it's not super high range, is working very well.
Bless is only an explosive cast. He's still going to stay, though.
Okay, Crazy looking for the flanking play, and they lose the minion wave. Thankfully, Tempt has got to a point where he can clear.
We're going all in.
Yeah, it's a big ultimate. Fate's Call is going to get another knockup, but the Zhonya's is there. Jin Air lost none of their health bars, and Ghost couldn't move. Okay, Totoro, he's gone down very, very low, and Jin Air just not taking any of the bait to dive underneath this turret. They just want to kill it.
And it turns out that it was just 2 Rambo from the side of Totoro. Jin Air didn't even have vision over the most advanced parts, the raptor bush there. They didn't know where Jarvan was, so they would have had to be respectful. No way for Totoro to know that, but if that had gone on, it would have taken longer, I think, if there was no engage for Jin Air to actually take down the inner turret. They make it a 5th, so 5 inner turrets. Only the bot lane one is left standing on the map, and now the Baron's Beat gets less and less relevant as they're going to have so much deep vision, and the sweeps are going to continue to come in from BBQ's wards.
And now we have Kuzan with the Ardent Sensor picked up. So Teddy just got a new item. Copper Smithy. Basically how that one works.
Going to be able to walk up happily, do plenty of damage.
Thankfully though, BBQ this time have actually utilized that back timing, which we were very harsh on them for last time around. Utilized that back timing and just went over to the Baron, cleared out the vision. Kuzan will at least... I probably would have hit Totoro with that Q.
He hit both, I think.
All right, nice.
But he had Unbreakable,
Unbreakable,
so it looked like
strong.
no damage.
Frustrating.
So Rumble entrenched in the bot lane, pushing out the minion wave. So now it's a 4-man group from BBQ as they sent Jarvan back to respawn. Control wards are good from the line of BBQ, so they can actually at least know there's no advanced vision in their red side, in their blue buff. That does slow down the game again, which is pretty much the main objective for BBQ, given how far behind they fell.
I do really like that at least Jin Air are utilizing what they have in their composition. So they're sending the Rumble to the bottom lane. They've got Kuzan towards the top side of the map. Snowflower is always with one of Umpty or Teddy. So they can do that 5-man collapse if BBQ decides to go for anything. So there's nothing safe that BBQ can try and do aggressively unless Jin Air are all 5 members together already like they were sieging down that turret. But that seemed very successful when we saw it last time.
Next Drake is a Cloud, so not going to be of too much interest to either team. How to get Baron. They're trying to navigate a situation where BBQ are in vision, walk up, and they can get an Abyssal Voyage for a kick, or rotate into the mid lane or bot lane to get further advantages, but the easy advantages are mostly gone here on the side of Jin Air. Don't necessarily lose the game if the timer reads 40 minutes, but it continues to feel that way given how much of a lead they've had.
They are slowly increasing the lead ever more, but you're right, it just doesn't feel like Jin Air have an easy way forward. Not like they're impervious to anything. This time around it's 3-5 in kills instead of 5-0.
But movements like this are important. They've actually been fighting to get to the control wards and get vision around the blue buff for a long time. They had double control ward there before, so it's the accumulation of 3 or 4 minutes rotations and Crazy being in vision bot lane that even got them wards on the enemy blue, and now...
Okay. Some of the buttons are going to miss. However, Teddy's still able to lock down that kill.
It really felt like that was a mini-map story because Rumble had to push the bot lane to get Jarvan to show, to get the wards into the blue buff, to force Gragas to face check. Many different steps there needed to happen for Jin Air to get the pick they just did. It looks simple. It looks like a mistake from Bless, but it was accumulation of pressure from Jin Air that forced that face check.
Now, Jin Air just waiting for it once again. They probably don't want to wait for too long. They have now moved over to the Baron. Snowflower makes himself known. No vision available here.
On the Baron's 50% now.
Yep, have to watch out. Equalizer does come in. Great positioning one more time as Crazy slowed on his entry. Looks like Jin Air do want to go for the steal. Tempt is going to get stunned, and that's going to be Umpty locking it down. He's in the backline there as well. Doesn't have the kick, remember. There's Ghost. They're looking for it, but they don't find it. Oh, God, so much damage, but not able to be locked down. It's like Kuzan in game 1. Ghost survives, but that is only 1 lost for a Baron.
That fire touch, not enough to tick over A lot of confidence from Ghost there. Could have healed to guarantee the Deathfire touch wouldn't take him down, but trusted in his calculations. Because Gragas was the first person to fall, they were willing to rush down the Baron. They only give up their support in doing so. So still a success, but you can see the Baron speed is not what we expect from other teams. They still had to trade something, even if it was just the life of their support.
Yeah. Kuzan, good flash, gets himself out of the way, and Snowflower playing the body block game. Another shout out to Ixu for an equalizer that was in a great position to deny Bless anyway, oh sorry, the rest of the team anyway of sort of getting further forward and taking them out while Baron was helping.
Now Kuzan wants a sweet hat to go along with his goblet and his other items. Let's get those shields even bigger.
Yep, he's got his cool looking staff. As far as the staffs in League of Legends are concerned, I think Luden's Echo is my personal favorite.
It's fair.
I've always been a bit of a Luden's Echo fan though.
I'm a bit of a Void man, so the Void staff's
Ooh.
where I'm at.
Nice. Bit of a cross-game shout-out, I like it.
Didn't even think about that, but you've got the multi-esport life going now. You're riding high,
Oh yeah.
saying yes to everyone.
Just proud of recognizing stuff more than anything else. I just think that everything's still that exam that we were talking about a few games ago.
He's hunting for Ghost.
Yep, doesn't get in there. Oh, Totoro taking a lot of damage from Teddy. Chains of Corruption.
Nice equalizer.
Another nice equalizer on both of the damage dealers, and he's now burning them down in the back line. Devour comes in. Snowflower won't have that for a potential unleashed power, but can Tempt actually approach this? The flash forward. And Kuzan just somehow kills Bless with a cheeky Q off the back end. The Inspire Shield is probably enough to save anyone from an ultimate from Tempt if the Athenes is ready as well. So
And if they win that fight, they have Baron buff minions. They get 2 turrets from it and an inhibitor. They break the base as they would have wanted to with this Baron.
well, that's just crazy. Jumping in there with a Cataclysm. The Devour comes down from Snowflower. He's going to be the first one to fall. Good reset coming in from Ghost, but look at this damage. Kuzan, he's going to fall. Umti trying to be the hero as Totoro's taking a lot of damage. Ixu coming in with all of it. Tempt is going to go for a fadeaway, but doesn't get it. They still manage to take down the inhibitor, and it's only Tempt to try and save this one. There's a Gragas in a couple of seconds, but are they going to get this as a consolation?
They will get the mid lane inhibitor turret. They'll even stick on the mid lane inhibitor itself. They started up. Umti happy to walk up. Teddy has no mana. No equalizer either, of course, although that's coming up soon.
Oh, that was cute. Good placement there from Teddy. Gets himself in front of his turret. He's going to back away. So double inhibitors for that Baron. Nice. I need to stop because I want to talk about how good Jin Air are, but we've just been saying that all night.
You know what? Teddy's such a good AD carry, I'm going to say he purposely got himself bounced into the debris of the turret. As we see the replay, a lot is used to take down Snowflower, but then Teddy's free hitting. And remember, it's Teddy. I mean, they're built around him. It doesn't matter if Kuzan has gone down. If you have a Blade the Ruin King, Hurricane plus more AD carry, free hitting in the backline, this is going to be the result. So the base in complete tatters. The items are close to full completion on the side of Jin Air, and they're one team fight away from ending the game.
Yep. Crazy as well, you saw actually like Flash flag and dragged away from an auto attack that was always going to kill him. That is the worst feeling when you die to a champion that is completely off screen and has a relatively low range. And it was an auto attack.
This Syndra win rate is going to be in the toilet atlas.
I know!
Thanks, Tempt.
Syndra all of a sudden with that one nerf to a W, and that was only area of effect. Now the worst mid laner in the LCK. It's probably not going to go that far. Last turret available here for Jin Air. They are just going to siege around it. 8 turrets to 1, actually. It's pretty gross. There is Teddy being saved once again. This Teddy composition. You know exactly where their bread's buttered.
Where's it buttered, Atlas?
Teddy. Yes, I need the answer to that
Minion
question.
Wave's far away. Minion Wave's in mid lane, not pushing in either, so still a bit of time, but this probably has to be the go button for BBQ.
Yep, still waiting for this next Minion Wave. Without a Baron, makes this harder.
This is the time. Accumulation of pressure coming in the base. You either compete now, BBQ, or you kind of accept the game loss.
They brought a super minion over. They do have a lot of wave clear, though, by the looks of things. Enough to get themselves in here. The fortification bonus helping them out.
A lot of shield.
Yeah. With the ramp up damage.
Lister make away with most of it, but you can see Nexus turret starting to take damage. They don't want Ixu to ferry in the minions on the bot side. They really want to rely on it being a good equalizer. Could just use it to try and zone.
Yep.
Well,
There's an
Teddy's low.
opportunity now. Here goes the equalizer, and they're all zoned. Crazy has to get himself out of the fight. Nixu now without that cooldown, but has softened up members of BBQ.
Yeah, they got onto Teddy, but he got devoured. He got through. He's not low in health either. He'll stay pretty damn healthy. And now Cataclysm is gone. Now Glacial Fissure's down. Now also Fate's Call's down. And Devour, of course, has such a short cooldown. So Teddy, he can finally walk up. He couldn't do it for the longest time.
Oh, he even just takes the matter into his own hands. Unbreakable stops the piercing arrow, and now Teddy walks up. Big shield, and another Devour. No Cataclysms for Crazy. It was already still on cooldown.
Tom Kench, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep, that is why he's been banned a heck of a lot. And what is that? Does that make almost 5 champions almost perma-banned now in this current patch?
Blue side!
7-Eleven, it's a convenience store. There are so many picks.
And you know what we have?
All of the options.
You know what we have on display? Blue side wins for you. Everybody gets a blue side win.
Oh, is this win-free patch as well?
Yay.
Oh, yeah. I love it. Kuzan still poking forward. That is the final inhibitor falling. Zixu, he's taking a lot of damage. Forced to use the Zhonyas. Snowflower is here. He's going to get belly booped, and that's the Rumble dead. Snowflower knocked in. That's going to be 2 picks. And now Kuzan, he's forced to use the flash to get himself out. So BBQ, just after their whole base falls apart, they win themselves a fight.
What does it mean, Atlas? You know, going to be a defining victory for BBQ if they can turn around such a big disadvantage. They have a lot of ways to stall, but BBQ may not get to stall as Jin Air decide they want to kill Ghost.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's going to struggle to survive this one. And predictably, he dies.
Yeah, nothing you could do there. They would have expected the 3 members to go back. They got a lot of gold. They've been sitting on that stall, and the stall around the top lane inhibitor turret was a good 3-4 minutes, so the purses would have been quite large on the side of Jin Air. But they decide with a pick, they can get Elder Dragon, they can back, they can freshly shop. Don't have to deal with too many more turrets to end the game, and Jin Air GreenWings continue to make smart decisions, even when they give up to members.
Yeah. Smart decisions, maybe a little bit, well, definitely very, very conservative decisions. I feel like they could have just got Baron, gone back, and won the game. Instead, Elder Drake, Baron win the game. It's not too much longer. You get to take more stuff as well. More stuff, always good. Especially if we're continuing on with your Oprah Winfrey style of analogy.
And Teddy didn't have enough gold for Infinity Edge. He actually killed the Scuttle Crab hoping he'd get there. Didn't get there. Just built Asterix Gauge, which actually is really bad on
Yeah.
with the new version, but I like what it means. It means I would like to walk up as much as possible.
Yeah. I would like to have more health and a shield, please. More shields, please.
Less shields than before, but still shields.
Yeah, at least he's not doubling it up with the lifeline passive of a more of Malmortius or something like that. That would have been extra embarrassing.
Pick up a red buff, end the game. All right, Jin Air. You're sending back the timer a little bit. It's 36:50, but
There needs to be nothing left on the map!
But at least everything they've done has been smart. There's never been the question marks of why. Sure,
Yeah.
maybe an overstay, but every objective they've fought for has been the right one. And sure, the games haven't been filled with kills. I'm sure a lot of people are upset that it's been less bloody. But Jin Air continue to be workmanlike in making good decisions. And that still is novel enough for me that I can support what they're doing.
And in the end, it's about winning. It's not about looking good, you know.
I mean, both is the best.
Both are definitely cool, but Teddy would have liked the shield first. He's got lifesteal. Wow, he's got a lot of lifesteal. That's only double, isn't it? Oh, he's got Elixir of Wrath as well. Goodness gracious me.
There's the max I know and love. Well, Teddy's walking up. He's got a lot of shields and a Devour.
Yep. Just wanders forward and kills an inhibitor. I need to take the mid lane one down as well, but that was completed earlier, partially off screen as there's a Chains of Corruption.
baby!
Really nice equalizer as well as Tempt has to flash his way out. Crazy, well and truly in there. You got BBQ committing to this fight, but they're losing their health bars. Massive damage. 3 people pop in an instant, make that 4. And Crazy's tanky, but it'd be crazy to leave the fountain right now. It's beautiful play from Jin Air to get the 2-0 over BBQ.
Another great performance from Jin Air, and we have these 2 teams going up, Atlas, Longzhu and Jin Air. They both had, on paper, easy assignments today. but I have to say, I didn't expect double 2-0s and the level of clean play, because suddenly, if you ask me, on this day, are Longzhu and Jin Air top 5 teams? That's how it reads on the table, but there's Marin, there's other stars in the league. Surely it's a joke. No, both these teams look like they deserve their spot in the top 5.
Yeah, and you've also got the name and prestige of the Rocks Tigers, who are sitting very far towards the bottom. If you look at last season,
MVP.
there's a switch of where these guys were. Yeah, MVP now sitting directly on the bottom, and they were number 4. This is ludicrous.
Jin Air finished 9th in spring season, made no roster changes. Longzhu bought their subs out and found a player that was on the sub roster in China, finished 7th, and now look like a top 4 team.
Yeah.
It's madness, but little changes in both ideology and lineup have led to big changes on the Rift.
Yeah, and it just shows that mentality and momentum are so important. We have to remember that Jin Air were coming off a loss, 0-2 to KT. This bounce back, I know it's against BBQ, it's a team that's not necessarily performing super well so far, but a win is a win. And to do it like that is exceptional. If you would, like, Longzhu's victory earlier on today was, if you can cast your minds back to their win over MVP, still very structured, very controlled, very organic victories, but they weren't stretched at all. Whereas BBQ were going for things, and Jin Air were just better, even in the micro exchanges and their decision making.
If I have to conceptualize Jin Air right now, they remind me of MVP in spring, but with stars. Because remember, MVP was more than the sum of their parts. If you ask the best player, Summer last year, beyond. This year, you'd be like, I mean, they're all pretty good. With Jin Air, they have Teddy. He is a superstar. They have making a reputation from the jungle. They don't have a lot of weak members either. So they were 4th place MVP in spring season. That's an achievable goal for Jin Air. They were dominated by KT Rolster. They face SKT in their next match on Tuesday. They might get dominated again, but the fact that they could back up the KT loss with this level of clean play against BBQ is more about Jin Air than it is about BBQ's struggles.
Yeah, the intelligence, playing around their compositions, playing around Teddy, who most certainly delivered. So the Xayah damage coming out of Ghost in the last game, well, it's looking pretty reminiscent of a graph like this. So does Jin Air GreenWings able to pick up a victory behind that massive Eddie carry, and Umti's going to be the one to pick up the MVP, and so well deserved. It feels like every time he gets Lee Sin, he deserves one of these, to be honest.
He's so good. When we first saw him come into the team, I was talking to Lost Boy, actually, and I was asking him, they've got these new players, because Teddy and Umti played very long, and Teddy played in the Kesper Cup, and he said both of them were the real deal. And Teddy certainly, very quickly, showed that, and Umti now is showing it as well. So just coming from the Challenger roster, just coming from being good in solo queue, both of them are translating it to competitive at the same time now in summer season. And the end result is a pleasure to watch, because good young talent to complement all the stars that came in is why LCK 2017 is so great, because it's not just bring in as many superstars as possible and win the league. Maybe KT versus SKT will be the final with that many stars, but it's not everybody else being filtered in based on seniority, based on pay. We have a lot of young players coming in, making their fortunes, and doing damn good while they do it.
Yeah, and I feel like it's synergy, team coordination, and good mentality in practice, coaching as well. All of these factors are becoming so much more important than just having the best players on your team. And so it's really brilliant to see teams like Jin Air GreenWings get to a point where their mentality's sorted out and their players play so well together. Some of this coordination, and another shout out to Ixu, the way that he played his Rumble this game after
1-8.
so many losses. Yeah.
To go from 1-8 on a champion that is a mastery champion to playing a game like this where nameplate's off, it could have been Huni, it could have been Marin. It was that good in terms of equalizers. Khan and Ixu joining the ranks of some of our top Rumble players. Still have to play it more to be uttered in exactly the same breath. Great performance from Jin Air and Umti. Keep playing like this and keep getting these MVP interviews.
Yep, super well deserved. And I'm extraordinarily excited because you do know what this means, Papa Smithy.
What does it
is
mean?
Snowflower and Umti to be interviewed. Snowflower, always a joy. And Joel, take it away with the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Joe, and with your interview translations one last time, we're here with Jin Air GreenWings, who get the glad plane that they want because they get a 2-0 victory against the BBQ, Oliver. And we're here with today's MVP, Snowflower Umti, for the interview. How do you feel to get the MVP? You know, getting in with the Rakan is the best feeling in the world. I love that champion. I love you, Rakan. You got the Rakan as the MVP last time around. And it seemed like, you know, with the Kalista that you had to play with, how was that? Yeah, to be honest, I did practice a lot. And I think, you know, Teddy and I think we both deserved MVP here. Yeah, he really helped me out a lot with these picks. And MT, you seem really energized throughout the series. Yeah, I have 2 pairs of clothing and neither have the buttons on, so it seems like I'm just like buttoning down everything and showing all of my skin, you know? Yeah, unfortunately, I had to show a lot of skin today. Yeah, a lot of comments. We're going to your way, MT. But how was your games? Yeah, I can't really deny my manliness. You got 3 MVPs for this season, and you got all of them with just Lee Sin. How is that? Yeah, I feel like, you know, I had the one thing unfortunate is that I've had more than 3 games where I played good with Lee Sin, but I only got 3 MVPs out of it, so that's the most unfortunate part for me. In the first game, you picked off the Elise with the first game, and we thought that, you know, we thought you would have picked something else over the Elise. But what was the decision for the Elise pick? Yeah, we always consider every game to be a long game, and getting something like an Elise, you know, it extends us to the late game and it allows us to be safe even around that time zone. So, do you think it's better than Zach? I feel like those two are kind of indistinguishable compared to tiers. Was there a reason why the LeBlanc was picked earlier? Yeah, Kuzan has a couple of champions that he has a lot of confidence on, and LeBlanc is one of them. So that's why we picked it up today. And another important fact is that from all the wins that you guys had, except one game, you guys had the Rift Herald in your bag for all of those games that you guys won. What was the difference in the strategy there with the recent patch? I think the biggest change is the guy next to me. With Umti here, you know, making the biggest change throughout the offseason. I think, you know, he just goes all over the place now. He just gets the kills, he gets us assists, and just really carries the games for us. So the guy next to me deserves all the credit. Do you have any comments regarding that? You know, I think, you know, in spring it's true that, you know, my teammates were telling me not to die, you know, just stop dying, but because of those things, I worked even harder during the offseason to improve on my, you know, aspects of jungling in every way. So I think I'm very happy with my current self now. And the Baron timing was really impeccable of how you guys picked off that timing when the opposition was really unaware. Who really makes those shot calling going forward? For shot calling, it's all me. And I feel like, you know, as a support, I have a better vision of, you know, what the other team is up to. And, you know, but when I was with Elise hitting the Baron, we thought that we could have enough time to pick up the Baron and sneak it up as fast as we could. We do have a video highlight of Rakan. Do you have any tips regarding the skills of Rakan? If you get Alt W in that order, you get the charm and also the knockup at the same time. So that's actually a tip you guys can use. So you guys can get the both very crucial CCs at the same time. I feel like, you know, we all had confidence in spring season, but it's really shining to its fullest in this season. So I'm really happy for our team. And game 2 was an interesting thing where, you know, they picked up the Syndra, but you guys got the Karma to the counter of that. Was there a reason for that specific counter?
미드에서 등장한 이유는 서폿으로 가면은 이제 깡통 괴물과 초록 괴물 있거든요.
The reason why we have to take it in mid and not support was that, you know, if we were trying to take the Karma bot, you know, the opposition would easily take advantage of that and we will lose out that matchup. And it seems like even if you guys do change up on the roles of specific champions, you guys still maintain that confidence. But right now, what's the situation with the level 2 ganks that you guys show with that confidence? Yeah, I think ganks are so inconsistent that, you know, it differs so much from each game and each game out. And just based on, you know, how the game is flowing and what the opportunities that open up to you, you can always take those opportunities that open up to you and really try to go for those ganks whenever possible. I think we have a video highlight of that kind of example. Level 2 gank right here. Did you kind of see another win coming after this? Yeah, ever since, you know, as soon as we got the Karma W in, that gank was pretty successful already. And we thought that you were actually going to die here, but with the equalizer, you guys finish it off. Yeah, I already made the call to, you know, help, ask for backup, you know, when I was going with the roam. And of course, Umtai's shot calling has improved over the season, and it's really impressive to see. But you guys have a lot of wins, but you have to get one more win series against a strong opponent in the next series, which is against SK Telecom. Would you like to say anything to that? We're already at our 4 series win, and we just had all the motivation in the world that we were going to play well this season. And we're not afraid of anyone at this point. We just want to do exactly how we're doing right now and just hope to get a successful season by the end of the season. And that seems to be the end of the interview. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joel. I just love listening to Snowflower be over the top levels of confident. That is my favorite thing.
He doesn't even have to take pot shots at his old teammates. He's just focusing on what's at hand. His shot calling, his team, and Jin Air GreenWings continue to grow. Great performance from him on Rakan in Game 1. Had a day out on Lee Sin in Game 2, and 4 clean games means we actually get a pretty early night, Atlas.
Yeah, exactly. I don't even know what to do with myself, Papa Smithy. Last time we were here on this desk, it was a ridiculously long night. But as you can see, Jin Air GreenWings hot on the heels of Longzhu Gaming, and the top 5 here in the LCK is a really, really exciting part of this entire league, because all of these teams are playing so well right now.
And a bit eclectic too. The top 3, they're the world's favorites. The next 2, they're up-and-comers in the summer season. And Afrika Freaks, I'm sure they will be in the mix as well for top 5. Will any of the teams in the bottom 4 separate themselves? Will MVP get themselves off the bottom of the table, which I don't think anyone would have predicted 6 matches in? A lot of what-ifs, but that's the great thing about leagues, and more developments as soon as tomorrow.
Especially when there's so many games. But if Afrika Freaks face off against SK Telecom, Marin's revenge potentially if they can do well, as Samsung looks to deal with Ever8 winners. And if Ever8 can get a surprise here, that would be a massive story.
Yeah, even a game there would be big for Ever8. It looked mentally done, you have to say.
Oh, yeah.
Earlier this week, so big ask there, but that ends our coverage for this week. It's been a fun one, Atlas.
It most certainly has, and I didn't have many expectations for today. If you remember, I opened my show, I said it could potentially be rough, but honestly, it wasn't. We learned some fantastic things about both of our winning teams here today.
And that's the cool thing, is now, next time Longzhu or Jin Air play, you can be more confident. You can have higher expectations. Yeah. They've performed super cleanly. Their play, not always their opposition's play, their play can be directly complemented, and that means more because, sure, sometimes you just win 2-0 because the level of your opposition is too low. Maybe that was the case with MVP in Series 1, but still a lot to take away from both these teams and potentially use moving forward.
Yeah, and even individual players as well. BDD confirming the fact that his Talia is up there with the best in this league. We have such good Talia players. Ixu as well is Rumble making a resurgence. Some fantastic things to learn. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be switching off this evening relatively early. We'll see you very, very soon.
Like diamonds crawling on you. I'll fight you to the end. With me with the golden ring. Got battle for the silver leaves. Don't make the lion roar. We fight a war. Love ain't no game, 'cause life ain't the same.
Those cravens backstab me, deceive me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Yeah. 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our glory to live forever. Yeah, bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Yeah.